The armored bear Renchongji fell from the sky to the ground. The armor on his chest had been slightly deformed and twisted. He looked extremely embarrassed when he was embedded in the street. When he stood up, passers-by on the street avoided him. Oh my god! Is this a wild beast entering the city? So disgusting. Everyone run. That's a bear. Hack. It seems to be an animal-type ability user. The surrounding discussions made Renchongji feel so noisy. A giant bear roar instantly cleared the nearby sounds. Just as he climbed out of the deep pit, Mu Bai, who landed gracefully, hugged his arms and looked at him calmly. Too weak. You are probably not the opponent of Zhao Yujian from Class 2. Hearing the name of the eldest brother, Renchongji gritted his teeth and roared, You kid look down on me? The tyranny factor was instantly detonated. Anger is sometimes a disadvantage in battle, but it is often an advantage for animal-type ability users, because pure wild anger will detonate stronger combat capabilities. In a battle of the same level, if the other animal system suddenly bursts out with extraordinary power, it will naturally be easier to win. This is also the reason why there are generally large differences among animal system ability users at present. There are mainly two factions. One faction advocates the use of human nature and human reason to control the wild animal body. The other faction advocates the use of pure animal nature to control the animal body. Now the armored bear Renchongji, who is overwhelmed by anger, has obviously entered a wild state. His mane continues to grow and extend, and the beast's body has become larger under this extreme anger. The roaring sound even makes the windows of distant vehicles shake slightly. The ground cracks. The surface of the ground quickly collapsed under the rapid impact of the brutal armor. The body of the armored bear turned into a brown ball of hair and continued to impact along Mu Bai's direction. While Mu Bai, who easily dodged the elementalization, felt that this guy was even more stupid and had no tactics. In addition, he actually started to hit without thinking, which was even more stupid. The people in the KTV were numb. Everything in front of them exceeded their imagination. Are these students of the Holy Hall High School monsters? Each one is inhumanly powerful. Zhao Xianlong smiled bitterly in the crowd. Renchongji beat him like a son. But this monster-like strongman was so weak when facing Mu Bai, which even triggered an idea in him that he could do it. But this idea was quickly cleared by him. Only by understanding the power of Renchongji's fist could one understand the horror of the other party. Zhuqingya, who was a little worried at first, was relieved after seeing Mu Bai playing with him easily. The armored bear kept hitting faster and faster. All obstacles blocking his front could not withstand the force of its impact. Even in this brutal battle scene, Mu Bai was playing with the other party, as if he was strolling in the garden. No matter how fast the armored bear was, it could not touch the corner of the other party's clothes. The gap between them made even Renchongji, who was in a furious state, feel a little desperate. Too slow. Too fast. Overdoing it. Don't you know how to hold back? After dozens of rounds, Mu Bai's comments were clearly and accurately transmitted to Renchongji's ears. Others didn't know what was going on, but Renchongji was already sweating profusely. In the process of dodging the attack, he judged his own collision speed, and then ensured that he could hear the words clearly in the gap. The means involved were incredible. Renchongji, who turned back into a giant bear, was panting, and his huge body was emitting heat like a steam engine. Stop! A bandaged figure fell rapidly from the broken wall of the KTV to the ground. It was none other than Zhao Yujian. Mu Bai's expression was a little cold when he saw that the person who came was the other party. Is the other party following him for revenge? Thinking of this, he observed the surroundings keenly but still did not find Zhao Quan's trace. Brother. The panting armored bear Renchongji did not understand why his brother asked him to stop. You are not his opponent. If you continue to fight, you will only bring humiliation upon yourself. Me. Shut up. Zhao Yujian, who had shooed Renchongji away, looked at Mu Bai with some dissatisfaction. Why did you follow me here? So you are also a despicable person. It's not enough to hurt me, but you want to kill me? Renchongha, who turned back into human form, was stunned. He never thought that his elder brother was beaten by this guy. He was surprised that Zhao Yujian came to him to relax, and he was surprised that the other party was injured. Brother, are you serious? Zhao Yujian, who looked ugly, did not speak. After all, if this matter was discussed in detail, it was actually his problem. If it weren't for his elder brother Zhao Quan's help, he would probably be in danger. He was too lazy to talk about such embarrassing things. You are mistaken. It is obviously this Renchongji who is looking for trouble with my friends and classmates. And your brother is not here. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you when you get so close to me? The other party's faint murderous intent made Zhao Yuejian's scalp numb. He knew that Mu Bai didn't fight Ren Chengji seriously just now. Otherwise, he would have died in the armored bear form, just by a face-to-face encounter. Why are you looking for trouble with this lunatic? Ignoring Mu Bai's words, Zhao Yuejian's roaring tone made Ren Chengji speechless. Even if he was defeated, he didn't have to be so scared. He wanted to say something. But when he saw his elder brother's neck with bulging veins, he lowered his head. You went out to buy water. I didn't like them being too noisy, so I took action. Ren Chengji, who was a little aggrieved, was talking when Mu Bai had already walked over. I don't care about the conflict. What I care about is that if your second class has this kind of strength, then it will be under my jurisdiction in the future. Mu Bai's words were extremely inexplicable. Even Zhao Yujian was stunned. What do you mean? The class monitor of each class leads the class. This is the principal's rule. Do you want to break it? Looking at the other person's face, Mu Bai smiled. These students do have the simple idea of students, which is normal. After all, from a different perspective. In Mu Bai's eyes, the current competition among the classes of Shengtang High School can indeed help the principal achieve the growth of the combat power of the students in each class. But it is a bit weak to build the best team in the school to participate in the city, province, and even national competitions. Instead of doing this, it is better to unify all 11 classes, and then gather the strongest team as the strongest, and then lead the entire Shengtang High School into the national competition under his own leadership. I want to dominate the second year of high school. It seems to me that trash, like you can dominate the class. It's just a better trash among trash. It's better to have only one team than to form several teams for the whole school. After changing the statement that the other party could understand, the two people on the opposite side looked at this madman in shock. Want to fight against the geniuses of the whole school with one person? If this is not crazy, what is it? Mu Bai left calmly in the uncertain eyes of the two. When Zui Qingyao was about to say something, she met Mu Bai's gaze. It was a kind of coldness that was calm to the bone. Zui Qingyao, who was shocked, understood why the other party came to find her. Mu Bai and Zui Qingyao sat opposite each other in the corner of the cafe. Outsiders thought it was a date, but they both knew that this was a kind of openness to some extent. Thank you. After taking the coffee from the waiter, Mu Bai looked at the warm sunlight in the afternoon and said with some emotion, Zui Qingyao, I remember that you and I were in the same middle school. The memories of getting along with you are still vivid, as if it was yesterday. Zui Qingyao frowned slightly when she heard this, but her clear eyes looked at the texture on the table. She didn't know how to continue the conversation. But how come I don't know any of your junior high school classmates? Could it be that the memories in my mind just appeared out of thin air? Mu Bai's tone was ups and downs, but he always remained calm, giving people a very comfortable feeling. Zui Qingyao, who was under great pressure, forced a smile. We are not in the same class, so it's normal that we don't know each other. But in my memory, we are in the same class. Mu Bai's words were like a killer, completely blocking what Zui Qingyao wanted to say next. Through simple psychological judgment, Mu Bai actually made some discoveries. Zui Qingyao was probably not a participant in the implantation of memories. Otherwise she would not understand the specific circumstances of her implanted memories. Why do you do this? Finally, Mu Bai asked this question from the perspective of a friend. Why? Eternity. Zui Qingyao, who uttered these two words with difficulty, looked a little bitter. Because you are a candidate for the Eternal Church and a participant in the cruel game in the future. Knowing the truth too early will be harmful rather than beneficial. Eternal Church. These three words seemed to be some kind of password lock that unlocked the dusty memories at this moment. Mu Bai, who seemed calm, had his pupils slightly contracted. A lot of memories about the Eternal Church kept flowing out of his mind, including the real experience of his previous life. From birth to the age of 10, he lived in a world in the second cosmic island chain. In his vague memory, there were many children living there like him. I didn't come here through soul. He looked at the sky outside with suspicion and surprise. It was not soul transmigration, but he was completely awakened after the eternal system was repaired some time ago. In other words, this body was originally a native of the second cosmic island chain. And in that broken memory, he saw the destructive disaster covering the entire planet. In that horrible disaster, a middle-aged man took him on a cross-universe island chain warship and successfully took him and others away. One of the faces made him very familiar. That was the priest, the highest priest of the Eternal Church in the Yunhai area. Someone he had met before. At the same time as the memory was unlocked, Mu Bai's body did undergo a drastic change. The broken memory in his mind continued. But this memory was a little confused. In a future scientific laboratory, a researcher is standing in front of a sophisticated gene unlocking device. His eyes were firm and deep, as if he wanted to see through the mystery of human life. His palms gently pressed against the cold metal surface of the equipment, trembling slightly, not only because of the expectation of the unknown, but also because of the awe of scientific exploration. The laboratory was full of the breath of future technology. The silver-white equipment had smooth lines, and the lights reflected a soft luster on the metal surface. The air was filled with a faint smell of disinfectant, which was the smell of science, a symbol of rigor and precision. The laboratory was quiet, with only the slight hum of the equipment echoing, as if accompanying the upcoming major moment. The man took a deep breath, and his heartbeat seemed to be synchronized with the hum of the equipment. He closed his eyes, as if rehearsing every step of the next step in his mind. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes flashed with a firm light. He opened his lips slightly and gave an order in a low and firm voice. Start unlocking. As the words of the researchers fell, the equipment seemed to be injected with life and began to operate slowly. Its internal mechanical structure is complex and precise, like a huge living body breathing. On the screen of the device, the complicated genetic codes flowed like flowing water. They jumped, rotated, and changed in front of the researchers, as if telling the secret of life. The researcher stared at the screen intently. Every nerve cell of his was beating nervously. He could feel his heartbeat accelerating and his blood boiling. Every pore of his seemed to be opening, greedily absorbing this historic moment. Suddenly, the genetic codes on the screen seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and began to arrange and combine in an orderly manner. They seemed to be dancing, and every movement was extremely precise. The researcher could feel his breathing becoming rapid, and he couldn't help holding his breath, fearing that he would miss any moment. At this moment, it seemed as if time had stopped flowing. The genetic codes on the screen suddenly burst into a dazzling light. They jumped and rejoiced as if they were activated to life. He felt that his body was also penetrated by a powerful force at this moment, as if some unknown channel had been opened. The light gradually faded away, and the genetic codes on the screen had undergone earth-shaking changes. They were no longer chaotic, but orderly, woven into a beautiful and complex web of life. He felt that his vision seemed to become extremely broad at this moment. He seemed to be able to see through the essence of life and the mysteries of the universe. His body also underwent subtle changes at this moment. His muscles became tighter and stronger. His eyes became deeper and brighter. Every cell in his body seemed to cheer and celebrate the arrival of this moment. When the researcher opened his eyes again, his eyes were full of shock and joy. He successfully opened his own gene lock and released the huge potential hidden deep in his heart. He knew that this moment would be forever engraved in his life and become a milestone on his scientific exploration. When Mubai tried his best to see the other person's face in the hazy memory, he found that the man turned back. The golden eyes that unlocked the gene lock flashed with indifference similar to divinity. At the same time, Mubai, who lowered his head, twitched all over his body, and his muscles kept wriggling regularly, as if he had a brand new life. Zhuo Qingyao looked at the scene in front of him in shock. When the regret in Mubai's mind gradually dissipated, he opened his eyes. The original dark black eyes have disappeared, replaced by light golden eyes. Ding dong. Awakening the godly gene lock. Ding dong. The main quest is on. Ding dong. The destiny quest is on. Ding dong. Level cleared and reshaped. Ding dong. Talent upgrade. Ding dong. All attributes increased by 20 points. Ding dong. Gain experience. Gain experience. Ding dong. Level increased. Mubai blocked out all the messy system prompts. At this moment, he didn't pay attention to those insignificant things because he was in too much pain. The feeling of the flesh and blood being constantly dispersed and reorganized was almost devastating. And this was only physical pain. The mental pain was even more incredible. And the degree of pain even surpassed any torture. So that Mubai, who was determined, actually had some hesitations. The pain of a million ants being dismembered condensed into a point of explosion. Perhaps this was the extreme mental torture that Mubai was currently enduring. His mental points were too high, so that the body reshaped after the gene lock was unlocked could not bear it. The purity of the spiritual power continued to increase under the continuous dilution and dispersion. But the price was a sharp decline in the number of spiritual points. And the extremely inhuman spiritual torture was still increasing. Sometimes people go crazy to protect themselves. When extreme pain comes, people will always escape and avoid it. Otherwise, when the pain accumulates, it will be doomed to destruction. Although there are relatively few people in the coffee shop, they obviously noticed the situation here. When those people were still considering whether to call an ambulance, Switching Yao gritted her teeth and carried Mu Bai out of the door, turning into the form of a fantasy beast ice phoenix and flying rapidly in the sky with him. The target is not the hospital but the church. Only the priest can save him. Feeling the strong wind in the sky, Switching Yao regretted telling the truth at this moment. But she never thought that Mu Bai had not unlocked the gene lock at this moment. After all, the opponent's previous combat performance was clearly achieved when the gene lock had been released. At this moment, in Mu Bai's spiritual consciousness, he has fallen into a weird level. He walked alone on the dark and calm sea. His memory gradually cleared up under the extreme pain of mental compression and purification. Hundreds of imaginary clones were dying in pain. And only one person stood in the vast ocean and looked at him indifferently. You finally untied this layer of bondage, which is more important than the eternal system. The other party's voice was exactly the same as his own. But when he turned around, he had a third golden eye on his forehead. Behind him was a statue of the Virgin Mary, and the cracks gradually spread all over his body, as if symbolizing the collapse of this strange space. Mu Bai looked at the other party with mixed emotions. When the gene lock was opened, a new fusion of consciousness was born from the depths of his spiritual world. But under this extreme pain, the two appeared in the same world by coincidence. Mu Bai, who could not answer, could only look at him calmly. The secret of the eternal system is bound to the soul. And the three-eyed man knew this. Which means that the other party is himself. But he sacrificed and consumed part of his spiritual power to create a new existence under extreme mental pain. Do you want me to relieve the pain? As you wish. The statue of the Virgin Mary was completely shattered. And this strange spiritual world also completely collapsed. A perfect product. The priest looked at Mu Bai said by Switching Yao with some emotion. Hurry up and save him. I don't know why the gene unlocking has not been completed yet. It is extremely dangerous not to complete the gene unlocking in a short time. But the priest did not react at all and showed a trace of relief. Xiaozhua, do you know that the gift of fate is often different for different people? Some people are less concerned by eternity, so the gift is also small. And some people are more concerned, and the gift will become larger. He will be fine. After all, he awakened the gene lock of the gods. The priest with a dim look said softly, as if he was thinking about something. In the past, the power of several worlds was exhausted. But only a monster with the gene lock of the gods could appear. I didn't expect that someone in this low-level world would open the gene lock of the gods on his own. This is as intoxicating as a sinner in H. I could open the key to heaven. The priest with his arms outstretched smiled a little nervously. Switching Yao was confused. She couldn't understand what the other party was saying. Divine gene lock? What was that? He was dizzy, and his consciousness was restored a lot until a faint cracking sound was heard. When Mu Bai opened his eyes again, an indescribable feeling appeared on him. But then an extreme feeling of powerlessness swept over his body. He opened his personal panel immediately without making a sound. Ding dong. The divine gene lock disrupted the host's existence again. The level was restarted, and the attribute compression was restarted. The talent super charm was advanced to leader charm. Name Mu Bai level 1, 0% experience, attribute strength 20, agility 20, constitution 20, spirit 5000. Hidden attributes, such as lucky charm, have no specific values. Talent leader charm, upgraded version of super charm. God gene lock open, unlock the ability of God, devil fruit magma fruit, fruit awakening degree 4%. The attribute points dropped and the level was reset, which surprised Mu Bai a little. What surprised him even more was that the feeling of weakness in his body seemed more like a deception. Under the serious decline in attributes, he felt that his overall combat power was raised to a new height again. The super high spirit points that he had never been able to fully exert before now automatically appeared in his perception, like a fish in water. In this perception, the operating rules of all things seemed to be in his hands. Ding dong. Activate the primary observation hockey. The tide-like spirit points condensed into a brand new force at this moment to help him break through the shackles of perception. It's so easy to activate the observation hockey, knowing that both of them had noticed his abnormality. Mu Bai slowly got down from the bed. Mu Bai, are you okay? Switching Yao, who was a little worried, was so happy to see that Mu Bai was fine that she didn't know what to say. Mu Bai's pale golden eyes looked at the priest. In his broken memory, it was the other party who brought him to this world. When Father Wang Quanao saw Mu Bai wake up, he also took a half step back, then knelt on one knee and said, Whoever can master the God Gene Lock is the son of the Eternal Church. Congratulations, Mu Bai, for becoming one of the sons of the Eternal Church. Zhuo Qingya, who was standing aside, had a complicated look on his face. Mu Bai, who was groggy, looked at him puzzledly with his majestic golden eyes. In his impression, Wang Quandao was very extraordinary. The few times he made a move could be said to have power beyond the upper limit of the universe of the first island chain. Even at this moment, he probably had the power to fight against 100-level strongmen. But this kind of person was so respectful after realizing that he had opened the God Gene Lock. Mu Bai knew without thinking that the God Gene Lock must be the secret of the Eternal Church. Eternal Church. Eternal System. Are the two related? Wang Quandao. What do you mean by one of the sons of the Eternal Church? Mu Bai slowly stood up and faced the sunset behind the church, revealing a hint of illusory majesty like a god. Literally. Wang Quandao laughed and immediately continued. The destruction of the Eternal Planet also means the disappearance of the Eternal Church headquarters. The Eternal Church is distributed in the worlds of the other cosmic island chains, and there may be the existence of divine bloodlines among them. And to become a holy son, you have to kill each other. In the end, when there is only one person left, the attention of God will be refocused on the only king, and he will lead the Eternal Church to a higher glory. When Wang Quandao said the last part, his expression was slightly excited, as if he could foresee the shocking scene in the future. The universe is too big and there are countless planets and worlds. Only by gaining the attention of the true God can one become a real top force. The God you are talking about is the Eternal God? At this moment, Mu Bai turned back and looked at the statue behind him. Unlike the suffering or holy statues that are usually worshipped, this statue called the Eternal God has a bit more absurd feeling. This statue is carved from an unknown black stone. The surface is rough and uneven, as if it has been eroded by the wind and sand of the years. Its outline is unclear, but a non-human form can be vaguely seen, with twisted and stretched limbs, as agile and powerful as tentacles. The head of the statue is a huge oval, without clear facial features, only deep ravines crisscrossing. These ravines seem to hide endless wisdom and knowledge, but also reveal a chilling evil breath. The two deep caves at the position of the statue's eyes seem to swallow all the light. Staring at them, it seems that you can feel a gaze from the abyss. Countless tentacles surround the broken neck. The body in a white robe shows its back. But if you look closely, the arms are twisted in a frontal posture, and the outstretched arms seem to be embracing something. Is this a statue of a god? This is clearly a statue of an ancient god like Cthulhu. Right? It is the Eternal God. The headquarters summoned the Eternal God 240 times, consuming all the materials to give birth to 240 babies. And you are one of them. When Wang Quandao said this, a trace of sadness appeared in his eyes. If the high priest had not foreseen the inevitable death of the Eternal Church in the future, he would not have consumed the power of the entire world to summon the gods. Otherwise, with the strength of the eternal world at that time, it could have completely resisted the enemy's attack. Mu Bai, who had been speechless for a long time, now understood the origin of this body. The baby summoned by the Eternal God was used as a carrier, and his soul floating in the void was integrated into it. He had independent consciousness after the eternal system was activated some time ago. In my memory, the death of Mu Tianke and Su Yin is not the memory you implanted. Mu Tianke and Su Yin are the parents in his memory. In the real memory, it is indeed those two who raised him up. He asked thoughtfully with a cold look. Wang Quandao himself is the owner of the memory fruit and can tamper with the memory at will. Most of the false memories in his mind were modified by the other party. Kneeling on one knee, Wang Quandao lowered his head, but a meaningful smile flashed in his eyes. When Mu Bai said the names of his deceased parents so simply at this moment, it already represented one thing. That is, the will of the gods had replaced his original thoughts. Otherwise Mu Bai's radical thoughts before would have exploded at this moment. Wang Quandao obviously did not expect Mu Bai to still maintain an independent consciousness. This is normal. After all, even if Mu Bai had received the so-called divine gene, he had paid a heavy price. If it had been anyone else, they would have been replaced by the divine consciousness long ago. No, that memory is real. The two of them were the ones I designed to adopt you. However, I didn't expect you to die in outer space. If you hadn't awakened the gene lock, I would have let you live like an ordinary person. In the Eternal Church, the gene lock is everything. Those who don't open the gene lock are sinners. And sinners can live a simple life, like civilians without the attention of the Eternal God. But if the gene lock is unlocked, it will be completely different. Extraordinary talents and abilities will be born. And those who have opened the divine gene lock are even more so. They are born to be kings. And the easiest way to prove that they are kings is golden pupils. In the doctrine of the eternal church, the eternal God is in existence with its back to the rampant. That is, with its back to the sun and the sun. Those who don't have the golden pupil can't see any signs of its existence. Only those who have the golden pupil are qualified to establish contact with it, thus achieving the so-called divine knowledge and divine feeling in the doctrine. Hearing the other party say that he could live an ordinary life without unlocking, Mubai almost couldn't hold back. If the baby who consumed a lot of financial and material resources to obtain didn't show talent, he couldn't live an ordinary life. Moreover, he was destined not to be an ordinary person with the eternal system. Have you investigated the cause of death of my adoptive parents? No. Wang Quandao, who lowered his head, also gave a very reasonable explanation. It is likely that the inter-universe cable in the second cosmic island chain did it. But there is also a small probability that the spacecraft was killed. But no matter which possibility it is, it will expose the identity. So I didn't contact those people in depth. Can't you do it with your strength? Mubai frowned and thought that the other party was too lazy to investigate. After all, with his terrifying strength, if he said that he couldn't do anything with the cable in the second island chain, it would be really ridiculous. Son, you are joking. As a substitute priest of the eternal church, my strength is naturally extraordinary. But now that the god of destruction of the eternal church headquarters no longer pays attention to me, my strength has dropped drastically. And don't forget that we are entering the low-level world from the high-level world. At present, I estimate that my combat power is only close to level 50. Wang Quandao seemed to have accepted this result. So when he told these things, he was calm as if he was stating a trivial matter. Mubai didn't understand the first half of the other party's words, but he knew the second half of the point of view. From the high-level world to the low-level world, its combat power will indeed be suppressed to a great extent. This is the power of the law of the universe, and it is highly likely that it cannot be easily reversed. You don't need to intervene in this matter in the future. I will investigate it after reaching level 100. Mubai said this lightly, but Wang Quandao believed it without a doubt. Level 100 may be lish difficulty in the low-level world, but it is not difficult for the Son of God, who has opened the gene lock of the gods. I understand. Zui Qingyao looked at Father Wang Quandao's respectful attitude with some surprise. After noticing her puzzled gaze, Wang Quandao also smiled and said, Xiaozhua, didn't you find that the eternal God has been here? Zui Qingyao's hair stood on end instantly. When she looked up, she saw that the statue of the eternal God actually shed a product similar to blood and tears. And the original hugging posture also turned into a posture of looking down. How could it be possible to forcibly change the statue's posture in a short time? Mubai, with a slightly cold pupil, breathed a sigh of relief. He actually also sensed that inexplicable gaze, as if there was a being who just performed a physical examination on him as an observer, which made him feel uncomfortable. He was actually not willing to contact the eternal God before he figured out whether this eternal God was good or bad for him. Since you have acknowledged my identity as the Son of God, are you ready to assist me? Of course. Wang Quandao responded excitedly without hesitation. He had waited for this day for too many years, and he had not seen the eternal God show miracles for many years. Now Mubai, who has attracted the attention of the gods, is undoubtedly hope and the future. He wants to make progress too much. He wants to recreate the eternal world too much. You and I should not contact each other in the short term. I will enter the attention of the top leaders of the Huaxia Federation in the shortest time. You should develop as many believers as possible during this period. Can you do it? Of course. Seeing Wang Quandao so confident, Mubai had no other ideas. He asked him to develop believers mainly for the task content of the Destiny task. Destiny task, when you peek into eternity, eternity is also peeking at you. Develop believers in the current world, unknown number. Task reward, eternal God's attention. I even liked it. Although the attention of the eternal God doesn't sound like a good thing. Since the system considers it a reward, it is naturally close to a positive effect. However, the number of believers in this task is not clearly marked. It is obviously a difficult task. Mubai, wait for me. Zui Qingyao, who followed him out of the church, also talked about her origin. She was a child of the eternal church and followed Wang Quandao to escape. So in a sense, she was also half believing and half disbelieving in the eternal God. Mubai's golden pupils on the bustling streets are undoubtedly very eye-catching. But his temperament at the moment is a little cold and aloof. This is also unavoidable. After all, The divine gene has just been fused, and has not yet shown its effect. At this moment, his state is the most uncontrollable. No matter what Wang Quandao's purpose is, he wants to use me to achieve the goal of reviving the Eternal Church. I can also use him to accomplish some things. So it's good for you to keep this distance from the Eternal Church. I will also need you in the future. Mu Bai's words made Zui Qingya feel extremely strange. It seemed that he was more indifferent than before the gene was unlocked. It was not an indifference directed at individuals, but an indifference that went deep into the bone marrow. Mu Bai, are you going to use me too? Mu Bai was stunned by Zui Qingya's words. Aren't we friends? I hope you can put aside the relationship with the Eternal Church and reconnect with me. The gentle tone made Zui Qingya slightly stunned. In the warm sunset, the handsome face with a smile was only the golden pupil without a trace of emotion. I understand. Zui Qingya waved goodbye to him with a blushing cheek. Mu Bai stood there alone on the bustling street, motionless as a statue. It was not until the evening that he moved his feet and left here. He was thinking about a question just now. Since the eternal God can pay attention to him, it means that there is a real existence in this universe that surpasses the strong in his cognition. Is the God that cannot be controlled by time, space, and fate the existence that he thinks is close to eternity? Early morning. When Mu Bai drove out of the villa area, he saw Yun Ziyue, who was about to ride a bicycle out of the community. He was about to roll down the window and said with a smile, "Do you want to go with me? Yun? Really? That's great." After parking the bike, she sat in the passenger seat and looked at Mu Bai with some surprise. "Mu Bai, are you wearing contact lenses?" The golden eyes and black hair made Mu Bai look more elegant. The black uniform of the Holy Hall High School gave him a simple beauty. The natural feeling was very comfortable. Maybe my talent has mutated. It suddenly turned golden yesterday. Mu Bai explained casually and subconsciously lowered the brightness of his eyes. In fact, he also discovered the strangeness of the golden eyes last night. If other creatures stared at him for a long time, they would find that there seemed to be a strange flame in his eyes. This was the conclusion drawn by the orange cat at home. On the first day of school, Mu Bai did not go to class 11 when he arrived at school. Instead, he went to class 2. As the first class was about to start, Mu Bai came to the podium of class 2, glanced at the surprised people below, and said directly, "I am Mu Bai from class 11. From today on, class 2 is not allowed to have a monitor. Whoever becomes a monitor will be beaten up by me every day. I mean what I say. Do you have any objection?" Xiao Yujian? His golden eyes looked directly at the people present, making them feel scared. This lunatic, Xiao Yujian, who was wrapped in bandages in the back row, gritted his teeth and didn't utter a word. And Renchangji, who was always arrogant and domineering, was even more terrified. Seeing Mu Bai staring at him, even his strong body was trembling slightly, and the severe pain in his chest was still faint at this moment. Xiao Yujian and Renchangji, who were surrounded by the whole class, did not say a word, which surprised their classmates. Since you don't say anything, you don't need to be the class monitor in the future. Mu Bai's words undoubtedly angered some students in class 2, especially those who followed Xiao Yujian. "You little bastard. You are showing off with your beauty contact lenses, right?" He was about to come up with a baseball bat to deal with this shameless guy. "Enough. Li Chuang. Don't do it if you don't want to die." Xiao Yujian slowly stood up and said with a cold look, and the students holding baseball bats also stopped their actions. "Mu Bai, since you want to play like this, then I don't have to be the class monitor. But if you want to play with this rule, it also means that you want to conquer the other 9 classes. Don't blame me for not telling you that you may not be a match for those people if they join forces." Xiao Yujian knew the strength of the class monitors of other classes very well, especially the monster-like existence of the class monitor of class 1, which was enough for the other party to toss. Not to mention that the other class monitors would inevitably take the lead in attacking Mu Bai, who broke the rules. That's a good point. I'm too lazy to defeat them one by one. In that case, let them all come. Let me see what kind of fighting power the geniuses of Holy Hall High School have. If they are all trash, I will challenge the strongest in the 3rd grade. The teacher looked at Mu Bai on the podium with a little surprise. After smiling at the teacher, Mu Bai stood up and left. Before leaving, he did not forget to turn back and leave a word. Holy Hall High School is too small to accommodate too many strong people. I am enough. The whole class of class 2 was silent, and Xiao Yujian was so excited that blood oozed from his wound. Arrogant! Arrogant! Too arrogant! This bastard is despising the geniuses of the entire Holy Hall High School. It's not that no one has done this, but almost everyone can no longer live in Holy Hall High School. There are too many strong people in Holy Hall High School, gathering many geniuses from nearby cities. No one dares to say that he can sweep the entire school with one person. But Mu Bai, the madman, said it. Brother, this is an opportunity. Let Song Shiru and his people deal with him. If all the class monitors of the second grade in the school are dispatched at the same time, no matter how strong he is, he will have to kneel down, Rinchongji said in a low voice with a faint smile in his eyes. He was afraid of Mu Bai's strong fighting power, but he could not do it alone. It was like hitting a stone with an egg to deal with all the class monitors in the school. There was no comparison at all. He had been beaten by Mu Bai yesterday and had no spirit. But now Mu Bai's death was just an opportunity for him to untie the shackles in his heart. As long as he stepped on Mu Bai, he could find confidence again. You don't have to tell me. I will do the same. What's more, this seemed to be Mu Bai's original purpose. Let all the class monitors of the second grade join forces through me. But why did he do this? After returning to class 11, Mu Bai said low to Gao Han, switching Ya and others, and then came to Li Qin's desk in the back row. Li Qin, whose legs were broken, was basically fine after a few days of recuperation. But he couldn't help shrinking when he saw Mu Bai approaching. Wu Kai, who was standing next to him, wanted to laugh at him. But when he thought about how he seemed to be defeated by Mu Bai, he was no longer interested in Li Qin's frightened expression. Okay. With a complicated look on his face, Li Qin didn't dare to look up and look directly into Mu Bai's eyes. After all, he had offended him. Unless he transferred to another school, he would probably have a miserable future in class 11. After all, he had offended too many people. Almost more than half of the people in this class wanted him to have a hard time. Does it still hurt? It was unclear whether Mu Bai was warning him or for what purpose. But Li Qin still did not dare to speak rashly to avoid angering the other party. Not bad. Now Li Qin was like a shaved lion, with all his original majesty swept away. Sitting on the chair, he gave people a feeling of being humble to the dust on the ground. Wu Kai, who could not help laughing, almost couldn't hold it back. But in his heart, he expected Mu Bai to give this guy a good beating. Wu Kai, what are you laughing at? The golden eyes turned the gun muzzle towards Wu Kai. When Wu Kai, who was a little dazed, wanted to say something, Mu Bai had already come to his side and whispered in his ear, from now on, don't leave my sight. Otherwise I will kill you and the old thing in your body together. Originally, according to Mu Bai's original plan, whether it was challenging the strong men in the whole school or dealing with Wu Kai, it was a conservative strategy. But now it was different. He was no longer the person before the gene lock was opened. Even he didn't know how strong he would become after unlocking the divine gene lock. In this case, the original conservative strategy had to be changed. He had to speed up to avoid wasting meaningless time. His smile suddenly stopped, and he seemed caught off guard. You can see the old man? Wu Kai's pupil shrank sharply because of extreme tension. He couldn't think of why Mu Bai would find out about the old man's existence. That was his trump card. These days, he had been fantasizing about relying on the help of the old man, just like those grassroots counterattack protagonists, and finally defeating Mu Bai and surpassing the 100th level to become a great hero of the whole world. As a result, Mu Bai actually knew about the existence of the old man. He clenched his fists and then loosened them. I understand. The old man in his body just told him to agree first. No one else paid attention to the whispers between the two. And after warning Wu Kai, Mu Bai kicked over Li Qin's desk and said casually, have you ever done this kind of thing often? Kick classmates' desks? More than that. He forced his classmates to play table tennis with him and run errands for him. He even taught some meaningless fighting courses in the name of opening classes in private to replace the open collection of protection fees. It can be said that he has done almost all the bad things except bullying female classmates. However, the most serious one is that as a class monitor, he did not lead the whole class to improve their combat power. In the final analysis, this is the original sin. Not improving combat power means delaying one's future. The whole class hates him for this. So what do you want to do? After taking a breath, Li Qin asked in a deep voice. Instead of answering him, Mu Bai said to Wu Kai, press him on your desk. Although he was a little confused, Wu Kai still bit the bullet and pressed Li Qin, who did not resist, on his desk. Feeling the cold touch, Li Qin felt a little fear in his heart. Feeling the cold touch of the desk, He regretted it very much. He did not regret bullying his classmates, but regretted meeting Mu Bai, a madman. Change into human beast form now. What if I don't change? Li Qin asked in a low voice, with a kind of persistence in his eyes. Then according to my strength, you will definitely die. Looking at Mu Bai's golden eyes, Li Qin did not doubt that the other party really dared to kill him. Gritting his teeth, he immediately transformed into a human beast form. His sturdy body was pressed on the table by Wu Kai, which looked very funny. I have received many private messages from classmates in the past 2 days, and I have roughly understood how you deal with your own people. How about this? All the classmates come up and stab you with a knife. I am helping you to atone for your sins, and to make up for your mistakes. Seeing Li Qin's crying look, Mu Bai was speechless. He deliberately said this to set an example for his classmates. Most people would definitely not use a knife, so he could continue to do the next thing. Wu Kai, with a twitching mouth, never thought that Mu Bai would be so crazy. After all, this was in public. Not only Wu Kai, but other classmates also felt that Mu Bai was crazy. Even if Li Qin bullied them, they did not dare to really stab him. Forget it. Li Qin is. What's the use of him? How did he bully us? I think what Boss Mu Bai said is correct. Isn't it too cruel? I hate saints the most. Have you forgotten how he bullied you? The noisy voices flowed into Li Qin's ears, making him feel mixed emotions. Some people were strongly hostile to him, while others were slightly kind to him. At this moment, he looked extremely sad with tears falling down his golden lion hair. While the classmates in the classroom were arguing, Li Qin had gradually become numb. However, he was still a little unconvinced in his heart. After all, it was Mu Bai who defeated him. It was acceptable for the weak to surrender to the strong, but he was unwilling to face the judgment of so many people. Li Qin, do you know why I don't like you? Li Qin, whose hair was wet with tears, was at a loss. Because you always swing your sword at the weaker ones. How can you make progress like this? Your majesty is built on the tears of the weak, not on the blood and corpses of the strong. Even if you are strong, you are still a waste. Li Qin, with a complicated look, didn't know what he was thinking. He did have the idea of not daring to challenge the strong in his heart. After all, challenging the strong was doomed to great danger. He didn't dare to gamble on this. Perhaps it was because of this that he changed from the original single sword flow to the double sword flow, just to have a higher chance of winning when challenged by the weak. After realizing that the other party realized this, Mu Bai smiled and said nothing. Class 11 is too weak. Whether it is cohesion or combat power, it is the rubbish among the rubbish in the Holy Church High School. It may be okay in other high schools, but it is in the Holy Church. Weakness is not the original sin of this world, but continuous weakness is the real original sin. And what Mu Bai wants at this moment is to break the current dilemma and transform the students of Class 11. The first thing to do is cohesion, and the tool to improve cohesion is Li Qin. He is the person hated by the whole class, and he can naturally use hatred as a trigger to completely inspire the fighting spirit of the students of Class 11. Okay, stop arguing. Mu Bai's voice was not loud, but it made the voices of everyone in the class disappear. It is the effect of the talent leadership charisma, with stronger leadership and control ability. Since you can't make up your mind, I will hand him over to you. Anyone can challenge him in the future, whether it is a group battle or an individual battle. You want to use me as a sandbag? Li Qin said with a distorted face, which made Wu Kai beside him sigh. It's not me. It's them. Tenderly patting the man's shoulder, Mu Bai said lightly, once a day. If you win, it's fine. But if you lose, you need to practice with me. That's the real sandbag. Li Qin, who looked strange, breathed a sigh of relief. According to his thoughts, even if he was alone, he could basically crush everyone except the transfer students. At least for now. Forcing Li Qin to fight with other people in the class is in Mu Bai's interest. No matter which side wins, he will be happy to see it. Okay, the minigame is over, and now we have to play something interesting. Wu Kai and Li Qin, you two go and issue a challenge letter to all the other second-year classes except Class 2. I will fight all the class leaders of the second year alone. The whole audience was in an uproar. The students of Class 11, who originally thought they were going to start training, looked at each other, and Teacher Gu, who had just walked into the classroom, squinted his eyes and was a little excited when he heard this. Student Mu Bai is going to challenge the whole school year. The strong wields a knife against the stronger. This is the essential difference between Mu Bai and Li Qin. The two of them looked at each other and were stunned for a moment. But Wukai quickly reacted. As expected of someone who can defeat me, you are also a lunatic. After saying that, he turned and left. He had to publicize Mu Bai's dominance in other classes. It would be best if those people could join forces to deal with him. Li Qin looked at the monitor with a complicated expression and followed him out. It's not the whole school year, but I am interested in fighting with those monitors. At the same time, I also hope to gather the strongest team after I win. Otherwise, according to the current situation of the fragmentation of the Holy Hall High School, I am afraid that no team will be able to enter the provincial competition on its own, let alone the national level competition. Mu Bai's words have clearly conveyed his own will. That is, to defeat the monitors of each class, and then cooperate with himself to select people from each class to assist him and lead them to enter a higher level of competition. It's a good idea, but as a teacher, I have to remind you that the monitors of each class are fine. But the monitor of class 1 is very strong. Teacher Gu, with bright eyes, has a different kind of gentleness even when she speaks seriously. Obviously, she is reminding Mu Bai kindly. So what? My target is not only him, but all students who are called geniuses. A faint deterrence came from the golden eyes, and the strong blood, and she almost turned into substance at this moment. In this substance, everyone felt an inexplicable sense of being watched, as if someone was looking down at them from the dome, which was suffocating. Teacher Gu's smile stopped. She felt that breath. It was observation hockey. Activate observation hockey before reaching level 10. This undoubtedly broke her common sense. Mu Bai, how did you do it? Teacher Gu, who had regained her smile, was extremely amazed in her heart. After all, the handsome boy in front of her always did these incredible and unconventional things. This kind of genius has undoubtedly shown the expressiveness that a national team-level genius should have. Let it be. Mu Bai responded softly while his breath was restrained. In the weight training room, the long-haired young man was doing push-ups with one finger, while the students who were under the same weight pressure as him could hardly breathe smoothly. This young man was calmly doing difficult movements. Some people who wanted to imitate him fainted after taking a few steps. The most basic thing under the weight of 50 times is breathing. If you can't even breathe normally, pursuing other movements is too much. The long-haired young man retracted his gaze, and his well-proportioned muscles kept cutting through the air with extremely comfortable lines. Brother Song, you are really getting more and more exaggerated. The deputy monitor, who accompanied him in weight training, said in a deep voice with gritted teeth. In this environment, being able to talk can cause extremely heavy pressure to fall on every muscle. Not enough. These 3 simple words came out of Song Shiru's mouth. If you are not strong enough, I really don't know who is the real strong one in the whole school. The vice class monitor said jokingly. Song Shiru is simply a monster among monsters. He was the champion and runner-up of many competitions in Yuhai City when he was in the first year of high school. Now he has become stronger and stronger after obtaining the devil fruit. It is estimated that no one in the whole school can match him just by relying on physical skills. Those so-called class monitors are as ridiculous as children in front of him. But he doesn't know why Song Shiru has been so strong but still suppresses his strength and doesn't show it. There are people beyond people, and there are heavens beyond heavens. If you just focus on the Yuhai area, it will be meaningless. The slightly cold words carry a sense of crisis. This is Song Shiru, a low-key genius. As a seed player of Shungtang High School, he followed a senior in the second year of high school to participate in the high school league when he was in the first year of high school. At that time, Shungtang High School was defeated in the high school provincial league, and only one person from the opposite team defeated all the players of Shungtang. One person defeated the famous Holy Hall High School team in the province. This scene seemed quite ironic, but it was actually the norm. Looking at the nearby Yunhai City, the Holy Hall might be considered a place where the pride of heaven gathered, but it was too weak compared to the top provincial high school C teams. The Huaxia Federation is full of talents. Strong people are like clouds, and the pride of heaven is everywhere. Even the provincial league is so exaggerated, let alone the national league. So since he followed the team to watch those games, he changed his previous frivolousness and gradually became restrained. The angular muscles dripped with sweat, and the solemn Song Shiru slowly exhaled a foul breath. In the past, he would participate in the dungeon world below level 10 every week, but he really hasn't participated for a long time recently, just because he gradually discovered that if he wanted to promote growth better, he couldn't just rely on the rewards given by clearing the dungeon, but should combine cultivation with life. So for a long time, he emptied himself. He once flew a kite for the first time in the park, asked an old man in an old neighborhood for chess skills, and participated in charity activities during holidays. These seemingly ordinary things made him closer to his own path. In this way, he also made rapid progress in combat power and reached a new level. But he didn't know how far he had reached because he hadn't taken action for a long time. Okay, that's all for today. Song Shira picked up the towel and walked out of the training room, feeling relaxed. The classmates behind him were all panting and lying around. Seeing the tyrant twins in the class staring at him with a smile, Song Shira asked curiously, "Why are you not training in the girls' training room, but here?" Although his tone was a little critical, Song Shira was not too casual. After all, the tyrant twin sisters were amazingly powerful, and were the few people he could see in the entire Holy Hall High School. At the same time, the two were also the candidates for the team he prepared to participate in the league. The other boys in the training room, who were originally embarrassed, all held their breath to make themselves look less embarrassed when they saw the beautiful girls in the class coming. This scene looked funny. Wei Ji and Wei Yi had bright eyes and white teeth. But at this moment, they were somewhat excited and said to the captain in their minds, "Class monitor, Mu Bai from class 11 is going to challenge the class monitor of the whole school year." Now the whole school has spread the news. Just now, Li Qin from their class came to issue a letter of challenge. The two spoke at the same time, and the voice seemed to be the same. So the scene was still a little weird. But Song Shira knew that it was the influence of the devil fruit on them, and didn't care too much. Li Qin issued a letter of challenge for Mu Bai? Are they so close? Song Shira, with long hair, remembered the young man from the animal department. The opponent's double blade flow was good, but the defense was more than enough for the offense. In the team battle, he could be in the back as a defender to participate in the battle. But it was a pity that he was still too weak. And the team competition has not yet shown the rules of a melee. Team competitions are currently generally round-robin in the Huaxia Federation. If a player from one side defeats one of the other side, they will continue to fight. So even in the team competition, you must have extremely strong strength. And Li Qin is a little bit lacking after all. 2 days ago, Li Qin, the Mad Lion, was defeated by Mu Bai. We went to recruit Mu Bai for you at that time. You won't forget it, right? The two sisters asked in surprise. Song Shira patted his forehead and remembered that poor memory was also his shortcoming. Since he frequently used the power of the devil fruit, his poor memory has become more and more obvious. It has been too long since I developed the ability of the fruit, and some of my memories are blurred. Since Mu Bai wants to challenge, let's go too. It's a good opportunity to meet this natural ability user. After putting on the school uniform, Song Shira stretched his muscles and bones and thought about something. Challenging the class monitor level strongman of the whole school year. Although this is a bit arrogant, it is still very courageous and confident. Maybe he can be absorbed into the team. If he is well trained, he can become the offensive position in the team and become his right-hand man. The deputy class monitor coughed a few times and reminded softly, "Brother Song, this Mu Bai is not a small character. I heard that the two strongest people in Class 2 were beaten by him last weekend. Who is the strongman in Class 2? The most standout one seemed to be the armored war bear Renchangzi, and the crazy sword Zhao Yujian. Of the two, Zhao Yujian was actually on his invitation list. Although he had fought with him several times, he didn't have a deep impression of him. He was just okay. I'm more interested in Mu Bai. In that case, let's go and watch the show." Song Shira pushed open the door of the training room, and saw the students of Class 2 coming out one after another. Among them, Zhao Yujian, who was wrapped in bandages, was undoubtedly the most conspicuous. Zhao Yujian? Long time no see. Song Shira. Zhao Yujian was a little surprised at the other person's appearance when he heard the voice behind him. Song Shira seemed to have become taller and stronger. He remembered that he was still very thin in the first year of high school. The seniors in the third year of high school liked to call him bean sprouts. Was it beaten by Mu Bai? Wei Yi asked with a smile. And it seemed that he didn't care about the other person's face at all. Seeing the bright-looking tyrant twins, Renchangji came up with a smile and smiled like a dog. Wei Yi, Wei Ji, you have become more beautiful. Renchangji's silly smile while rubbing his hands made Zhao Yujian angry. This guy couldn't move his feet when he saw the twin sisters. What a fool. Big Bear, you also have a bandage on your chest. Was it beaten by Mu Bai? I thought about you when I was sleeping. Hee hee. Zhao Yujian kicked him away. You lickers will not die well. Get out. Renchangji lowered his head a little aggrieved after being scolded by his elder brother. It was Mu Bai who beat me. He has some evil skills and is extremely extraordinary. If my brother Zhao Quan had not been there at that time, I would have died in his hands. Zhao Yuejian's brother Zhao Quan was known to Song Shiru. Song Shiru remembered that he had also made many contributions on behalf of the Yunhai City Administration Bureau, and was also a celebrity. If you lose, you lose. Don't find so many excuses. If you are not convinced, Zhao Yujian, you can accumulate strength and fight again in the future. Song Shiru said calmly and passed by him. He was going to the indoor arena outside the playground to see if this Mu Bai was qualified to be his right-hand man. Zhao Yujian, who was despised, was a little angry at first. But he became even more angry when he saw Song Shiru's indifferent look. How could his second class seem to be unable to produce even a skilled strongman in just a few days? Forget it. I'll go and see for myself. When a person wants to challenge something that is almost impossible in the eyes of everyone, he or she will have a feeling of being a hero at the end of his or her road. Success means going against the current to create the impossible, while failure means being despised by everyone and being as humble as dirt. The two words success and failure are opposites in themselves, and people will not care about the process, but only the results. Not only the sophomores came in the noisy crowd, but also some seniors in the third year of high school. Some people want to break the rules and challenge all the class leaders. This kind of explosive news itself has many highlights and hot spots. Whether the other party succeeds or fails, these spectators will not suffer any loss. It's time to eat melons. Mu Bai from class 11 is challenging the other heroes. Mu Bai? Is he the transfer student who defeated Li Qin in the campus post? I like his look so much. So arrogant. This kid is too arrogant. Junior sister. The class leaders of the other 10 classes in the second year of high school may beat him into a pig head. I like a pig head too. At least it's better than an ugly freak like you. Haha. I'm ugly, but I'm ugly in a unique way. Mu Bai looked in the direction of the voice. And the man was indeed ugly in a unique way. And taking photos could be used to ward off evil spirits. The chattering sound was extremely annoying. And some students, who saw business opportunities, even set up bets to bet on how many rounds this ignorant Mu Bai could survive. This kind of scene is exactly what Mu Bai wanted. He must make the Holy Hall High School explode this time, so that the whole school will pay attention to this game. And he wants to use this attention and heat to reshape a new rule. A rule based on the principal's default rule. Of course, he had already informed the principal Yin Feng beforehand. The principal's meaning was ambiguous. But in the end, he said that if Mu Bai could defeat all the class leaders, he would default to the final result. He expected the principal to say so. From the perspective of Blue Star, the campus is to improve the cultural and educational level of the people. But here the school itself is a factory for training combat machinery. The quality of a factory can only be judged by the product. That is, the students. If the Holy Hall High School continues to decline, and the school's team cannot win enough benefits for the Yunhai area, then the Holy Hall High School will be replaced, and the current investments will be interrupted. So even a strong man like Principal Yin Feng must consider these effects. He also urgently needs a force to shine in the league that will come soon. In this case, it is better to let Mu Bai try. At least this kid still has some courage. He did not see this problem from the perspective of a student or a chess piece. Instead, he dealt with it from the perspective of a chess player. This is what Yin Feng really appreciated. When Mu Bai's actions were tied to the interests of Shentang High School, he could acquiesce to the other party's extraordinary actions. A large number of students gathered at the scene, and many teachers from the school also came. People are curious. After all, the video of Mu Bai's battle with Li Qin was circulated wildly on campus, and many teachers could see that this student was extraordinary. Where is Mu Bai? A loud shout came like thunder. I saw a burly young man in class 5 rushing in and out of the group like a mighty warrior in ancient times to find Mu Bai's trace. He was Zhao Teng, the monitor of class 5, with a long halberd in his hand and the bonus of the animal-type baboon fruit. He was even more powerful and had few rivals. So after hearing Mu Kai's exaggerated invitation to fight, he was furious and wanted to eat Mu Bai alive on the spot. I heard you want to challenge me? Why don't you come out? At this moment, he walked towards the ring and saw that no one responded. He immediately had a rough guess in his mind. He thought that Mu Bai was just an incompetent person who was a traitor. Otherwise, he would not be so timid and dare not speak out. I have heard of you. You are very famous. Zhao Teng from class 5. Mu Bai walked out of the crowd slowly. Mu Bai, with black hair and golden eyes, was handsome and extraordinary, which surprised Zhao Teng a little. However, Zhao Teng smiled slightly when he heard that he was very famous. Since you have heard of my name, why don't you come and apologize to me? Do you look down on me? Zhao Teng, who was full of energy and blood, had his eyes wide open, which really had some of Zhang Fei's color. But at this moment, his slightly immature face and such a noisy tone made people want to laugh a little. I heard that you have a low IQ, but now it seems that it is not a rumor. Mu Bai, who walked out of the crowd, was indeed a standout. With the upgraded talent and leadership charm, he attracted everyone's attention, especially those of the opposite sex. Hearing the laughter around him, Zhao Teng roared with bloodshot eyes. The laughter around seemed to reflect that what Mu Bai said was right. The angry Zhao Teng's roar was somewhat defensive. It is actually quite scientific that the IQ decreases after becoming an animal-type ability user. Except for the fantasy beasts. Most animal-type ability users will be affected by the nature of wild beasts. For example, people in crocodile form prefer to lurk in turbid sewage. Bird-type ability users prefer to fly. And monkey-type ability users prefer to stay in trees. These situations are the result of human nature being suppressed by wildness. There is no right or wrong. Only pros and cons. When an individual's control over the fruit is very low, he will often be tamed by the wildness of the animal, thus becoming an irritable or extremely cold-blooded existence. Under the influence of this beast nature, the IQ of the ability user will indeed decrease. It can be said that intelligence is exchanged for some combat power, which is not a loss. Of course, there are also a few extreme people who are affected by the wildness of animals. They are very compatible with the wildness of animals. Such people are often extremely powerful in the development of fruits. Of course, this is another topic. Zhao Teng was undoubtedly a little bit broken when Mu Bai insulted him with the topic of intelligence. This is like when you tell a person with good looks that he is ugly. The other party may just laugh it off. After all, they know the difference in looks. And when you say this to an ugly person, the other party will definitely fight you to death, because he is really ugly. Similarly, Zhao Teng's face was red with anger at this moment. Shameless boy. Despicable. Mu Bai, you don't have to wait for others. I will send you to the west now. Zhao Teng jumped into the ring with a big waist and a long halberd, as if he was possessed by a killing god. If this is what you want, then it's as you wish. Mu Bai, whose elements turned into magma, gathered his flesh again on the ring. This scene made the already excited students in the audience even more excited. After all, the number of natural ability users is too rare. This elemental scene alone is the handsome ceiling in the hearts of many boys. The popularity of the natural system is actually related to the entertainment in this world. Although the internet is well developed and the technology is also advanced, the whole society is actually in a state of anxiety because it is trapped in the first island chain of the universe, and no strong person has ever broken through the 100 level mark. At this time, various competitions are the most popular entertainment activities on the entire planet. Among them, the most watched is naturally the battle of natural system ability users. Compared with the scenes of other ability users, the natural system is more exaggerated and also conforms to the gimmicks of various entertainment media. Even many well-known sports products are endorsed by natural system ability users. In this world, the high-end position in the entertainment circle is these stars who master the ability of the fruit, while ordinary stars are second and third tier characters no matter how famous they are. Humph! Fancy. Zhao Teng, who disdainfully exerted force with both arms. The heavy halberd has a wind-breaking effect, and the rotating tip is as agile as a dragon out of the sea. This rotating spike move has no drag from the opponent's waist and back force. It can be seen that it is a basic skill that has been practiced hard. Good halberd method. This Zhao Teng is indeed quite capable. His proficiency in wielding and using the halberd is like the tip of the trident, and Li Qin's double sword style is the handle of the trident. Their understanding and mastery of their respective weapons are incomparable. What a fast speed! Seeing Mu Bai dodging so easily, Zhao Teng also swung the halberd from one side to the other with great energy, using the weight and inertia of the halberd to chop the target. The halberd, which was originally as agile as a dragon, now seemed to be like a tiger with fangs. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. Especially Zhao Teng's extended and heavier halberd, with a huge power added by his animal-type baboon form fruit. It is even more powerful. The lethality contained in various halberd tactics is extremely amazing. In just a few moments, the halberd tactics that changed in many ways were enough to force back most of the students present. Even the weapons teachers under the ring were secretly amazed, seeing that the halberd was about to chop his neck. Mu Bai leaned back. While dodging the chop, his figure quickly approached Xiao Tung like a ghost. How high is this guy's agility value? Xiao Tung, with a twitching eye, shouted and turned the handle of his halberd again. The halberd that was originally chopped out was quickly pulled back. The crescent-shaped blade was enough to smash Mu Bai's head when it was pulled back. But Mu Bai was faster. Before he could pull the halberd back, he felt his head sink. It was Mu Bai stepping on his already sparse hair head and looking at him with a smile. The halberd has enough power and is flexible enough. But the balance and stability of the body are too poor. If I'm not mistaken, you focus on practicing the strength of your arms and ignore the muscles of your lower body. The halberd technique is naturally greatly reduced when it is unbalanced. These understated words pierced Xiao Tung's heart like a needle. He didn't expect that Mu Bai, a transfer student, was so familiar with the halberd tactics. The halberd is a heavy weapon. When using it, you need to maintain the balance and stability of your body. This is extremely important. He could have done this originally, but since he ate the fruit of the animal baboon form, the strength of his arms has increased significantly, so that the gap between the upper and lower body muscles has widened rapidly. I originally thought you were a person who was seeking fame and reputation, but now it seems that you still have some real skills. But you dare not dodge and fight me head-on? The shoulder exerted force, and the breath twisted, and the halberd swept over his head. Xiao Tung felt sacred and light. After shaking off Mu Bai, Xiao Tung turned around cautiously, and Mu Bai, who was in midair, folded his body and used an inverted golden hook to gather the magma and compressed its terrifying power together. Under the gaze of the cold golden eyes, the terrifying kicking skill collided with the middle part of the halberd. Bang! The scorching hot breath and the heavy force made Xiao Tung, who always boasted about the power of his arms, feel the tremor of the palm of his hand. He slid several meters on the ground and almost lost his balance. Mu Bai landed lightly and recovered his physical strength in a breath. He was actually testing his ability with the stupid animal-type ability user opposite him. He found a very interesting thing yesterday. That is, although his level was reset and his attributes were reset, but it seems that the newly born attributes have twice the power of the original attributes. This is the initial impact of the opening of the God Gene lock. At this moment, although his several values are about 20 points, the explosive power generated is enough to be equivalent to 40 points. Just now, he only used 50% of his strength to easily repel the first-line strongmen of the animal department of the Holy Hall High School. From this, we can also see the exaggerated combat power improvement after opening the God Gene lock. It's great. Mu Bai, you are interesting. It seems that I have to face you in the form of a baboon. Xiao Tung, who was full of energy and blood, swallowed the sweetness in his throat. The damage of the volley kick was so terrible that he could not contend with it in human form. If you want to defeat the monster, you have to turn yourself into a monster. Animal-type monkey fruit. Baboon form is activated. Monkey God. Start. Steaming mist spread out. It was all caused by Xiao Tung's vigorous blood. His skin gradually became rough, losing its original smoothness and color, and instead showed a dull and heavy gray-black color, as if covered with a thick layer of dust. Hair emerged from every corner of his body, starting with fine fluff, then gradually thickening and lengthening, becoming dense and messy. His facial features also began to distort into form, and the originally flat forehead gradually bulged, forming the towering forehead unique to baboons. His eyes were deep in his eye sockets, flashing wild and vigilant light. His nostrils were enlarged, and his lips protruded forward, revealing a row of sharp and powerful teeth. His body also became more robust and powerful, with muscle fibers expanding under the skin, giving him amazing strength and speed. His arms became longer, and his fingers became short and strong, suitable for climbing and grabbing. His back quickly bent, forming the hunchback posture unique to baboons, and his legs became thicker. His feet became bigger and his toes became longer, which was more suitable for running and jumping on the ground. Finally, Xiao Tung completely turned into a baboon in front of everyone. The heavy halberd was very suitable for his body at this moment. Obviously, his baboon form could show the full power of the halberd. The violent halberd broke under his swing, and the ground of the ring seemed to be an absurd and terrible nightmare lingering in the hearts of many students, especially those who had been ravaged by Xiao Tung. They were trembling all over. Wu Kai under the ring smiled. It was worthy of being the Holy Hall High School. Even an animal-type strongman like Xiao Tung could appear casually. The advantages of animal form combined with the combination of halberd weapons. This combat power improvement is not a little bit. Awesome. Li Qin noticed that Zhao Tong was still fighting, and immediately doubted himself. Just being defeated by Mu Bai once? Would he sink into failure forever? Why not learn from Zhao Tong? This Zhao Tong is interesting. He can actually use animal form to form a halberd combat method that surpasses human form. Gao Han said softly. Teacher Gu in front of him smiled, and shook his head. The combination of animal form and weapons is both an enhancement and a weakening. The important thing is to see how you choose. Weapons are dead. But people are alive. Various combinations are suitable for various scenes. The purest animal-type strongman has the strongest weapon in his animal body. So sometimes using human weapons is a weakening. Gao Han glanced at Zui Qingya, but found that Mu Bai, his childhood sweetheart, was rarely worried. This is quite rare. You know, even when Mu Bai completely defeated Li Qin last time, Zui Qingya was worried. Of course, he didn't know what Zui Qingya was thinking at the moment. After all, in Zui Qingya's eyes, Mu Bai at the moment had completely opened up the gap with his peers at the moment the divine gene lock was unlocked. She didn't worry about Mu Bai's safety at all. After all, no one among his peers could really threaten him. The exclamations in the crowd also made Zhao Tong, who turned into a baboon, very excited. As a battle maniac, he was also domineering when he waved his long spear. He didn't have the momentum of a baboon, but he looked like a general who fought on the battlefield. The gray baboon made a strange roar, as if Zhao Tong was inviting Mu Bai to a fight. Since you have transformed into a baboon, I will play with you seriously. The magma fruit elemental weapon condenses. Magma sword. Reaching out his hand, Mu Bai walked forward to the space in front of him, and the sparks burned fiercely under his golden pupils. When the magma like gorgeous fireworks drew a graceful arc in the air, Mu Bai walked out of the flames and held a delicate magma sword like the god of magma. The long sword with faint black smoke and bubbles was shed by Mu Bai with a wave of his arm, and the crude magma was replaced by pure high-temperature flames. The surrounding of the sword body was also a little distorted due to the high temperature. Ignoring the dripping magma around him, Mu Bai at this moment held the long sword like a brave man who was about to kill the god. More specific, more detailed. Wu Kai and Li Qin spoke almost at the same time, and they couldn't help but be surprised. The more refined the elemental weapon is, the more the ability holder has improved his control over the fruit. The magma weapon that Mu Bai is using is much more exquisite than before. It was barely recognizable as a sword before, but now the sword body decoration looks a bit gorgeous. The sword body on the ring quickly hit the halberd. The two figures collided again in a crisscross pattern. At this moment, other shareholders in the meeting room of the Holy Hall High School also saw this scene based on the broadcast or live broadcast. Everyone's expression in the virtual projection was different, and the principal Yin Feng smiled without saying a word. Everyone present knew how much potential there was to be able to play the natural fruit like this in such a short time. This is fully qualified to compete with the national level seeded players cultivated by those big forces. In other words, Mu Bai himself is qualified to enter the high school national league. The teachers sat around a long table, their eyes fixed on the central screen, where the details of Mu Bai's battle with Zhao Tong were being played. That was not a one-sided crushing at all. It was clearly Mu Bai who was instructing Zhao Tong. The gap between the two was too desperate. The first to break the silence was the physical training teacher. His voice was full of shock. Mu Bai's reaction speed and strength control have reached an extremely high level. Such combat ability is rare among students. The martial arts coach nodded in agreement. And he added, not only that, his moves are also very skillful. Every attack is accurate and powerful, with almost no flaws. What's even more rare is, the tactics teacher interrupted. Mu Bai showed excellent tactical thinking and judgment in the battle. He can quickly analyze the opponent's weaknesses and formulate effective attack strategies. The teachers nodded one after another, with admiration on their faces. They knew that such combat ability requires not only talent, but also acquired hard training and continuous practical experience. Mu Bai is indeed a combat genius. The head of the grade exclaimed. His performance has surpassed many professional players. I believe that as long as he is given enough support and training, he will shine in future battles. The conference room was full of praise and expectations for Mu Bai. The teacher's words revealed their great respect and confidence in this student. They believed that Mu Bai would become a shining star in the school, and even on a broader stage. Principal Yin Feng smiled, and looked at the virtual avatars of various shareholders and investors. I support Mu Bai to become the captain of this core team. What do you think? In the center of the ring, Mu Bai, holding a lava sword, pressed forward step by step. Zhao Tong, who seemed to be stronger, should have the advantage. But Zhao Teng couldn't even swing his halberd in the second round. Mu Bai with golden eyes could almost always judge the trajectory of his muscle movement and use his sharp and treacherous swordsmanship to restrict his attack in all directions. The whole scene was extremely weird. As if Zhao Teng was willing to cooperate with Mu Bai to act here. Is this the observation hockey? Zhao Teng, who was alert in his heart, felt that the other party was using him for practice. He could see every move of his and predict it in advance. What else could this be but observation hockey? Why doesn't Zhao Teng move? Is he just passively taking the beating? It's a bit funny. He can fight with Mu Bai in human form. But how come he doesn't fight back when he turns into a baboon? Is his IQ really lowered as Mu Bai said? The discussions off the court almost made Zhao Teng vomit blood. The big talkers were talking without any pain. Are these guys blind and can't see the change in Mu Bai's offensive? Bang bang. At this moment, the magma around Mu Bai seemed to flow like water. He was not in a hurry to kill the opponent. It would be a good thing to use him to practice swordsmanship. The swordsmanship he used was a basic swordsmanship created by himself. It was a flowing swordsmanship derived from the flowing water body technique. The swordsmanship was continuous like the waves of a river. There were also unexpected places, like the twisted vortex in the rapids. One positive and one negative. Slow and fast. Just implying the way of yin and yang and in line with his current attributes. Seeing the opponent's swordsmanship becoming more and more fierce. Zhao Teng in the baboon form was sweating profusely. It can be said that he was sweating profusely. The opponent's all-round improvement in strength and speed just now can be said to be extremely terrifying. Zhao Teng, who was defending the opponent, saw that the squad leaders under the ring were all present but did not take action. And he was immediately furious. Fang Qianming, Yong Zhihui, Yu Haodian, do you want to watch Mu Bai defeat us one by one? Don't you? Fang Qianming is the squad leader of Class 3. He has the superhuman iron fruit, which can transform him into an Iron Man and increase his own hardness. He can be said to be a hard character. And he uses big and open boxing and palm techniques. Yong Zhihui is the squad leader of Class 6. He has the superhuman bullet fruit, which can create bullets out of thin air. Now he is equipped with the school-famous Red Devil pistol, and can be called a sharpshooter. Yu Haodian is the squad leader of Class 10. He masters the Dragon Elephant body technique. He does not have a devil fruit, but with his strong physical close combat ability, he has become a squad leader level figure. The three of them could naturally see Zhao Teng's difficulty. After looking at each other, they made up their minds and appeared one after another. Mu Bai, who was about to draw his sword, held the hilt of the sword with his backhand and cut off the bullet shot from the left. Looking back, he saw Yong Zhihui's red pistol shooting continuously. The trajectory of each bullet seemed to be specially designed to repel Mu Bai. Mu Bai's golden pupils were slightly stern after cutting off the first bullet. The next moment, a series of lightning-fast slashes came down. The bullet that blocked his moving trajectory was immediately cut off. And when Mu Bai was about to put away his sword, a strong young man with a black obsidian color on the right attacked with a domineering palm method. At the same time, Zhao Teng, who had seized the opportunity behind him, also roared and swept forward with his long halberd like a bolt from the blue. Mu Bai smiled faintly under the attack of the three. Elements disintegrated. The hot magma exploded quickly. After the elementalization, Mu Bai forced back the few people in close combat and immediately cut off the pistol in Yong Zhihui's hand with a gorgeous sword light. The power of the dragon and elephant. Although Yong Zhihui was surprised at the opponent's speed, he still rolled to the side, and Yu Haodian, who appeared behind him, uttered 4 big words in a deep voice. And then the heavy fist seemed to attack like a real dragon and elephant phantom. Good. Mu Bai, who dissolved the long sword, also raised his fists full of hot magma. And the strong sound waves spread out when the 4 fists collided. People close to the ring even had a brief tinnitus. Yu Haodian, who was holding his arms and retreating repeatedly, felt weak all over as if he was hit by a truck. While Mu Bai, whose arms turned into magma, attacked again without any damage. The flowing magma turned into a dragon head and bit towards Yu Haodian's upper body. Yong Zhihui, whose pistol was cut off, shouted, "Squat down." Yu Haodian, whose arms were in pain, squatted down quickly, while Yong Zhihui threw away the pistol and opened his mouth. An illusory bullet formed in it and then shot out rapidly. Boom! The strong explosion sounded again. The situation was not clear in the smoke and dust, which caused a burst of exclamations from the audience. Yong Zhihui was happy in his heart. He could feel that he had hit the opponent. He had just mobilized most of the power of the dandan fruit. The bullet formed was extremely destructive, and might be able to take down Mu Bai in one fell swoop. It's over. As soon as Fang Qianming, who had turned into an Iron Man, finished speaking, Zhao Teng looked at him with a strange look. You don't think that Mu Bai, who can suppress me, will be defeated so easily, right? Fang Qianming was stunned for a moment, and then saw the smoke gradually dissipate. Mu Bai, who used magma as a barrier, walked out of it gracefully, as if he was attending a dinner party. The corners of his clothes that were affected by the explosion gradually recovered under the replenishment of magma elements. There was a bit of excitement in his energetic golden eyes. This bastard. Seeing that Mu Bai was unharmed, Yong Zhihui immediately opened his mouth again to spit out the special bullet. But the ghostly figure of the opponent had already broken through the smoke and came to him. Flowing water. Collapsed fist. The punch to the chin instantly made Yong Zhihui lose consciousness. But when he was about to lose consciousness, 2 bullets were shot out of the palms of his hands. Unfortunately, all his actions were controlled by Mu Bai's observation haki. After dodging the 2 shots by elementalization, Mu Bai pulled the opponent's hair and threw him over his shoulder to completely knock Yong Zhihui off the ring. The Iron Man Fang Qianming next to him didn't have time to step forward to stop him before he was kicked half a meter into the ring by Mu Bai. Fang Qianming was terrified as he used his arms to block the blow and blood flowed from his mouth. He never expected that the opponent's strength would be so exaggerated. His arms were already showing signs of collapse. You know, he had almost used all the hardening ability of the iron fruit just now. But even so, he was shocked by the power of the kick and his internal organs were bleeding. Don't be so arrogant. Zhao Teng's long halberd attacked swiftly. His brutal posture almost affected Fang Qianming, who was knocked into the ground. Monkey. Watch out. I'm not a monkey. Zhao Teng cursed and chased Mu Bai relentlessly. The continuous sweep of the long halberd can be said to have cut off Mu Bai's way forward. Seeing this, Yu Haotian bypassed the northwest corner of the ring and attacked Mu Bai's back with the power of Dragon Elephant. Under the front and back attack, Mu Bai's hands melted into magma whips and swung them out at 2 angles at the same time. The hot magma spread out, and the fierce magma whipped Zhao Teng's body and emitted a blazing flame. Zhao Teng had to stop the attack with a painful wail. He was afraid of fire attacks because of his hair, so it was even more difficult to go further at this moment. Yu Haotian was even worse. He was knocked down directly without the defense of animal form after a whip. Before he could get up, Mu Bai stepped forward and stepped on him, which made Yu Haotian make a heart-wrenching sound. Over there, Iron Man Qianming was rolled up by Mu Bai's whip before he could climb out, and he and Yu Haotian were thrown off the ring. After a few rounds, Zhao Teng was the only opponent again, and the 3 squad leaders were struggling to get up. His arms trembled slightly, and the hot lava whip swept across the ring surface, sending out sparks. What an incredible person. Zhao Yuejian's tone was a little bitter under the ring. At this moment, Mu Bai's fighting power was undoubtedly more exaggerated, stronger than when he defeated him. In fact, after that incident, his brother Zhao Quan severely criticized him. After all, it was not good for the family to make an enemy with a brilliant genius. At that time, he was like a dead dog in front of his brother and father, and couldn't raise his head. When Zhao Yujian thought of that scene, he gritted his teeth. He hated that he was too weak. It's normal for them to fail. Song Shiru, the monitor of Class 1, had a steady tone, but he was secretly surprised in his heart. After all, Mu Bai was indeed extraordinary. It was really outstanding that he had mastered the natural magma fruit to this extent in such a short time. More importantly, the moves that Mu Bai had used so far were all small-scale magma element applications. If the opponent used large-scale magma moves, the lethality would be incomparable. The opponent obviously did not go all out if he did not use them. Mu Bai held back. Even if he didn't, Zhao Teng and the others couldn't hurt the other side if they couldn't unite in the battle. In the final analysis, it was because of the lack of coordination and team positioning. The battle on the ring was also coming to an end. Zhao Teng was defeated by the lava whip and was finally driven off the ring. He fell down and turned back into human form. I can't do it anymore. I'm so tired. He was panting and covered with wounds. The defeat of several squad leaders caused other squad leaders to not dare to step forward again. So when Mu Bai looked around calmly, no class leader dared to look at him. Mu Bai looked at the situation where no one dared to step forward and smiled and said, "If no one comes out, I can declare victory." Mu Bai's rise was unstoppable. If no one stopped him, the rules of the Holy Hall would have to change. The other squad leaders wanted to disappear on the spot under the eyes of their classmates. No one wanted to provoke such a strong man. Go up and compete? It's better to go up and embarrass yourself. The scene of Mu Bai defeating 4 class leaders in a row in the school meeting room was naturally seen clearly by the people present. The difference in strength was not enough. But what surprised the shareholders online was the observation hockey. The fact that he activated the observation hockey in advance before reaching level 10 was enough to prove his almost demonic qualifications. Principal Yin Feng was also a little surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect Mu Bai to reach this level. And when he was besieged by the class leaders, he obviously reserved his strength and didn't go all out. It can be said that this student who transferred from Yuhai High School was indeed his biggest surprise this year. Let's wait and see. If Song Shiru from Class 1 doesn't make a move, it means you are right. The virtual avatar on the screen made a slightly calm voice. Obviously, some people were wavering between Song Shiru and Mu Bai. After all, the former was betting on the luck of Shengtang High School this time. If Mu Bai didn't appear, they would collectively bet on him this time. Shengtang High School is a big attraction, but it has not been able to break through the provincial league in recent years. This is an extremely bad thing. It can even be said to be a matter of life and death for the school. It is a good thing to be cautious at this juncture. Then let's see who is stronger. Yes, Lao Xiao is right. This is an era led by the strong after all. Whoever is strong deserves to be the guide of the Holy Hall High School. Let's see. I remember that Song Shiru seems to have a strong fruit ability. The successive speeches of several shareholders of the Holy Hall also made the head of the senior year secretly relieved. Song Shiru is his nephew. He doesn't want his nephew to be replaced by someone secretly before he even makes a move. Principal Yin Baomen naturally has no intention of refutation of the shareholders' remarks. On the contrary, he also agrees with this point. The existence of the Huaxia Federation is fundamentally formed by the birth of the Emperor, the 100-level human king. The same is true for other federations, such as the 100-level Pluto and the 100-level Sea King. After all, this world is an era where the strong are respected. At present, only the strong can help the Holy Hall High School break through the predicament. On the stage, the whispering voice below sounded again, until a figure walked towards the stage and the voice gradually disappeared. The person who came was wearing white clothes and his long hair fell on his shoulders. It was Song Shiru, the monitor of Class 1. It's the monitor of Class 1. He actually wants to make a move? It seems that it's not certain who will win now. Song Shiru's 3 simple words carry a weight in the entire Yuhai area that Mu Bai cannot match. He has won the championship and runner-up of various competitions in Yuhai City many times. But his background is extremely ordinary. He has achieved great glory with an ordinary background. This is what a true child of destiny can do. After the Devil Fruit copy ended not long ago, Song Shiru gradually disappeared from the public sight. No one even knows what kind of devil fruit he got. But there is no doubt that he has become stronger. After opening the observation hockey, Mu Bai's senses have improved a lot. When he looks at the other party, he can clearly feel a wonderful feeling. The other party's level is probably close to level 10. Otherwise, he would not feel the slightest threat to him. My name is Song Shiru, and I really want to invite you to join my team and become my right-hand man. Mu Bai. Song Shiru's calm invitation broke the silence of the scene. His tone was calm, as if he didn't take Mu Bai's previous battle seriously at all. You are not qualified yet. The other party has his own pride, and Mu Bai also has his own pride. So he immediately rejected the other party's suggestion. In the lively indoor arena, Song Shiru was not surprised by Mu Bai's answer, because in his eyes, he could see that Mu Bai, like him, was not an ordinary white sheep, but a rare black sheep. Ordinary people in this world often have no ability, and can only go with the flow. They will follow the pace of the leader like most white sheep in the flock. And when the leader disappears, they will not dare to replace it, but will look for a new leader. People like him and Mu Bai are completely opposite. They are aliens. Rare black sheep in the white sheep flock. Black sheep that are not understood have the courage and ability to truly break the order and create a new order. How to distinguish between black sheep and white sheep? Song Shiru relies on his senses, and that kind of mysterious perception is the most accurate. Mu Bai, you and I are the same kind of people. But it's a pity that you can't beat me no matter how hard you try. I am naturally undefeated at this moment. Song Shiru, with a calm expression, did not have any arrogant look, but was calm and steady as if he was stating a fact. Even Mubai, who had seen countless people, was surprised. Then let me see how you are naturally invincible. The two men approached at the same time, and the atmosphere in the arena suddenly changed. In the tense atmosphere, only two footsteps gradually approached. On one side was Mubai, a transfer student from the Department of Natural Sciences, who had won consecutive games. On the other side was Song Shiru, the recognized strongest person in Shuntang High School. The two men standing on the ring at this moment was enough to make people's blood boil. Not to mention that they were about to show the strongest battle of the second year of high school, or even the entire Shuntang High School. How could this not be exciting? Wu Kai's eyes were full of bloodshot under the ring. Perhaps this Song Shiru could really defeat Mubai. When he thought about this in his heart, his neck became more and more itchy. Then the old soul, who had been hiding his figure all the time, sighed and appeared above his head. Where did you go before, old man? Wu Kai, who was originally a little angry, gradually suppressed his anger after seeing the old man's sad look. This guy boasted that even a level 100 expert couldn't find him. But the little high school student Mubai could actually see him. This made Wu Kai doubt whether the other party's big words were all bragging. The soul old man did not answer his question, but looked at Mubai thoughtfully. Others might not be able to detect it, but with his mental power, he always felt a vague sense of weirdness on the other party. That familiar touch reminded him of the gaze of the gods. This Mubai, is there a spy of the gods on him? The soul old man, who was a little unsure, finally sighed and said, this Mubai is not simple. He can actually find my existence. My advice to you is to try not to disobey him in the future. Don't disobey him. You're going too far, old man. If he uses you as a handle to threaten me in the future, can I still be his slave? Wu Kai's veins bulged, and he almost vomited blood. He had been patient for many years, and thought that the golden finger of the soul old man could help him transform himself, and become a winner in life. But before he even left the newbie village, this golden finger was discovered and taken away by others? Isn't this playing a joke on him? You really can't keep your temper. You are too young and arrogant. Old man, if I wasn't wild when I was young, should I wait until I'm middle-aged? Old age? After I'm buried? Wu Kai, who was somewhat angry, bit his teeth and hated the injustice of fate. He rose up, but Mubai rose even faster. He turned from a golden and jade-like embroidered pillow into a genius who surpassed him. Is this guy playing me? The old soul despised him in his heart. But at this moment, he said leisurely, you are really naive. Have you ever heard of a saying? A dragon in the deep should not be used. A dragon in the field. A dragon all day long. Or leaping in the abyss. A flying dragon in the sky. And a dragon in the sky will regret it? In this world, the Book of Changes Qian Gua clearly describes the 6 stages of life. At this moment, Mu Bailong is soaring, and it is the peak of his power. Why don't you wait until he falls from the altar? Accumulate strength, and only when you are alive can you fight against him. Although Wu Kai, who understood a little, was a little less angry. He also knew that the other party was comforting him. After a long silence, he actually had an impulse to drop out of school and stay away from here, after noticing the danger from the other party. The old soul was speechless. If you escape, Mu Bai will announce my existence to the 100-level strongmen in the future. Do you think you can still survive? Okay. Listen to your grandfather. Wu Kai, who was undecided, finally compromised. While he was thinking, the terrifying air wave on the ring swept all around. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, Mu Bai and Song Shiru actually attacked at the same time. They punched each other with a fist-to-flesh attitude, which was extremely bizarre. Fast. Too fast. It was almost beyond the top students. Even Gao Han and Zhao Teng could hardly see the speed of the attack, as if the two teenagers had already had a gap with their strength. Especially Zhao Teng felt a little angry after seeing Mu Bai's speed at this moment. The other party actually retained his strength before. Song Shiru's flowing long hair kept dancing, and his boxing skills were as majestic as his name. And he was extremely strong, and had a faint purple air coming from the east. Mu Bai's boxing technique was like a river flowing through the mountains. The two fought back and forth, and their speed and strength were constantly increasing, forcing the students who were close to them to retreat. It was because they didn't know when a small cyclone formed around the collision of the two fists. You probably won't be able to use such a fierce boxing technique for a long time. Mu Bai, isn't it the same for you? It's hard to overcome the hard with the soft. The two people looked at each other, and saw each other's difficulties almost at the same time. They took a step back and punched each other again. Only a click sound was heard. The ring that had been tempered and solid was actually broken into two pieces by the fists of the two people. The cracked ring and the fierce bombardment sounded as fierce as a life and death battle. This scene made the students in the distance excited. Several teachers also looked at this scene with their eyes wide open. It has been a long time since there have been students of this level in Shumtang High School. But this year there were two at the same time. This is definitely a blessing for Shumtang. Mubai from Class 11 can actually catch the monitor's punch? The deputy monitor of Class 1 swallowed his saliva, as if he was watching a miracle. It was not that he wanted to be exaggerated, but the physical strength displayed by Class 1 monitor Song Shiru on a daily basis was indeed at the monstrous level. As someone who is familiar with the opponent, he can be said to be very clear. The opponent is enough to surpass the entire temple in terms of physical skills alone. Moreover, although Song Shiru was born in an ordinary family, his fighting talent is exaggeratedly high. He is a leader in various fields of boxing and swordsmanship, and can be called a martial arts all-rounder. And now this transfer student Mubai can actually fight with him many times without losing the upper hand, which is really a bit terrifying. The two people's confrontation on the broken ring is even more intense. Song Shiru, who was performing the star hegemony boxing method, switched to the leg method in an instant while pressing step by step. Every kick seemed to contain the domineering power of the stars. And Mubai, who followed the opponent's performance, also easily took it with the flexible running leg method. It must be said that Song Shiru's high level is indeed a big advantage. In terms of strength, the opponent is undoubtedly even stronger than himself. But in terms of agility, the two sides are evenly matched. Facing this extremely tough enemy, Mubai used the soft and tough running leg method to continuously resolve his offensive. The more tough you are, the greater the consumption. While I consume less with the power of the softest running water, as one side gained strength while the other lost strength, Mubai, who was on the weaker side, gained the upper hand. As if noticing this, Song Shiru stopped using his legs and turned his fists into claws. Although Song Shiru didn't say anything, Mubai knew what he wanted to say. Since you can catch the punches and kicks, can you catch the sharp and treacherous claws? Mubai, who was retreating continuously, didn't attack for the first time, but kept dodging and retreating. It was not difficult for Song Shiru to change the punches of the Star Tyrant fist into the sharp claws. On the contrary, it was very simple. This small change really made Mubai unable to catch his moves for a while. Mubai dodged in the sound of breaking through the air under the tense and violent tearing of muscles. But the pillar of the ring behind him was instantly crushed by Song Shiru's claws. That was fine steel. It was so fragile. This scene made everyone in the audience dumbfounded. After all, this kind of power and lethality was too terrifying. Even more fierce than those animals in the animal department. Seeing this scene, even Zhuo Qingya, who had confidence in Mubai, showed a trace of worry. After all, this Song Shiru was too abnormal. This physical skill alone was enough to crush almost all students. Star Claw style. Split the stars. At this point in the battle, Song Shiru was not willing to let Mubai go. His claws landed in the steel, and he did not pull them back at all. Instead, he twisted his strength. The claw strike that turned into a blue light followed closely behind Mubai. Just when he was about to crush Mubai's head with one claw, Mubai, who had been dodging, suddenly slowed down and supported his body with his hands. He used the posture of a battle axe to chop and kick heavily on the back of his claws. While breaking up his claws, he pulled the opponent's right leg with his right hand and instantly broke his fierce attack. This method of breaking was really surprising. Even Song Shiru did not expect it. However, just when Mubai was about to make him lose balance and fall to the ground, Song Shiru actually changed his tactics and hit Mubai's fist with his head. The two people who separated again looked at each other in surprise. A faint red mark appeared on Song Shiru's forehead, but there was obviously no sign of injury. Mubai also shook his right hand. The opponent's physique was very high. Otherwise, he would not have been able to hit his fist with his head without getting injured. At this moment, the two people's evaluation in each other's heart has undoubtedly risen again. And Song Shiru also showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Student Mubai, the warm-up is over. Now I want to show my fruit ability. I hope you can crack it. Before he finished speaking, dense marks rolled out of Song Shiru's body. That was very miserable. As if a ghost was taking his life. And as the marks flowed on his body, the blue light flashed quickly. The next moment, his muscles actually tightened a little, making his body more streamlined. In a flash, Mubai's observation hockey only saw the opponent's afterimage. with a shock in his heart. Mu Bai immediately protected himself with a magma barrier by feeling. Sure enough, almost at the same time when his observation haki failed, a muscle-compressed arm had already bombarded the magma barrier. Blue agility mark. Speed enhancement. This is the terrifying ability of the superhuman seal fruit. The simple and crude amplification is only the primary ability. This temperature is a bit dangerous. Song Shira's body glowed with white marks again as he attacked fiercely. The next moment, the burn on his hand was instantly healed. White healing mark. Healing enhancement. Red power mark. Power enhancement. Song Shira turned around and started to attack violently again with a hint of madness. Interesting. Mu Bai smiled when he noticed that the other party's fruit ability was different, and he began to use the power of the natural magma fruit. Mu Bai, who turned into magma arms, fired dense magma LS directly into the air. Magma fruit. Meteor volcano. Mu Bai had never used large-scale damage before, and now he truly showed the power of the most lethal fruit in the natural system. The terrifying magma spread all over the field, forcing the students in the distance to retreat again. You want to strengthen your strength and agility? I will directly use magma to attack from all directions without dead ends. Dense magma exploded on the entire arena. The hot magma in the rich fire element greatly limited the range of Song Shira's ability. It can be said that he was restricted everywhere. He could approach Mu Bai in a few moments, but at this moment, he had to dodge quickly under the attack of these magmas. I am the natural disaster. The killing intention moved, and the dark dragon rose. Two giant magma creatures more than 10 meters long gradually floated above the ring in the dripping magma. This scene was undoubtedly extremely shocking, and the nether dragon condensed by the magma fruit let out a heart-wrenching roar at this moment. And Mu Bai had already locked the dodging Song Shira with his observation haki. Mu Bai, who condensed the magma nether dragon with his hands, used them to attack the opponent from both sides. Song Shira, who noticed the approach of the nether dragon, did not move his nose, and the next moment a pure black mark covered his whole body. Special black mark. Prisoner Heaven Seal. After the previous marks were fused together, this black mark turned into an illusory object like a jade seal and pressed on the nether dragon. The hot nether dragon almost dissolved instantly, and the black jade seal mark passed over the nether dragon and hit Mu Bai's body. Come on! Magma fruit. Big fire. The magma dripped from his right arm with a scorching sound, and the terrifying impact force in the boiling magma, like a volcanic eruption, exploded at the same time as Mu Bai swung his fist. The boiling red magma wave instantly impacted the black jade seal mark. The two entangled together and broke out a boiling air wave. The black prisoner Heaven Seal controlled by Song Shira was indeed very transcendent, and could actually compete with Mu Bai's big fire-breathing moves. But as the black seal gradually weakened, it also became exhausted. The reason was that the explosive power of the natural magma fruit was too amazing. A large amount of magma gathered at one point and exploded. Even the advanced seal mastered by Song Shira could not suppress it. The prisoner Heaven Seal, as the name suggests, is a seal that restricts the enemy's moves. If the ability user is trapped, the black mark will be branded on his body, causing his strength and speed to decrease in all directions, just like being put in a cage and being restricted. Song Shira, whose move failed, was indeed experienced in combat. Even though he was in a storm, he was calm on the surface and found a gap where the magma fell to the ground again to avoid Mu Bai's big fire-breathing punch. Green mark. Strength and defense. Facing the heat wave around him, Song Shira immediately activated the defense mark. Although this can increase the consumption of physical strength, it can at least allow him to resist in such a hot environment. Why is the natural fruit called the natural fruit? Of course, it is because of the natural power that the ability user controls. Mastering these natural disaster-like powers is similar to the positioning of mages in online games, and even the profession of druid can be added. If the natural ability user arranges the surrounding environment to be suitable for his own battle, the enemy will suffer. For example, the current ground is being swallowed by magma, and soon Song Shira will inevitably consume a lot of physical strength to protect his body from high-temperature erosion. This is unavoidable. So facing Mu Bai at this moment, Song Shira almost immediately determined this strategy. That is, to quickly solve the opponent. Otherwise, when the time is right, the opponent can easily consume himself to death. Mu Bai, I will tell you why I will definitely win. Song Shira muttered to himself in the heat wave. Although he was in trouble, the madness in his eyes could not be concealed. When it comes to fruit development, Song Shiru will not admit defeat. Even when facing a leader like Mu Bai, the power of the superhuman seal fruit itself is not strong. Even when Song Shiru first obtained it, he could only use his strength to stamp on paper, which could be called a human-shaped stamping device. Apart from that, he really had no great ability. However, as he developed and tempered his body, he gradually discovered the powerful ability of the seal fruit. The seal fruit can be used for two purposes: internal release and external release. Internal release means to stamp yourself, such as the blue agility enhancement mark and the red strength enhancement mark, which are all for a short period of time to quickly enhance yourself internally. External release, as the name implies, is released externally. It is more difficult to use this kind of mark ability. For example, the Black Prisoner mark is a high-level external release mark, which mainly controls the ability of binding, whether it is internal release or external release. Song Shiru has already roughly integrated it. In recent days, he has been thinking about a problem. That is, how to combine all the internal release and external release marks together, so that both offense and defense can be called domineering. But unfortunately, he was unable to truly achieve a perfect combination of the two. Song Shiru suspected that in order to achieve this, the Yin fruit would have to reach the stage of awakening. Although he did not master the method of combining the two, he cleverly obtained a new use for the Yin fruit. That is, a third kind of power between the two types of marks: external release and internal release. It's called accumulation. On weekdays, he would accumulate the energy consumed during training into the blank mark and release it when he was fighting. Unfortunately, he never found a test subject. But today was just right. Blank mark, accumulation release, the mark symbolizing red power, and the mark of blue speed all poured into his body at this moment. While the meridians were under great burden, Song Shiru's muscles became slightly swollen. From a distance, he looked like a round sphere standing there. Just as he was about to follow up with the big fire-breathing punch, the opponent's Mu Bai's pupils shrank rapidly. A sense of crisis lingered in his heart. Although there was no reflection of Song Shiru in the golden pupils, a red light fell like a meteor. The one who made the move was Song Shiru, who was strengthened by the double marks. He punched down and didn't expect Mu Bai to dodge it. However, the opponent, who didn't have time to elementalize, still had irregular twists on his right arm, and was obviously injured. Mu Bai was indeed extremely surprised at this moment. After all, the strength and speed of the boy opposite him were almost doubled, which was too amazing. If his golden pupil had not sensed the danger, he would have been injured just now. Holding the twisted right arm, Mu Bai immediately transformed into a hot nether dragon and wrapped around the entire ring, blocking Song Shiru's sight and immediately detonating the nether dragon's magma body. The exploding magma scattered. But Song Shiru, who used the accumulated power of the mark, was extremely fast at this moment. He actually avoided the exploding magma at a tricky angle. And Mu Bai used the fierce Overlord Fist again in close range. Overlord Fist is an extremely strong martial art. It is not about how high its lethality is, but the standard of its practice is very high. And strength, root bone and potential are indispensable. This boxing method emphasizes the way of killing, and every punch must be played with the momentum of destroying the stars. So at this moment, Song Shiru, who had gained a massive increase in power, was really unstoppable like a tiger descending from the mountain. He stepped forward and smashed the magma barrier in front of Mu Bai with a few punches. Just when his heavy punch was about to burst into Mu Bai's chest, the Mu Bai in front of him was actually pierced through the chest by his fist. That was not the touch of flesh and blood. It was clearly flowing magma. Just when Song Shiru was distracted, Mu Bai, who was gathered in magma behind him, patted his shoulder, and then playfully dispersed into a large amount of magma and merged into the ground. This guy. Song Shiru turned around suddenly, and knew that he had been deceived. The Mu Bai just now was clearly pretending to be magma. He didn't even see the opponent's trick of replacing the prince with a cat. At this point, he also doubted the difficulty of controlling the natural fruit. This Mu Bai could actually use the natural fruit to play a tactic. Does this mean that the natural fruit is easy to control? This thought was extinguished by him as soon as it came up. The ground shook. Before everyone could see clearly, more than a dozen terrifying magma dragons surged out at the same time. This scene was really shocking. The ceiling above the indoor arena had been completely melted. Under the scorching heat, Song Shiru's original accumulated power of the mark was completely dissipated. His physical energy consumption was too great. In fact, when Mu Bai used the dummy to confuse him to punch with all his strength, Song Shiru had already lost half of the battle. At this moment, facing the numerous nether dragons that seemed like a natural disaster, even Song Shiru felt that his death was approaching. With his last strength, various amplification marks on his body lit up one after another. Although he no longer had the advantage, he did not lose. The students who had evacuated farther away were very excited to see the scene. After all, the scene of the dragons dancing wildly was too mythical. How did Mu Bai control so many magma dragons with pure magma? The students were confused, and the principal Yin Feng was also very surprised. After all, even if the natural system was amazing, it would be impossible to master this element control power in a short time. If so many explosive magma dragons really fell down, I am afraid that the entire indoor arena would be destroyed along with its surrounding facilities. Teacher Gu outside the arena had opened her squinting eyes. If Mu Bai's attack range expanded, she would have to stop him. Mu Bai, whose consciousness was integrated into these magma dragons, noticed Song Shiru's fearless gaze. Human power has its limits, but the power of nature is infinite. Song Shiru, you must take this move. This is the Nether Dragon Fall. Mu Bai's illusory voice spread far away. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen nether dragons dripped hot magma like a torrent and hit Song Shiru. This terrifying impact force is undoubtedly not something this primary arena can withstand. Mu Bai, who turned into a human form again in the background of the violent sound in the intertwined magma, looked down at Song Shiru for the last time at the end of the magma. Facing this great terror, Song Shiru was full of unwillingness. But no matter how unwilling he was, he could not shake the fact that he lost. Life and death are just a matter of seconds on the molten indoor arena. Teacher Gu from class 11 quickly entered the magma, while tearing the magma apart with her arm color domineering. She also saw a scene that stunned her. How strong is the explosive power of the magma fruit? Teacher Gu didn't know before, but now she knows. With her power close to level 25, she faced the devastating Nether Dragon Fall and inexplicably felt a sense of crisis. Originally, she thought that Mu Bai could not control this power and would directly kill Song Shiru. But now it seems that she was wrong. The hot wave magma fist was only half an inch away from Song Shiru. Song Shiru felt the other party's kindness at this moment, and his heart sank. Mu Bai held back. The last move of the Nether Dragon Fall seemed to have infinite power. But at the last moment, the damage output fell on both sides of him. You win. Although Song Shiru never said these three words, he did lose today, and lost to a genius who was stronger than him. It is impossible to say that he is not lonely, but his mentality is also adjusted quickly. Unlike Wu Kai and others, he always has his own plan. Since failure is inevitable, he will accept it calmly. I will really win if you join me, Mu Bai said with a double meaning. Smiling, he seems to value Song Shiru very much with his handsome appearance. Song Shiru, who can hear the other party's invitation, bowed his head slightly, and then said, thoughtfully, do you want to invite me to join your team? Song Shiru actually thought about joining someone else's team. But that is also a way out that can be chosen in the University League. For high school students, especially for Shuntang High School, he has never met an opponent. Now he hesitated after Mu Bai's invitation. He was a little undecided. After noticing the hesitation in the other party's eyes, Mu Bai smiled calmly and said, every class in Shuntang High School is qualified to form a team, which means that there are 11 teams in 11 classes. The day of the high school league is about to start. Which class of Shuntang High School do you think is qualified to enter the provincial competition? No. Song Shiru is very clear about this when it comes to provincial competitions. Shuntang High School is still not as good as those monsters. High schools have their own high school leagues, and universities have their own university leagues. Compared with the latter, the former has too many mediocre people. If the people in each class are selected, Shuntang High School may really form 11 teams. But they are just chickens and pottery dogs. No matter how strong Mu Bai is, can he sweep a team member of the provincial competition? No matter how strong Song Shiru's mark is, can it be stronger than the enemy's geniuses? After all, personal strength has its limits. Just as Mu Bai said before using the Nether Dragon Pendant, their current tempering time is too short, and personal strength will eventually come to an end. At this time, teamwork can exert the greatest strength. Only by forming a team with the best of the 11 classes can Shuntang High School have the opportunity to break out of the city-level competition, enter the provincial competition, and even the national competition. I understand what you mean. But it seems that the principal will not. Have you convinced the principal? Song Shiru, who noticed this, seemed to understand something. Principal Yin Feng may have agreed to Mu Bai's opinion. Otherwise, even if Mu Bai is strong, he will have to continue to abide by the previous team selection conditions. He was smart, and had already thought of why the Principal Yin Feng agreed to Mu Bai's opinion. It might be related to the survival of Shuntang High School. After all, as a senior school, it is a shame that it has not been able to train a team that can break through the provincial competition. So it seems that I should agree to you. Entering the provincial, and even national competitions has always been Song Shiru's wish. He even said that his expectation of entering it is greater than Mu Bai's. So in terms of interests, he still supports Mu Bai's suggestion. When the top forces of the whole school gather together, it may really be possible to reverse everything and create miracles. The two reached out and bumped their hands and smiled at each other. Teacher Gu looked at the two thoughtfully and felt that her blood was boiling. She was not moved. But the miserable situation of the indoor arena really made her sad. When Mu Bai and Song Shiru walked out side by side, the whispers of the crowd gradually disappeared. No one expected that the two of them actually walked out safely. Especially Wu Kai, who was extremely disappointed. Everyone, I have something to announce. From today until the end of the month, I will start a team member screening plan to prepare for the high school league next month. The current team member is me, and the captain is Mu Bai. I hope the lucky ones among you can get the next 4 places. Only strong people can enter the team. The screening scope is the whole school. I, Song Shiru, will be in charge of this matter. Song Shiru, who brought himself to the deputy captain, said a few words lightly, which undoubtedly caused an uproar at the scene. After all, the meaning of the whole school year screening is undoubtedly to form the only and strongest team. And the class team rules are completely invalid. The information that the Holy Temple High School will form the only and strongest team this year spread quickly. And almost all high schools in Yuhai City, or the surrounding areas of Yuhai received this news. Those who are not clear about the situation basically open champagne. Not for other reasons, but mainly because the Holy Temple High School has an overwhelming advantage in the city-level competition in previous years. And when the school team meets the school team, one side often unilaterally surrenders, so as to ensure that the stronger team has the physical strength to deal with the teams of other schools. Now that the Holy Temple High School has only sent one team, the situation is completely different. The other schools that want to replace the Holy Temple High School can spend some effort to learn the tactics of the Holy Temple before, and give it a siege. In this way, there may be a chance to completely kill the Holy Temple High School in the city-level competition. The principal's room of Yuhai High School was almost full of laughter. At the beginning, the loss of transfer students such as Mu Bai could be said to be a heavy blow to the Holy Temple High School. But now it is also an opportunity. I can't say anything about the students going to the Holy Hall voluntarily in previous years. But now it seems that we can contact the transfer students of this year. If anyone can join that team, we will pay a high price to bribe them, and let them admit defeat when they meet our team. The principal of Yuhai High School smiled like a chrysanthemum. As the saying goes, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. He has been coveting the status of the Holy Hall for a long time. If he can replace it this time, his salary income plus other gray income will probably increase again. By then, he can do a lot of extravagant things with Yuhai No. 1 High School in his hands. Just thinking about this, he couldn't help laughing. That's a good idea. I'll contact them at that time. But Gao Han may not accept it after all. His family is quite rich. But Wu Kai, Mu Bai and others can give it a try. The vice principal smiled on the surface when he saw this. But he had already scolded the other party 100 times in his heart. If the other party said this kind of shameful thing, he would definitely have to do it. And this idiot didn't have to bear any responsibility. Thinking about it really made me angry. Gao Han, that kid is indeed too arrogant. But Wu Kai is worth noting. Ancient species are still quite rare. By the way, what about the Mu Bai you mentioned? The school hunk? The principal with a big belly asked in surprise. It's not his fault that he didn't know about Mu Bai's situation. He was busy making money during this period, and didn't pay attention to the situation of the devil fruit copy. There were not many teachers in the whole school who liked him, which also led to his lack of information. The only thing that I remember about the word Mu Bai is that the boy is very handsome. So handsome. But so what? In this world, strength is the key. He is a natural ability user. The vice principal with a twitching mouth almost fainted. He didn't even know Mu Bai's information and let him transfer to the Holy Hall? Is this idiot crazy? What? The principal of Yuhai High School, who was slapping the table, stood up in astonishment. He really didn't know. Late at night, in the master bedroom on the third floor of the villa, the orange cat stared at Mu-Bai, who was tossing on the bed in confusion, as if he always felt something strange. Are you dreaming? Meow. The cute orange cat jumped onto the bed and lay on Mu-Bai's chest. Mu-Bai's state was indeed a little strange at the moment. He closed his eyes tightly, but his face showed a nervous emotion, as if he had seen something terrifying. It took a long time for him to gradually wake up. The golden pupils were particularly bright in the dark room, but at this moment, his face was full of weirdness. Feeling the dullness in his chest, he casually threw the orange cat aside. Strange. I was thinking about the teen's affairs on the chair. How could I appear on the bed and sleep? There is something weird. It is a taboo to be unable to fully control the body. Fat cat. You were in the room before. Tell me in detail all my performance just now. After turning on the light, Mu-Bai stared at the orange cat with sharp eyes. After all, it is not ruled out that this creature from the second cosmic island chain is causing trouble. The shivering orange cat was so scared that he was hungry again for no reason. The humble orange cat quickly repeated what happened just now. You sat on the chair for a while, and then went to bed. I thought you wanted to go out to sleep. But you didn't reply to me. So you must have fallen asleep. The orange cat, who tried to answer briefly, always felt a little scared when he noticed Mu-Bai's faint smile. Hey. You don't want to eat me, do you? The sweaty orange cat tried to open his eyes as much as possible to appear harmless. But this kind of action made by its large size always made it more obvious. I hope you are not lying. After looking at the upper left corner to make sure that the monitor was working normally, Mu-Bai turned on the monitor playback. The picture was indeed similar to what the orange cat said. He actually sat on the bed from the chair without realizing it, which seemed extremely weird. First, either someone had tampered with his memory just now. Second, it was his own fault. Perhaps because of the unlocking of the god gene. Compared with the two, Mu-Bai felt that it was the latter. Although he had a great battle with Song Shiru today, he was not so tired that he lost consciousness. This means that it is more likely that his mental consciousness was affected. He was not unaware of the abnormality in his dream. On the contrary, he saw a lot of strange things. He seemed to have entered a strange world in his dream. The dust blew away the wind. The black butterfly broke out of its cocoon, and the piercing rain fell from the ground to the sky. In that space that violated the normal world order, everything seemed to be beyond the scope of time and space. Could this be related to the eternal God? The statue of the eternal God in the church was actually very consistent with the world he entered in his dream to a certain extent. The statue of the eternal God itself was an existence that violated the rules. The arms were in a positive posture, but the chest was similar to the back of a person. Weird. It seems that I have to go to the church to ask the priest when I have time. After all, this may be related to the eternal God. The orange cat with his hands in his pockets breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that Mu-Bai did not want to kill him. He shook his fat body and arched the bedroom door and walked out. He wanted to eat. It started to rain outside the window, and the sound of raindrops hitting the window was particularly clear. Mu-Bai came to the window and picked up his phone to read the messages, replying to them from time to time. Switching ya, have you slept? It was a bit thrilling today. I hope you won't try so hard next time. Mu-Bai, okay. Song Shiru, I just drew up a list of opponents. You can take a look at it in the next 2 days. I hope we can enter the provincial league. Mu-Bai, okay. Yunzi, I made too many buns at home. Are you hungry? I'll send you some. Otherwise, it will rain soon. Mu-Bai, thank you. I'm not hungry. Feeling unclear, he took a hot bath. In the misty bathroom, he always felt that someone was watching him. This feeling was very strong. But when he activated the observation hotkey, he didn't notice any unusual movement. The series of strange things made Mu-Bai call Father Wang Quandao directly after taking a bath. Hello? A slightly heavy voice came from the other end of the phone. Mu-Bai's sensitive hearing immediately found that it was the footsteps of many people. From the echo, it seemed that there should be a church activity in an open field. The eternal church activity was held at midnight. Well, this is reasonable. It's me. When Mu-Bai recounted what happened to him, the priest Wang Quandao, who was holding a prayer ceremony under the night sky, smiled. That is a gift. The result of the eternal God's satisfaction. When the divine gene lock is opened, the level will be reset but huge potential will be gained. The next step is to awaken divinity, which is generally speaking similar to the power of skills. The gods are not the product of the specific images that Mu-Bai thought of. but an existence close to the concept. He may exist or not. He may appear at this moment or never appear. He is not bound by time. He may never appear in front of those who believe in him. But he may always be watching you. Being watched by the eternal God intermittently may be a good thing or a bad thing. Mu Bai did not detect the fanaticism of faith in the words of Father Wang Quan, but rather an extreme rationality. Mu Bai did not refute the other party's point of view, because there was not enough evidence. However, the other party's point reminded him of something. His watch is not limited by time. That is to say, as a potential son of the eternal church, he may have been watched by the eternal God since he was born. Thinking of this, he looked strange and found the box that was moved over, in which there were some watercolor paintings he drew in his childhood. A series of weird absurdist paintings appeared in front of him. The combination of the innocent and naive paintings of children and the weird style similar to Cthulhu was really absurd. At first, Mu Bai only felt a little strange. But now it seems that everything can be explained. The original owner of this body could sense the peeping of the eternal God since childhood. And perhaps this also had an impact on his weird personality in the later period. After all, anyone with a weak mind who feels that an unknown existence is watching him all day long will be crazy. His golden eyes were reflected on the window. And I don't know what he was thinking. After stretching his body, he felt that the original owner of this body was too pitiful. It would be fine if he couldn't live an ordinary life. But he actually lost his adoptive parents at a young age, and was peeped at by an unknown existence, like the eternal God all day long. In addition, he had a persistent hatred for the Chables on the second universe island chain. All these combined together were like an invisible net that constantly ravaged his fragile heart. No wonder he was replaced by himself when he was in the Kindle Hall. I'm afraid that the other party had already collapsed mentally at that time. Still, too weak. Touching the cold French window glass, Mu Bai murmured calmly. When he was weak, all unknown attention was a kind of harm and infringement. And only when he was strong could he break this bondage. Eternal God? Cosmic Tycoon? What does it mean to me who wants to reach the top? If you feel afraid, just take off their heads. This is the real fearlessness of the brave. The real strong are eternal. As long as he gives himself enough time. Mu Bai firmly believes that he can do it all. It's past midnight. Mu Bai immediately clicked to sign in. Sign in successfully. Physical fitness plus 0.5 sign in rewards had decreased? No. Before, signing in was plus 1 attribute. But now it has become plus 0.5. System. What's going on? Ding dong. The current host is in the state of divine gene activation. Attributability has double effect. The sign-in system has not yet been synchronized and advanced. So the attribute growth given by the current sign-in is the same as before. The system's answer also allowed Mu Bai to confirm another thing. That is the problem of double attributes. He had actually discovered this since he opened the divine gene lock. 20 points of strength could deal 40 points of damage. This was extremely terrifying. Moreover, his level was reset from level 1. So the attributes increased by the level increase would, to some extent, be twice as much as that of others. System. Can you detect the eternal gods peeping? Mu Bai, who tried to ask the question, was not sure whether the system could detect the existence of the eternal God. Ding dong. The current spiritual points are enough to block his peeping. But it is impossible to exert all the spiritual points in the world of the first cosmic island chain. It can block the peeping, but it is currently impossible. The system's meaning is very clear. Only by entering the world of the second cosmic island chain can you use your own spiritual points to block the eternal God's peeping. Whether to block or not depends on the benefits. If the skills mentioned by Father Wang Daoquan are being formed, then even if you can block his peeping at this moment, it is a loss. System opens the personal panel. Ding dong. Received. Name Mu Bai level 1, 80% experience. Attribute strength 21. Agility 20.5. Constitution 22.5. Spirit 5001. Hidden attributes, such as Lucky Charm, have no specific values. Talent Leader Charm, upgraded version of Super Charm. God Gene Lock open, unlock the ability of God, Hockey Observation Hockey, Elementary, Skill Forming, produced by God Gene Lock, Devil Fruit Magma Fruit, Fruit Awakening degree 5%. Fighting against the heroes in school during the day is also rewarding. Although the level has not increased, it is almost level 2. The Fruit Awakening progress has increased by 1%. And the skills are also in the process of forming. Whether it is formed or not is just a matter of time. If all of my attributes are calculated according to the actual situation, multiplying them by 2 will also reach an exaggerated level, all of which are more than 40 points. And the spirit points are even more exaggerated, reaching 10,000 points. These 10,000 points are different from the previous huge spirit points that cannot be used. This is true, but it is limited by its own level, physical strength, and other reasons that it cannot exert its full strength, similar to the extremely explosive moves in the daytime battle. The Dark Dragon Fall actually requires the participation of spirit points. The same is true for the three-color Domineering, with the blessing of a large amount of spirit points. Mu Bai's observation color Domineering also lasts for a very long time and has an excellent effect. A week has passed, and the weekly dungeon can be opened. The weekly dungeon provided by the current system is extremely important. Whether it is to obtain money, attribute points, or resources, the weekly dungeon is a very suitable place. System. Open the weekly dungeon. 3 cards shot out in front of him. Then they were laid flat in front of him. Dark Room, Dark Church, Dark City. Please select the dungeon world. The 3 gloomy dynamic scenes are extremely scary. In the scene of the Dark Room, the doll is moving slowly, and the toys on the bed are swaying with the inexplicable breeze. The scene in the Dark Church is similar to some kind of sacrificial activity. The faint firelight is full of candles, and the sound of liquid dripping on the cold surface is tooth grinding. As for the third Dark World dungeon, it is extremely normal. Although the name is the Dark City, the dynamic picture at this moment shows a sunny street. Under the warm summer sun, the whole city is like a resort. The 3 dungeon worlds are obviously of the same style. According to Mu Bai's judgment, perhaps the difficulty of Dark City is higher. After all, the room, church, and city are obviously the largest in terms of space size. And the Dark City, that seems safe now, is probably the most dangerous. After all, the most terrifying darkness is often in the corners that are not illuminated by the sun. Choose the Dark City. Ding dong. The choice is successful. The Evil Ghost World dungeon is open. The light and shadow flickered, and Mu Bai's figure suddenly disappeared in the thunder and lightning roar of the pouring rain outside the window. At the same time, the time in the real world froze. When Mu Bai woke up again, he appeared next to the pool in the center of the street. The surrounding architectural style is very close to modern, but it can be clearly seen that the level of technology should not be too high. The prosperous city, the warm sunshine, everything looks so comfortable. If Mu Bai did not see the current world background prompt, he might feel this way. Evil Ghost World, Level 10 Epic Dungeon, Background Introduction. This is a dark back city. Kindness and compassion are the norm during the day. Death and fear are the atmosphere of the night. Please walk carefully in the night of this city, because they are crawling in the corner. Main quest. To obtain the title of Evil Ghost Hunter, you need to kill 100 evil ghosts, currently 0, Level 10 Epic Difficulty Dungeon. It seems that I am lucky this time. Mu Bai, who slowly got up, also qualified to enter the Level 10 Epic Dungeon for the second time. This time, he must complete the task well to strive for more task rewards. There were laughter and joy on the street, as if there was no struggle between people here. The motorboats floating in the air were emitting various advertisements. He took one and found that it was a message from a barber shop and a slaughterhouse looking for someone. With his hands in his pockets, he actually noticed a bit of weirdness. That is, all the pedestrians here were laughing. A smile is an expression that can express a variety of emotions, whether it is a forced smile or a real joy from the heart. The two are different. But here, Mu Bai found that everyone on this busy street was smiling. Fixed mouth angle. Fixed posture. Interesting. Not far away, a ragged child stopped in front of Mu Bai, seeming to wonder why he didn't smile. After noticing the other person's sight, the child with a dusty face hurriedly ran away through the crowd. The other person didn't smile. Mu Bai, who noticed that the child had no smile on his face, immediately chased after him. He controlled his speed just right, so that the other party didn't notice, but was not far away from him. People who violated the rules of this world and couldn't smile naturally deserved more attention from him. Whether it was triggering the advanced main task or the side task, it was a good choice. He wished that the difficulty would be increased a little. He actually regretted the last time in the Wasteland Doomsday Epic Dungeon world. After all, the Corpse King had not appeared yet. Obviously, there should be other tasks after entering the task. Last time, he was not sure about the difficulty of the dungeon. This time, he would go all out. The child who passed through the crowd seemed a little unscrupulous. Many people in gorgeous clothes were knocked away by him. But even so, those people still smiled and stood up without any complaints. Mu Bai naturally saw this scene. He slapped a middle-aged man in the face and knocked off his golden glasses. As a result, The man smiled, wiped the corner of his mouth, picked up the glasses, and continued walking. Just when he was about to experiment again, the child disappeared at the corner of the street. Mu-Bai, who didn't care about others, also followed into the alley at the corner of the street. The sound of a ballad from the house next door echoed in the alley. Feeling a little headache, Mu-Bai stepped forward and immediately pressed the child against the wall. You are crazy. If a normal person continues to stay outside, they will find him. The child looked at the sky in horror while struggling. The sky was gradually getting darker in the faint ballad. The night is deep and the wind is howling, and a low sound is heard in the corner of the old house. Ghosts dance lightly in white gauze, and lonely souls wander in search of old dreams. The moon shadow sways, and the ghost shadow is heavy, and the crying echoes in the night. Who dares to step into this forbidden area? Not a soul or a spirit will be hidden. The ancient legend is frightening, and the blood moon reflects the ghost city in the sky. The dead branches sway and sigh, and no one dares to go out in the middle of the night. As the dark night is about to fall, the ballad originally sung by the young child's voice has gradually deteriorated. The old, decayed and even sad voice gradually covers the child's innocent voice, just like tearing the false face of the hypocrite to peek into his dirty heart. The whole atmosphere is changing rapidly. The faint-hearted should not listen carefully. This ballad conveys ghost love. The night is deep, and the wind is strong. Ghosts accompany you. When the bloody full moon gradually appeared, the sound of the ballad had turned into a roar that was almost like a beast. The child who was suppressed by him against the wall almost cried, because he had seen that the pedestrians at the corner exit had stopped walking and stood there sluggishly. The tears dripping from fear made the child feel desperate. He was afraid that he would never see his sister again. The pedestrians on the street were twisting irregularly. Mu-Bai looked at them calmly with no expression. He wanted to see what kind of danger there would be when the night fell. There was a hint of expectation in his golden eyes. He fixed his eyes on the nearest person. At first, this person looked no different from ordinary people. He suddenly stopped walking on a busy street. He was no different from the people around him. However, as time went by, some subtle changes began to happen to him. His eyes gradually became empty and deep, as if some dark power was slowly eroding his soul. His behavior also became more and more strange. Sometimes talking to himself, sometimes suddenly laughing. Gradually, his body began to change. His skin became paler and paler, almost bloodless, and some strange spots began to appear. His fingers became slender and sharp, as if they had turned into claws. His eyes began to flash red, and his body showed signs of decay. He was not the only one who had undergone this transformation. All the people on the street who were originally smiling had now turned into some unknown evil spirits. The daytime was a benevolent one. The night was a slaughterer. Did people become evil spirits? Or did evil spirits become people? In the dark night, a forgotten ghost town stood quietly. This city was once prosperous, but now it was occupied by evil spirits and became their paradise. The cold wind whistled through the desolate streets with a biting chill. On both sides of the street, the dilapidated buildings seemed to collapse at any time, and the broken curtains hung on the windows, swaying with the wind, making strange rustling sounds. The dark night fell. Some corrosive force was making the city gradually become old. Countless evil spirits roamed the city. Some of them were pale and had empty eyes, some were covered in blood and had hideous faces, and some had disheveled hair and screamed horribly. These evil spirits acted alone or in groups, looking for new prey in every corner of the city. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood and rot, which was chilling. Unknown liquids flowed in the gutters on the streets, and occasionally some broken limbs could be seen floating in them. This dangerous ghost city full of evil spirits was like an endless nightmare. Anyone who stepped into it would feel endless fear and despair. Mu-Bai, who had poked his head out of the alley, suppressed his and the child's breath with his observation color and looked around in surprise. He originally thought that some of them had turned into evil spirits, but they did not expect that all the people on the street had turned into evil spirits. What was even more bizarre was that the airship that had been handing out flyers in the air before had turned into some twisted creatures made of flesh and blood. The wriggling eyes kept turning on the bloated body, as if looking for food. The frightened little boy quickly pulled Mu-Bai back to the depths of the alley. Who are you? The child was surprised to find that Mu-Bai did not behave strangely, and did not turn into a ghost. I am a person from outside, and I am here to travel. Mu-Bai made up a reason. The little boy looked at him, as if he were a fool. What's wrong? Big brother. Do you know that no one can leave this city, and no one can enter? Are you lying to me? Mubai touched his chin and looked at the figure in the depths of the alley thoughtfully and said, "Don't worry about this. Even if I lied to you, I am not a bad person. And we seem to have been discovered by the evil spirit." The startled little boy quickly turned around. The heart that was originally hanging was immediately broken. I saw the fusion creature with a swaying body slowly walking out of the darkness. Its legs were as white and tender as a girl, and its upper body was extremely strong. The twisted meat ball was carried on its back, emitting a faint cold light, and the black mist wrapped around its face, making it difficult to see what this thing looked like. "It's a ghost with a load." Before the little boy could dodge, the ghost with a load twisted its arms and turned into two whips to whip him. Its terrifying strength and speed were not weaker than Zhao Teng's halberd during the day. When the sharp flesh whip was about to pierce the little boy's neck, Mubai casually held the whip in his palm. And no matter how hard the ghost on the opposite side tried, he couldn't pull it out. Mubai's golden eyes were extremely bright in the dark night. Mubai, who had condensed the magma sword in his left hand, pulled it over with his right hand, and the magma sword in his left hand fell down. Under the powerful force, the twisted ghost was almost instantly cut in half. The spurting blood splashed half of the child's face. He looked at Mubai in horror. He didn't expect that this big brother was so powerful. "What is the burden ghost you mentioned?" Mubai asked casually. "After all, if you want to trigger the plot or task, you need to communicate more with the NPC." From the child's mouth, Mubai understood something. The so-called burden ghost is a person who carries heavy moral shackles during the day and becomes a fierce ghost at night. Such existences are generally teachers, lawyers, and more middle-aged men. The more responsibilities or shackles they carry in their hearts, the stronger their combat power will be. The same is true for other Ligoi in the city. They are all the products of the gradual evolution of suppressed emotions during the day. For example, women who are extremely dependent on beautiful faces or body modification will become faceless fierce ghosts and gluttonous fierce ghosts. The former will dig out their facial features at night if they are not satisfied with their faces, and the latter will eat their bodies at night if they are not satisfied with their bodies. Those who like to morally kidnap others will become chain ghosts at night, and the chains on their bodies will divide their flesh and blood all the time. People who are strong and like to bully the weak will become giant ghosts. The weak ghosts bullied by them will ride on their bodies, like a plane, and wander around the city looking for survivors. People who hold power will become emperor ghosts because of their extreme desire for power and control, and order those ghosts to hunt other emperor ghosts. People who are lonely will become knife ghosts and hunt all living creatures including ghosts. In short, these monsters or ghosts are born because people's obsession is too strong. Few people can resist the erosion of this city, so the whole city has become what it is now. And those who can resist this erosion are also called survivors. They are the main targets and food hunted by these ghosts. And they are also the source of evolution. The obsession of the ghost monsters will be further enhanced after devouring the survivors. Become a stronger ghost or open wisdom. "Big brother, can you take me home? My sister is still waiting for me." After realizing that Mubai is not a ghost but very powerful, the little boy also knows all the information. Okay. Mubai naturally agreed with this suggestion. Otherwise, how would the subsequent plot tasks develop? But you have to wait a moment. I still have some things to do. Mubai's current goal is to complete the main task as soon as possible. After all, it is not difficult for him to hunt 100 evil spirits, even if the basic attributes of the heavy evil spirit just now are close to Zhao Teng. It is not his opponent. If Zhao Teng and others enter this copy, they will definitely die. There is no doubt about it. Although it is cruel, the fact is the fact. The difficulty of the level 10 epic copy may be just right for Mubai. But if it is replaced by other first-line students of the Holy Hall High School, they will die. Mubai, who did not hide his breath, walked out of the alley openly, and the little boy almost collapsed. Is he crazy? The little boy who collapsed on the ground almost cried. Crazy? Mubai is indeed crazy. Who said that survivors can only be hunted by evil spirits? Mubai, will slaughter evil spirits today. The moment he walked out of the corner of the street, a large number of evil spirits swarmed in. That scene is much more exciting than the corpse tide. Overwhelming numbers of twisted creatures came pouring in. Some even rolled into balls and fought each other. The scene was truly absurd. Since you're all here, don't leave. Magma fruit. Meteor volcano. After the arms turned into a magma runway, the surrounding surface quickly melted into a magma zone. The magma bombs fired by the arms at the same time were like raindrops covering the sky. The sky was covered by thick smoke and clouds. and the firelight shone through the gaps. Like the afterglow of doomsday. The magma SHLS fell from the sky, carrying the breath of destruction. Each drop was like a blazing meteor, cutting through the dark sky. The faceless ghost wanted to use his face as a shield to carry the magma damage and approach. But he didn't expect that he was melted by the magma on the road before he got close. The short Emperor Ghost originally wanted to summon the ghosts to attack from all directions. But he didn't expect that the survivor actually surrounded them unilaterally. Dense magma cannons kept falling. The number advantage of the ghosts was gone. And the only knife ghost, who had the speed to avoid the falling magma, killed his own people first. It made the ghosts even more miserable. The evil ghosts screamed in fear. Their twisted figures looked particularly hideous in the firelight. They tried to escape from this terrible disaster. But there was nowhere to hide. The rain of magma fell on the monsters, making a sizzling sound, accompanied by the monster's shrill screams. The air was filled with the smell of burning, and the skin of the evil ghosts melted quickly under the burning of the magma, revealing the bright red muscles and bones underneath. Some monsters were directly pierced by the magma rain, and their bodies gradually lost their vitality in painful convulsions. On the ground, the magma gathered into a stream, like a hot river raging among the evil ghosts. The monsters struggled in the magma, but were soon swallowed up, leaving only a desolate wailing. This magma SHL seemed to be the anger of nature, ruthlessly destroying everything. The evil ghosts seemed so small and helpless in front of this power. Their lives disappeared little by little in the sea of fire, and finally turned into nothingness. Magma fruit. Hades dragon. Several evil ghosts with shields approached reluctantly under the command of Emperor Ghost. But Mu Bai's feet suddenly surged with magma, and the dark dragon immediately dissolved their chests with a charge. What is absolute output? What is absolute damage? This is the most lethal natural fruit power. Dark Knight? I will light you up with magma. The number of evil ghosts killed by Mu Bai in the magma bomb continued to rise, breaking through the 300 mark in more than 10 minutes, until the group of ghosts dared not approach and were full of fear. Mu Bai gradually stopped. The flowing magma seemed to be a clear dividing line that made the evil ghosts on the other side dare not approach. Night and day are two extremes of the evil ghost world. In the daytime, the singing and dancing are as beautiful as heaven. In the night, evil ghosts are rampant like HL on earth. This is the rule of this world, or the law. When a large number of evil ghosts died on the streets in the east of the city, many Emperor ghosts crawling in front of the dilapidated residential buildings trembled. The Emperor Ghost has the ability to control the evil ghosts, but does not have much wisdom. There is only one person in the entire east of the city who has perfect wisdom. That is the Ghost King. The law of the day was distorted, and a crack was gradually torn in the dilapidated building. Then a white rose pattern mask emerged from the building, and the illusory volume looked extremely shocking. When the mask emerged, the Emperor Ghosts who believed in power below were both eager and afraid. They pursued supreme power and hoped to replace the Ghost King. But they were also afraid of being killed by the other party. The illusory mask was silent for a long time before slowly speaking. Who? Put in the unknown variable. No one answered and no one responded. At the same time, Mu Bai, who was walking fast on the road with a little boy, had received the news that the mission was completed. Main mission: to obtain the title of Evil Ghost Hunter, you need to kill 100 evil ghosts. The current number of killed is 307. Mission completed. Advanced mission can be opened. Advanced main mission is opened. The barrier between light and darkness. Help the survivors break the law of day and night in the evil ghost world and let the world return to peace. Mission reward: unknown. Break the barrier. In other words, the strange change of day and night can be broken. Otherwise the copy mission would not say so. Mu Bai, who was thoughtful, felt that he had to get to know the survivor group in depth. They must have more information. The little boy who was shocked by Mu Bai's strength actually regretted telling Mu Bai where he lived. After all, this guy's combat power was too strong. If he wanted to do bad things, no one could stop him. If the other party was also a member of the evil ghost, he would have caused a big disaster. The little boy trembled all over with a chill on his back, thinking that Mu Bai, who was holding him, wanted to kill him. Little ghost, are you overthinking? It's raining. Holding the lava sword, he killed the rushing evil spirits from time to time. The gorgeous lava flame slashing was like a one-man show in the opera house under the interweaving of the evil spirits' blood and flesh, which was shocking. With the support of the observation hockey and super strong spirit points, Mubai killed these powerful evil spirits as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. Mubai could feel the sound of the little boy's pounding heart. And the other party was obviously surprisingly nervous. The little boy touched the back of his head and found that it was really raining. It's raining. But it hasn't rained here for a long time. The little boy, who felt a little strange, actually had almost no concept of rain. The survivors drank water when it was safe during the day and went out to drink water at fixed drinking water points. Even if there was no rain, those places would never lack water. Some survivors have analyzed that this may also be one of the rules of daytime. Food and water are never lacking during the daytime. But in the darkness, it is just the opposite. All edible food will rot and breed maggots. Just like a city corroded by the darkness. Looking absurd and weird, raindrops gradually fell from the dark night sky. Mubai did not feel uncomfortable with the slightly corrosive rain. He covered the clothes behind him with magma, so this kind of damage could not penetrate his defense at all. But the little boy seemed very uncomfortable at this moment. It's so hot. The little boy obviously could not continue to follow him in this corrosive rain. Mubai was slightly distracted when a huge blade tied with chains in the heavy rain hit him a few inches to his right like a mountain. It was the kind of knife ghost that killed even its own people. The little boy said before that this kind of knife ghost was the incarnation of the lonely obsession of extremely lonely people. Mubai also killed many knife ghosts just now. But it was obvious that the one in front of him was probably a severe lonely patient. Otherwise his appearance would not look so different. The black armor covered with spikes was full of traces of damage. Outsiders could not see the face inside the armor clearly. And the huge body of 3 meters high looked a little petite against the background of the giant knife in his hand. Compared with other obsessions, loneliness is special. Lonely people want to integrate into a group to get rid of this loneliness. But they also want to be trapped in loneliness forever. So the sword ghost controlled by the obsession of loneliness also showed that abnormality. Not only killed the survivors, but also killed other evil spirits. After throwing the little boy into the trash can next to him, Mubai turned the lava sword in his hand into a whip and whipped it at the weak part of his neck with interest. But surprisingly, the calm and restrained sword ghost did not move at all. As if the lava whip that Mubai just whipped did not break his defense at all. So strong. This guy must be a person who has been staying at home for 30 years and is deeply lonely. Otherwise, according to the sword ghost's physical strength, it would not be so exaggerated. The sword ghost itself has super agility. And now with this defensive ability, it can be called a small boss. Observe with the reconnaissance eye. After activating the observation skill, Mubai immediately obtained the opponent's panel. Name Deep Lonely Race Obsessive Ghost, Sword Ghost, Level 10 Attributes Strength 48, Agility 51, Constitution 50, Spirit 30 Talent Lonely Obsession, all attributes increase by 5% when acting alone, Skills Lonely Mad Sword, Brutal Onslaught, Passive Skill Hard Bones, when taking damage. There is a chance to be immune to 10% of the damage, Status Calm Level 10. The all-round attributes are surprisingly not low. And Mubai knows very well what this means. I'm afraid that the difficulty of this Ghost World dungeon is higher than expected. With a slight chill in his heart, Mubai immediately turned his right fist into boiling magma without any hesitation. Bursting out, the powerful impact force drove the boiling heat wave and instantly swept the opponent's figure into it. Many spikes on the sword ghost who resisted Mubai's punch were melted. But even so, this guy could withstand the magma heat wave and instantly split the heat wave with a giant sword in his hand. In the splashing magma, Mubai casually drew out the magma long sword and slashed it down quickly. The cold rain slid down the glass on the street, blurring out the sparks. The first collision between the pitch-black giant knife and the fiery red lava sword showed that the two were evenly matched. Kung! Two figures, one large and one small, kept fighting on the cold street. The dense sound of swords clashing seemed to never stop, making the little boy who had just carefully wiped the trash can always feel anxious. After all, if Mubai died, he might not be able to go home tonight. The night was as dark as ink. The wind was howling, and accompanied by heavy rain. A fierce sword fight was taking place on the cold street. Lightning flashed across the sky and instantly illuminated the sword lights, and shadows intertwined in the rain curtain. The cold light flashed and reflected Mubai's cold and determined face. Speed and power were accompanied by extreme collisions, and agitated and vibrated. The dull sound of raindrops hitting the armor was intertwined with the crisp metal collision sound when the swords collided, composing an exciting war song. Every time the swords collided, circles of water splashed and sparks flew, drawing dazzling tracks in the darkness. The battle between the two was undoubtedly the product of the ultimate combat talent. The sword ghost with stronger all-round attributes had extremely changeable offensives. If you underestimated it, you would definitely die miserably. The sword ghost moved quickly in the wind and rain, flickering and dark, as mysterious as a ghost. It moved swiftly and powerfully. Every time it swung the sword, it integrated the huge strength of its whole body. It can be said that there was a sense of desperate in the sword technique. Mubai closed his hands and then separated them. A ball of hot magma gathered in his palms and quickly condensed into dozens of magma fireballs, which flew towards Daogui with rolling heat waves. Daogui's figure flashed like the wind and cleverly avoided the attack. But Mubai didn't want to bombard him with magma. The magma fireball hit the shop behind him, and the falling billboard splashed with flames, burning and twisting the surrounding air. At the same time, the melted liquid dripped on the unprepared Daogui armor and made a sizzling sound. While the opponent was distracted, Mubai's left leg turned into magma and splashed away. Daogui, who was hit in the chest by the whip kick, flew backwards rapidly and was knocked into the fruit shop behind him. Daogui, who stood up from under the collapsed wall, immediately swung his sword to counterattack. A sharp sword energy cut through the air and went straight to Mubai's throat with a whistling sound. However, Mubai seemed to have anticipated this move. He shook his body and turned into a stream of fire, easily bypassing the attack range of the sword energy. He gently raised his left leg. The magma dragon burst out from the ground. The powerful force washed over Daogui and knocked him into the 7th floor. Mubai, who followed the opponent's figure, turned his arms into magma-heavy artillery from the 7th floor, punching Daogui's armor with every punch. As his magma fists hit fiercely, the building under his feet began to tremble, and cracks appeared on the wall, as if it could not withstand this terrible force. The roar continued, and the rubble and dust of the building flew in the rain, instantly merging with the high temperature of the magma to form a rain of fire. From the 1st floor to the 7th floor, and then from the 7th floor to the 1st floor, pressing Daogui's head. This set of circular attacks, Daogui, who was severely burned by the magma, rolled out of the window and onto the street with his last strength. The cold rain made him feel a little fortunate. The building finally couldn't hold up under Mubai's continuous bombardment and began to collapse. The huge noise was deafening, as if it was going to swallow up the entire city. The collapsed building stirred up a cloud of dust and rubble. In the little firelight, Mubai recondensed his magma body on the ruins and looked more like a villain. The dark night, heavy rain, collapsed buildings and magma fists. All of this formed a doomsday scene. From a collapsed building, it hit the shopping mall not far away. These two are undoubtedly ruthless. In the dozens of rounds of confrontation, the sword ghost, whose armor was melted, still did not retreat. On the contrary, in the following battle, the sword ghost was like a mad dog, constantly using the skill Lonely Mad Sword. The race is the sword ghost. The skill is the Lonely Crazy Sword. And using sword skills to perform sword skills? This is reasonable. The crazy sword skills combined with his super strong physique actually forced Mubai to retreat step by step for a while. Mubai, who did not tolerate his problems, directly transformed the elements into a boiling dark dragon and bit him from all directions, constantly injecting magma into his body. The sword ghost's brutal attack skill was activated instantly. When the sword ghost, whose speed sword, was about to counterattack, Mubai's double fists combined with 11 magma hammers smashed him into the underground parking lot of the shopping mall. The sword ghost, whose chest was slightly collapsed and the armor on his body had almost completely melted, had some difficulty getting up at this moment, while Mubai's left arm melted and gradually formed a heavy red battle axe. What was he going to do? Of course, beheading. Mubai stepped on the knife ghost's chest and swung his heavy axe to knock down the opponent's head, which rolled to the side. The battle was over. After evaporating the rain on his body with the hot air of the magma, Mubai returned to the street. After noticing that the little boy had disappeared, he was still wondering that a legged trash can was actually moving quietly. Mubai took the trash can and looked at the trembling little boy in silence. Are you sure he is not a bad guy? This guy even collapsed the 8-story building. This brother Mubai is even more terrifying than a ghost. This question is a little stupid. But Mubai didn't care too much. I am fighting against these ghosts to help you survivors. With my strength, I can at least guarantee your safety. After patting the little boy's head, Mubai looked into the distance. He could vaguely sense that there was some kind of even bigger ghost moving. After picking up a raincoat from the mall and putting it on the little boy, Mubai led him to the destination of the survivors again. Along the way, Mubai also saw a shocking scene on the roof of a 23-story building, 10,000 meters away. A monster comparable to the size of a skyscraper slowly rose up. Its huge body almost covered half of the sky. Its skin was as hard as iron, flashing a cold luster, as if it was made of countless boulders. The monster's limbs were thick and powerful. Every step it took made the ground tremble, as if it could tear the space apart. The monster's head was raised high, and its two eyes were like two huge fireballs, burning in the dark, releasing a violent and dangerous breath. And its slightly rotten face was looking at them. Its mouth opened, revealing rows of sharp fangs that seemed to be able to devour everything. The rolling heat waves and toxic smoke emitted from the monster's body enveloped everything around it in a doomsday-like scene. It's Qingtian's evil spirit, the little boy said in a heavy tone with fear in his eyes. At a height of several hundred meters, this physique must be close to 80 points. Seeing this huge monster, Mubai was also a little surprised. After all, the size of this evil ghost monster is too huge, and the huge size also indicates that its strength and physique must be extraordinary. Brother Mubai, it's moving towards us. The other party was obviously attracted by the sound of the building collapsing just now. Mubai, who did not dare to delay and was unwilling to entangle with the other party, immediately picked up the little boy and disappeared into the night. The dark sky became thicker, and the evil spirits that moved at night became more frequent. Following the guidance of the little boy, Mubai finally brought him to the sparsely populated eastern edge of the city, which was more like a suburban area. From the low and dilapidated buildings alone, it can be seen that it was an abandoned area. After quietly pushing open the door of a house, the little boy knocked on a secret door with regular sounds of varying lengths, which seemed to be some special signal. Mubai, who was standing aside, could detect that someone behind the wall was obviously relieved. Dong dong. The low secret door slowly opened, and the middle-aged man who pushed the door looked at Mubai behind the boy with bloodshot eyes. Who is he? At present, the entire city was blocked, and no one could leave the city. So after realizing that he had never seen this man before, the middle-aged man frowned, and his not-so-strong body blocked the secret door and stared at the other party with extremely vigilant eyes. His name is Mubai, and he got here by mistake. Uncle Qin is very strong and has killed many evil spirits. When the little boy defended Mubai, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. But then, he nodded with a gloomy expression. Getting here by mistake? Uh-huh. It seems that you don't know how you got here either? I don't have any impression, Mubai said casually following the other party's words. Obviously, this Qin Chuan obviously knew some secrets of the evil ghost city. Otherwise, he would not be so surprised that an outsider entered. However, Mubai did not lie. He entered this dungeon world without any perception. Of course, he didn't know what means the eternal system used to let him enter the dungeon world remotely. He had searched online for the weekly dungeons he had experienced before. They all existed in reality. Some were in the Huaxia Federation, and some were in the regions of the other two federations. You are so unlucky that you can come here. Come with me to register your information. Qin Chuan's red eyes looked extremely tired, but he still forced himself to cheer up and invited Mubai in. Walking into the survivor base in the city, the first thing that caught his eye was the spacious and bright hall. Maps and various notices are hung on the walls of the hall, allowing people to quickly understand the situation and latest developments of the base. Mubai, who came close, was able to find information about various evil spirits, including a blurred picture of a mask with the words Ghost King marked next to it. The indoor environment of the base has been carefully designed and renovated to meet the needs of long-term survival without going out. Although the rooms in the living area are not large, they are well planned, and the beds are neat. Each room is equipped with basic furniture and daily necessities, creating a warm and comfortable atmosphere. In the entertainment area, there are facilities such as libraries, cinemas and gyms. The library is filled with various books and magazines for survivors to read and study. And the cinema regularly plays movies and documentaries, allowing people to find a moment of relaxation in their tense lives. The gym is equipped with various fitness equipment to help people stay healthy and strong. In the medical area, the white walls and neat beds give people a sense of security. Doctors and nurses, wearing professional work clothes, are busy shuttling between wards to provide timely treatment and care for patients. In addition, the base also has canteens and supermarkets. The canteen provides balanced meals to ensure that the survivors can get enough nutrition. And the supermarket is filled with various daily necessities for people to buy and replenish supplies. The indoor environment of the entire base is clean and tidy, full of the breath of life. Following Qin Chuan all the way, Mubai always felt a little strange. If compared with the previous Doomsday Wasteland underground city base, the environmental gap between the two is simply a world of difference. Just looking at the mental outlook of the people nearby is incomparable. Your place is simply a microcosm of a city. Qin Chuan did not show any joy when he heard Mubai's exclamation. With a somewhat numb look, he sighed and said softly, "Survival without freedom is sometimes more desperate than destruction. We drove to the prosperous area to move all the things here. The evil spirits will not interfere with our actions when they become human beings during the day. So we have no problem with the supply of materials. Except that the food will rot at night. There is no problem with the rest." Qin Chuan and others had organized a large number of survivors to move here in the early stage. At first, they were afraid that the evil spirits would attack here. But soon they found a strange thing. That is, the evil spirits would hardly come to the sparsely populated areas of the city. On the contrary, even if they become evil spirits because of obsession, those evil spirits will roughly follow the previous memory and move around the original workplace or home. So the room where the survivors built to store hot weapons at the beginning has become the most useless place. Will the supplies not become less? Mubai frowned and asked the key question. Even if these survivors account for a small proportion of the population, they will still consume supplies after all. And the supplies of the entire city are limited. Under this consumption, a battle for supplies will sooner or later occur among the survivors. You don't know this? Qin Chuan looked at Mubai with some suspicion. The evil spirits descended, and all cities in the world became ghost towns. It was strange that he still didn't know the rules of day and night in the past 2 years. The little boy following the two smiled and said, "No. As long as we wait for a day, the things that were moved in during the day will reappear in their original places intact." What a guy. Infinite nesting dolls. Rules are still rules. This world seems to be really affected by the two rules of day and night. Except for food, the rest of the resources can be plundered throughout the process. In this case, the survivors can stay at night and build during the day. No wonder such a large project as the entire survivor base can be built. The three continued to go deeper into the base, and soon appeared in the outdoor area. The tall wall was built with solid reinforced concrete, covered with various defense facilities, to prevent the invasion of evil spirits from the outside. Above the wall, soldiers wearing the logo of the survivor base patrolled day and night, vigilantly watching the movements around. The interior of the base was divided into different areas. In the living area, rows of simple houses are neatly arranged. Although the facilities are simple, they are enough to provide survivors with a shelter from wind and rain. This is also the place that the three people just passed through. In addition, the base also has farmland and breeding farms to ensure the supply of food and materials. The survivors grow vegetables and raise poultry here to be self-sufficient. Although these are not used for the time being, there is no guarantee that the unlimited supplies in the city will fail one day. They have to make plans early. Trying breeding and planning is an important part of survival. At the same time, the base also has a special team responsible for searching for supplies. They will bring the food, medicine and other necessities they find back to the base and distribute them to those in need. There is a communication tower standing tall in the center of the base. This is an important hub for the base to connect with the outside world. Survivors use it to send distress signals to the outside world and receive information from other survivors. Qin Chuan, who lit a cigarette, explained along Mubai's line of sight. "Can you receive information from the outside world?" "Sometimes I can and sometimes I can't. Information at night cannot be received because of the intermittent cries for help." Qin Chuan, who pretended to be mysterious, said meaningfully, "The night is taboo. All messages transmitted from the night are inaccurate because you can't tell whether the person sending the message is a person or a ghost." After the three of them walked into the registration room deep in the base, Qin Chuan turned on the computer. "Young man, you are the second person to enter this city." Qin Chuan, holding a cigarette, simply entered Mubai's information on the computer and said with some emotion, "Who was the first one? If you can get in, there must be a way to get out." So Mubai also asked, "Hey, my sister?" The little boy said a little excitedly. After all, in his eyes, being able to enter and exit the ghost town is a very extraordinary thing. The time of transition from night to day does not seem to follow the 24-hour rule of the normal world. Not long after Mubai entered the survivor base, the sky was filled with the light of dawn, and it was obvious that the day was about to dawn. Shao Kun, Wanli cried with joy when she saw her brother return safely in the hall. He thought that her playful brother would stay in the dangerous area today, and was very worried. Now that he saw that he was safe and sound, his heart was relieved. Mu Bai, who was communicating with Qin Chuan in the next room, did not hide anything and told him all about how he killed the evil ghost and how he got out. Although Qin Chuan was the head of the branch of the survivor base, it was worth exchanging information. He was a little unconvinced at first, but after checking the video in the little boy's mobile phone, he felt a little numb. He was deeply impressed by the incarnation of magma to destroy the building, especially the knife ghost killed by the other party. At that time, several survivor bases near the prosperous area in the city were killed by this powerful knife ghost. Qin Chuan always believed that humans could not compete with evil ghosts until he saw Mu Bai. You are even scarier than a ghost. Mr. Qin, I need to see your biggest leader to ask some questions. Hearing Mu Bai's request, Qin Chuan nodded without hesitation. As long as they get Mu Bai's help, the survivors will probably have the guarantee of activities in the dark. After all, such a powerful thug is the ace of the ace no matter which base he is placed in. As for the source of the other party's ability, it is not a problem at all. The major cities in the world are blocked by ghosts. Is it difficult to accept the appearance of a human with superpowers? Okay, leave this to me. Qin Chuan, who sighed sincerely, immediately went to the headquarters next door to report the matter, while Mu Bai asked Wang Li to take care of it temporarily. Wang Li, who has a beautiful appearance, bowed repeatedly to thank her. But Mu Bai didn't care. I heard from your brother that you once entered the city from outside. How did you do it at that time? I don't know either. I just remember that I fell from a high place and just happened to enter the city. When the ghost disaster came, all cities were blocked. She was lucky enough to be teleported in after hitting the barrier outside the city after the city was blocked. Barrier? Mu Bai was interested. The current main task of advancing is to break the rules. There is a high probability that there will be other hidden tasks in this copy. After all, the plot line of this world alone includes all the cities in the world. 10 minutes later, Qin Chuan walked into the house with an old woman, panting. Brother Mu Bai, let me introduce you. This is Ms. Yi Hong, the general manager of all the survivor camps in the eastern part of the city. Yi Hong was observing Mu Bai openly. The other party had extraordinary power and must be able to help the survivors. But this did not rule out that the other party might be a ghost. After all, the Ghost King could completely disguise himself as an ordinary person. But even the Ghost King could not get rid of the rules of night and day. The Ghost King could not show up in the daytime. And now Mu Bai has not changed at all even after dawn. So the possibility that he was pretending to be the Ghost King can be ruled out. After the others left, the two communicated alone in the house. Thank you for bringing my residents back safely. Yi Hong was very polite. After all, the young man standing in front of her was too strong. Even the destruction of the entire survivor base depended on his thoughts. Such a person should not be an enemy. You're welcome. At the beginning, Mu Bai said directly, I want to ask you if you know any way or method to break the rule of night and day. The hunched old Yi Hong shook his head. According to the information I have collected, no city has broken through the blockade of night and day for the time being. Even if the city barrier decays over time, the Ghost King will come to repair it personally. And as long as the Ghost King exists, the city blockade will always be maintained. And the Ghost King cannot be killed. This is the information we sacrificed half of the survivors and all the hot firepower weapons a year ago. Yi Hong's expression became more serious. Although Mu Bai is very strong, the Ghost King is too strong. Even if the other party wants to challenge the Ghost King, he will die. Ghost King? Mu Bai couldn't help but think of the information on the wall when he first entered the survivor base. The one wearing a mask? Yes. There is a Ghost King in each of the 4 major districts of the city. The one wearing a mask is the Ghost King in the eastern part of the city. They rarely appear on weekdays. But you killed a large number of evil spirits yesterday, so the other party may have noticed your presence. Do you have any information about it? Mu Bai's eyes showed a hint of murderous intent. It was obvious that killing the Ghost King was the way to solve the advanced main task. And of course, the difficulty could be imagined. The Ghost King was undoubtedly stronger than the specially enhanced knife ghost. It didn't seem so difficult for Mu Bai to hunt the enhanced knife ghost by himself yesterday. But it was not an easy task to get to the bottom of it. Not to mention that there were no other evil spirits involved at that time. Ding dong. Start the side quest. Hunt the masked Ghost King. Quest reward. Special item Ghost King mask. Do you accept the task? Daytime. Driving out of the survivor base in Dongcheng district, Mu Bai looked at the prosperous city with a strange look in his heart. According to the person in charge of the survivor base, the masked Ghost King has the ability to control masks. And the mask is just a manifestation of his control over evil spirits. The mask is also an obsession that implies disguise. The masked Ghost King can also change his own obsession and appearance. Similarly, he can also change the obsession of other evil spirits, such as changing the faceless ghost who is blinded by beauty into a knife ghost who has only loneliness in his heart. This is an extremely terrifying ability, compared with the Emperor Ghost who is blinded by power. He is the real king. And this is only the Ghost King in the east of the city. There are a total of 4 Ghost Kings in the whole city. The survivors have only seen the masked Ghost King take action once in the past 2 years. It was in that thrilling battle that the masked Ghost King ignored those hot weapons and ended the survivors' resistance organization on the entire battlefield with 3 moves, reducing its number by half. It can be said that it was really a river of blood. Are you sure you want to do this? Qin Chuan in the passenger seat felt that he was risking his life. Mu Bai said he was going to kill the Ghost King, and he volunteered to be the guide, even though he had seen the other party's terrifying fighting power in the mobile phone video. Qin Chuan still felt that it was a bit risky to face the masked Ghost King. Mu Bai rolled down the window and turned his head. He did not find the meaning of fear in Qin Chuan's eyes. On the contrary, his eyes revealed an emotion that was contrary to love. That kind of obscure hatred. Do you have a grudge against the masked Ghost King? The vehicles were running rampant on the street. These evil ghosts who transformed into human forms in the daytime would not be killed at all. So Mu Bai returned to the middle of the road after knocking down a few people. My daughter died in that siege. Since then, I often look for the figure of the masked Ghost King in the daytime. It is rumored that the masked Ghost King is an alien. Unlike other Ghost Kings, he can transform into any form and appear in the daytime. This is also the information Qin Chuan found. As for how he found one, it is naturally because he found the guy. Mu Bai nodded in silence. The dungeon world is not an imaginary world. Nor is it a world in the game. It is very real. You can even understand it as a parallel universe. The people here also have feelings. And love and hate are clear. Under Qin Chuan's guidance, Mu Bai drove to a sea of flowers. And not far away was a cemetery. There was no name on the tombstones in the entire cemetery. And it looked more like a decoration. The existence of tombstones is to prevent people from forgetting the buried people. People are fragile and cannot resist the baptism of time. No matter how strong the obsession is, it will be forgotten as time goes by. These tombstones all over the mountains have no names, which is obviously to make people forget. Revenge is an obsession, and strong nostalgia is also an obsession. If you have an obsession, you will become a fierce ghost. This is the cruel rule of this world. Thinking of this, Mu Bai understands this behavior of trying to cover up. Burying them, but forgetting them is a protection for the living. The car stopped. Qin Chuan came to the cemetery and said with suppressed emotions, Mu Bai, do you know what I hate? Do I hate the masked Ghost King or my daughter's tragic death? Neither. The world where evil spirits descend is too cruel. Living is often more terrifying than death. I hate those evil spirits that descended in the dark night. And I hate the masked Ghost King who has human consciousness in the daytime and feels guilty towards me. Isn't it ridiculous? The masked Ghost King with wisdom actually has humanity in the daytime. Mu Bai frowned slightly and always felt that Qin Chuan's mood was a little strange at the moment. He followed his gaze and looked at the dilapidated residential building on Huahai Mountain. And his golden eyes were slightly cold. It was as if the residential building in the black and white photo was gloomy and desolate. And the masked man was standing on the balcony looking here. Is he the incarnation of the masked Ghost King in the daytime? Yes. Hearing Qin Chuan's answer, Mu Bai turned into magma without saying a word and fired high-temperature magma SH/LS to bombard the dilapidated residential building from a long distance. Soon the thin cement was melted, and a masked man walked slowly in the explosion. And the collapsed house behind him gradually returned to its original state, as if time was going backwards. I know you exist from his memory. The cold voice came from under the mask. Surprisingly, the masked Ghost King was obviously a woman. At least the obsession figure she incarnated at the moment was a woman. Whose memory? The masked Ghost King's memory? After realizing that the other party would not be hurt at all in the daytime, Mu Bai's arms gradually changed from magma form to human form. He didn't like to do meaningless things. Are you the masked Ghost King? Are you Mu Bai? The two asked almost at the same time. Hearing that the other party actually called out his name, Mu Bai glanced at Qin Chuan obscurely. The other party had concealed the fact that he had met the masked Ghost King in person at the base before, which was a bit problematic in itself. Now this Ghost King actually knew his name. He saw it. The Ghost King's human form. Sensing Mubai's doubts, pointed to his head. It's the obsession that the mask saw. From your inexplicable appearance on the street in the daytime to your killing of the evil spirits and entering the survivor base. He knows everything. The masked Ghost King was also transformed from a human. The difference is that he was born with wisdom after becoming a Ghost King. And the masked Ghost King is even more different. While he was born with wisdom, he also found his former humanity. So this also led to his daytime and nighttime being completely two separate existences. In the daytime, he is an ordinary person who can communicate. In the night, he is the supreme existence that commands the evil spirits in the eastern part of the entire city. Mubai, leave here. When I wake up in the night, you will definitely die if you continue to stay here. Qin Chuan's expression was tense. Although he hated this Ghost King, he knew that the other party would not lie. Because the Ghost King in the daytime also wanted to kill himself in the night. The other party had no need to lie and could not lie to Mubai, who was suspected of being able to kill him. Everyone wants to be free from the incarnation of obsession. Especially after gaining humanity. How do you know if you don't try? Qin Chuan. Go back. I'll wait here until dark. Mubai said this casually and found a stone bench to sit down. He looked as if he was enjoying the scenery. Qin Chuan sighed as he was about to say something. He knew that he couldn't stop Mubai. I will come at dawn tomorrow. I hope you can succeed. After sitting in the driver's seat and starting the van, Qin Chuan looked at the masked Ghost King deeply and turned around to leave. Time passed by minute when a faint black gloom appeared in the sky. Mubai stood up and shrugged his shoulders. Hunting the Ghost King was the most dangerous, but it was undoubtedly the most time-saving. If he wanted to complete the advanced task, he had to start with the Ghost King. He has been too busy recently, so he has no energy to break the deadlock here. He is responsible for forming and reviewing the team in the school, leading the team training in the class, and analyzing the seed teams of various schools with Song Shiru. On the other hand, he has to pay attention to the Eternal God spying all the time. In addition, the priest Wang Quandao of the Eternal God Church has also contacted him recently. He also needs to participate in church activities. All of this is extremely energy-consuming. I advise you to leave now. The strong wind is pressing through, and the night is about to fall. The masked Ghost King without the restraint of the day will completely transform into a fierce ghost. Too much nonsense. Let him come out. Mubai, who condensed the magma sword casually, did not respond to what he said. If he didn't kill the Ghost King, did he come here for a trip? You have chosen the most unwise choice. The voice of the masked Ghost King gradually changed from a sharp female voice to a low one. And his body was also undergoing drastic changes. In the dark night, his figure looked extremely strange. Originally a human body, it seemed to be integrated with the surrounding shadows at this moment. And only the mask stood out, like a monster's face. His mask was engraved with complex patterns, each of which seemed to contain some ancient and evil power. The eyes of the mask were two deep black holes, as if they could swallow all the light. When he turned his head slightly, the shadow under the mask also twisted, as if something alive was wriggling in it. His movements were no longer like those of humans, but were full of the agility and strength of wild animals. His fingers became slender and sharp, flashing cold light in the night like the claws of a monster. His steps also became erratic, sometimes fast as the wind, sometimes slow as a snake, as if teasing the prey around him. At this moment, he has completely transformed into a masked monster, making it impossible to tell his original appearance. His existence itself seems to bring fear and chaos, making everything around him fall into darkness and distress. The blood-stained red dress shrouded his original figure, and a giant illusory mask on his head was coldly peeping at Mubai not far away. I originally wanted to find you, but I didn't expect you to come alone. The inexplicable music sounded from the ruins, and it was extremely weird with the blood moon in the night sky. Nonsense! The swift magma slash quickly split the earth. In the sharp slash, the masked Ghost King laughed and turned his body repeatedly. His hands turned into feet and kept dodging on the ground, as if he was playing a trick on Mubai. Want to play a trick on me? Mubai's spiritual points were consumed violently in his golden pupils. At the same time, the observation hockey was activated. The masked Ghost King was obviously stunned after being locked by the observation hockey. And then his body turned into a sphere strangely and rolled down the hillside quickly. And there was a lake not far away. Want to escape? Flowing sword technique. Running stream slash. Standing still. Mubai swung his sword suddenly. A blazing sword energy, accompanied by the rolling heat waves of magma, slashed towards the lake. The moment the sword energy came into contact with the magma, the lake water seemed to be boiled, bubbling. However, the sword energy did not dissipate, but followed the flow of the magma and turned into streams of hot water. These flowing sword energy crisscrossed on the lake, like a fire snake dancing wildly, both passionate and wild. The masked ghost king who rolled into the lake laughed neurotically, completely ignoring the wounds on his body. What is the obsession of the masked ghost king? The answer is pleasure. Extreme pleasure. The pleasure of transcending life and death. The reason why he kept those survivors to watch them survive every night was to play games in the future. If all the rebels died, how could he be happy in the future? But Mubai in front of him was an unexpected surprise. Come out, children. The feast is about to begin. Under the bloody moonlight, the melody of the symphony was like weeping. With a weird and charming rhythm, the masked ghost king stood in the center of the lake, like a conductor, guiding this incredible symphony. Its mask gleamed with a cold luster in the moonlight, and was engraved with complex patterns, as if it was some kind of ancient summoning array. As it waved its hands, the patterns seemed to come alive, flashing with a strange light. The atmosphere around it suddenly became tense, and the air seemed to be filled with the hissing sound of electricity. Then, from the darkness around it, various strange creatures began to slowly emerge. These monsters were obviously not obsessive ghosts. Some were reptiles covered with scales, and their eyes flashed green light in the moonlight. Some were translucent ghosts, floating in the air, making shrill cries, and some were huge, terrifying beasts, their eyes staring at the masked monsters, as if waiting for orders. The shrill cries of these monsters gathered by shadows made people's hair stand on end. At the call of the masked ghost king, these creatures slowly approached him, and then began to rotate around him. Their movements changed with the melody of the symphony, sometimes rotating quickly, and sometimes moving slowly, as if they were dancing a weird dance. Mubai frowned, and just as he was about to step forward to interrupt the other party's actions, evil ghosts all over the mountains and plains actually rushed over from all directions. Knife ghosts, faceless ghosts, laughing ghosts, etc., among which there was even a huge Shantian evil ghost that he had seen before. The huge body stepped on the ant-like trees and roared towards here. The masked ghost king's eyes flashed with excitement and enthusiasm, as if he was enjoying this weird feast dominated by him. And the creatures around him, under the guidance of his summons and music, became more and more enthusiastic, and their movements became faster and faster, until it seemed to become a crazy carnival in the end. This scene was both weird and spectacular, as if it was a carnival in a nightmare, surrounded by a group of ghosts. Mubai looked cold. Even he felt that the number of monsters and evil ghosts around him was too much. Under this scale of enemies, he immediately dissolves the elements and uses group attack skills. Magma Fruit. Nether Dragon Pendant. A dozen lava dragons rushed into the group of evil spirits and monsters like the only light in the dark night, killing them all. Strong elite monsters like the knife ghost before were few in number after all, and more evil spirits were penetrated and dissolved in the instant when Mubai's dragon fell. When Mubai was slaughtering, Mask suddenly appeared in the surging lava heat wave, disintegrating his elemental form. What is this? The exquisite Mask illusory image was quickly embedded in the flowing magma element, and Mubai was forced to withdraw from the elemental form almost instantly. Without his entity, the power of the Nether Dragon Pendant was greatly weakened, and Mubai did not hesitate to kill the monsters and evil spirits blocking him. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you must first catch the king. Instead of fighting a war of attrition with endless evil spirits and monsters here, it is better to get rid of the initiator, the Mask Ghost King. Qin Chuan once said that these evil spirits incarnated by obsessions will always be active at work or wandering on the way home after transforming into evil spirits in the dark night. Now these evil spirits are pouring into this sea of flowers, obviously summoned by the Mask Ghost King. In other words, the Ghost King can destroy the activity rules of this obsessive evil spirit. If this really starts a war of attrition, there will be no fun, and it will never be finished. The Mask Ghost King, who disintegrated the opponent's elementalization, saw Mubai approaching, and laughed and took off into the air. The illusory mask that had always hovered above his head suddenly exploded into thousands of small masks like a cage, and various human-like emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness were clearly visible on the masks. When these masks surrounded Mubai, A large amount of memory rushed out like a collapsed reservoir with numerous chaotic memories. Masks are obsessions. They can read joyful emotion through memories and naturally release memories. This mental attack made Mu-Bai feel miserable, but he recovered as usual after 0.1 seconds. The masked Ghost King, who was already standing on Chuntian Ligui to watch the show, was stunned. His specialty, the masked memory impact, actually didn't work. Could it be that this human's mental power is quite high? The masked Ghost King, who felt very strange, was like an adult body throwing a child over the shoulder. And the child who was thrown over actually landed steadily on his thin legs with a lollipop in his mouth. Ding dong. The skill resistance was judged to be successful after being washed by the mental skill masked memory. Mu-Bai, who transformed into magma and jumped out of the monster group, didn't care about that. His magma fist exuded a strong smell of sulfur among the charred remains. When the towering Chuntian ghost in the distance discovered the rushing enemy, he roared and swung his palm like a building. The strong impact even made the air emit a violent sonic boom. How powerful is the power of Chuntian Ghost? There is no doubt that it is beyond the level of the Ghost King, as the ultimate creature produced by the interweaving of multiple obsessions. Chuntian Ghost has the most heaven-defying defense and power, except that it has no independent wisdom. These 2 points alone are enough to make it the first general under the masked Ghost King. Now the palm swung by the mountain with all its strength is enough to shatter the mountain. Magma fruit. Lava heavy cannon. Pulling his arms back. Mu-Bai, who jumped into the air, had a murderous intent in his golden eyes. The giant-like super-heavy punch condensed by the explosive power of the magma element really penetrated the void like a giant cannonball. The scorching flames made the space slightly distorted. Boom! When Chuntian's palm collided with the lava cannon, the intense aura burning with high temperature instantly pressed the surface of the earth. Many monsters or low-level evil spirits with weak physiques were actually shaken to death under this double pressure. Mu-Bai, who was facing the palm strike of Chuntian Ghost, felt that he was hit by a terrifying force like a dozen mountains. If he had not returned to the surface after the final elemental dissolution, the palm strike of the opponent would have been enough to kill him. Kill him! The masked Ghost King pointed at Mu-Bai and ordered Chuntian Ghost to attack again. Chuntian Ghost ignored the other ghosts and stepped on them to rush towards Mu-Bai again. His huge body seemed to have a heavy pressure and shattered everything that dared to block his progress. Ghost skills. Tremor the earth. The terrifying group attack skills instantly enveloped Mu-Bai's body. The broken surface was full of gullies, and it was obvious that a resonance began to appear under the skills of Chuntian Ghost. Mu-Bai, who was locked on the surface, did not advance but retreated. He turned into magma and fell directly into the broken deep pit. It was undoubtedly unwise to confront this monster with a supernatural power attribute head-on. So Mu-Bai also took advantage of the magma fruit to go deep into the ground to accumulate the amount of magma liquid. Strange ability. Seeing that Mu-Bai could escape from the skill of Chuntian Evil Ghost and escape into the ground, the masked Ghost King was also a little surprised. What he was curious about was where did this human's strange ability come from? According to his understanding, the whole world is now occupied by evil ghosts. But he had never heard of the existence of superpowered humans. The more he thought about it, the weirder it became. So he simply stopped thinking about it. With a snap of his fingers, he ordered all the evil ghosts to rush into the cracks to chase the enemy, while the monster summoned by the mask stayed at the edge of the cracks on the surface around them to wait for their chance. The huge number of evil ghosts rushed into the cracks of the deep pit without any fear. The obsession evil ghosts themselves are special products, so of course they don't have the fear of normal creatures. Mu-Bai, who merged into the ground, continued to assimilate the surrounding rocks and continuously transform them into magma. Although this consumed a lot of mental points, his current mental points were enough for this kind of tossing. After noticing the aura of other evil spirits pouring into the crack, Mu-Bai did not take action at all. Instead, he used the power of the magma fruit to make the surrounding magma wash over from bottom to top like a wave. It was obviously impossible for the evil spirits that poured into it in the scorching heat to retreat. The first batch of evil spirits were almost swallowed by the flames before they could even scream. When the masked Ghost King noticed this, the surging magma had already splashed out of the crack, scalding the monster summoned by the masks around and rolling on the ground. 1 crack. 2 cracks. In a short period of time, red light and shadows appeared in countless cracks around, and it was obvious that the entire underground had been covered and melted by magma. The masked Ghost King, who noticed this, was about to order his subordinates to evacuate when the surging magma giant hand suddenly appeared. without giving Changtian the evil spirit time to react. He dragged it into the underground magma pool. The lower body melted into the hot magma flow at a depth of several hundred meters. Even the strong Changtian ghost wailed in pain. His strength and physical attack resistance were far beyond the reach of other ghosts. But he was helpless in the face of such a large-scale magma erosion. The gradually dissolved lower body was dragged by the magma and gradually sank into it. Changtian ghost was swallowed by the magma. The masked ghost king's joy came to an abrupt end. The surging magma on the surface continued to overflow while engulfing the Changtian evil ghost. And many evil ghosts and monsters on the surface were submerged. This killing efficiency was terrifying. Mu Bai, who had consumed a lot of mental power in the magma, once again cast the nether dragon fall towards the masked ghost king not far away. But this time the magma nether dragon was larger and hotter than the previous one. The number of nearly 100 almost turned the night into day. The masked ghost king in front of the ghost group opened his arms, and the illusory mask extended infinitely from behind him. Intensive voices came from the huge and cold mask. Everything is false. Everything is the beginning. Ghost King illusion tribulation. Everyone has a mask. Everyone has to wear a mask. And as long as there is an obsession to hide, there will be nowhere to hide under the mask. The misty black air spread rapidly. Among the countless masks, Mu Bai was actually pulled into the illusory space. And the room full of masks was inlaid with cracking sounds. Mu Bai, who suddenly realized that something was wrong, immediately used his mental power to pierce this illusion. Mu Bai, who suddenly woke up in the dungeon world, had his left half of his body broken, and he had lost his basic ability to move in a bloody mess. Mu Bai, who felt a sharp pain in his mind, could not help but be slightly surprised. This masked ghost king could actually pierce his mental barrier for a short time. This was simply unbelievable. If he had not woken up in time, I am afraid that the head on his neck would have been taken off by the other party. The masked ghost king, who had activated his ultimate move, was already cursing in his heart. You know, his ultimate move can be called a mental ability that can make anyone enter the illusion. As a result, he tried his best, and only made the human opposite enter the illusion for less than a second. What a joke. All of you. Kill him. The masked ghost king accumulated power again. This time, he was ready to expand the power of his mental skills again. As long as he had enough mental power to support him, he could kill the ghost king of the same level with this move. Today, he really didn't believe that this human could withstand it. The dozen or so emperor ghosts behind him felt their scalps numb. And the next moment, they were actually eaten alive by the masked ghost king. Such a bizarre scene made Mu Bai, who was far away, feel a little bad. Since the bones are broken, let's turn them into elements. Mu Bai, who endured the pain, quickly turned half of his body elements into boiling and dripping national magma. Mu Bai, whose half of his body was bathed in red light, was far more terrifying than the overwhelming evil spirits. At this moment, he was fighting alone against the ghosts, and advanced instead of retreating. Meteor volcano. Explode. The first wave of dense magma SHLS fell quickly, with the help of the amount of magma liquid accumulated underground. Mu Bai changed his offensive at this moment, and the second wave of magma fell into the air. The magma SHLS turned into magma rain. Although the power was weakened, the attack range was increased. Under the sky, there was a fiery red scene like the end of the world. The night was dispelled, as if the dawn of dawn shone on the earth. The rolling magma raindrops poured down from the torn sky, and each drop was like a blazing meteor, hitting the surface with destructive power. The monsters fled in all directions in the raging rain of fire, but there was nowhere to hide. The dense lava raindrops pierced through their bodies like sharp barbs and remained in their bodies. Their wailing sounds and the roar of the lava falling to the ground intertwined, forming a symphony of despair. The raindrops of magma hit the ground and burst open instantly, forming a series of fiery fire pits. Once the monsters and evil spirits were splashed by the scorching liquid, their skin immediately became charred and blistered, and then bursts of green smoke came out. The tenacious vitality of the evil spirits quickly dissipated in the face of this terrible heat, and in the blink of an eye they became charred corpses. The air was filled with a strong smell of sulfur and burnt meat, which was disgusting. The firelight reflected the remains of the monsters, each of which looked so miserable and twisted. On the ground, the magma gathered into streams, flowing slowly, ruthlessly devoured all the life in its path. When it flowed near Mu Bai, the magma would become the startup capital for the next round of magma rain. This magma rain seemed to be the anger of nature, the ultimate judgment on these monsters and evil spirits. In this ocean of fire and death, no creature could survive. Only the masked Ghost King with a strong physique could faintly resist some elemental damage. It was just that the scene at this moment was too horrifying. Because Mubai combined the previous massive magma to carry out all round and no dead angle magma rain damage. The surface temperature nearby rose sharply. The higher the temperature, the more difficult it was for evil spirits and monsters to survive. On the contrary, Mubai's physical strength recovery was indeed getting faster and faster. Is this human so strong? The Ghost King snorted coldly with narrowed eyes. The next moment, after swallowing the spirit power of the Emperor Ghost, the masked Ghost King once again released the ultimate skill. The Ghost King Illusion Robbery. However, this time his illusion ability undoubtedly reached a point of returning to nature. The magma in the real world quickly disappeared, and what appeared in front of Mubai was replaced by the gaze of the gods. Under the cold gaze of the ghosts and gods in the sky, Mubai sneered. How could it be possible to do it again? Mubai, who had already had a premonition that the other party would release mental illusion skills, immediately used his mental power in advance to fight against it. Half of the sky gradually began to disintegrate, and the magma rain in reality slowly dripped. At this moment, the world was half real and half illusory, reaching a weird balance. And with the reverse erosion of Mubai's spirit points, the mask of the masked Ghost King actually had a slight crack. The moment the crack appeared, all the monsters summoned by the mask at the scene turned into black smoke and disappeared on the spot. The masked Ghost King, who had a splitting headache, still had an illusory world in his eyes. But the difference was that at this moment, Mubai's body was infinitely magnified with the investment of spiritual points. Under the terrifying momentum and power, the Ghost King's only remaining illusion was torn alive. The Ghost King, who was bleeding from all 7 orifices and was attacked by the backlash, was swaying and was shot in the head by Mubai. The magma skill of the big fire spray hit the opponent's mask. The cracks in the mask, which was already broken, expanded again. The gorgeous dress of the masked Ghost King was burned through. And the Ghost King, who had no joyful emotions, continued to lose strength. When the obsession no longer existed, the ability would be reduced. Just like him at this moment. After the big fire spray, Mubai continued to bombard his body with magma flow and water collapse fists. Of course, he paid special attention to his mask. In a few minutes, the Ghost King, who had no ability to fight back due to the backlash and other reasons, was completely knocked down by Mubai. As he fell to the ground, the exquisite mask gradually broke into 2 halves. Ding dong. Start the side quest. Hunt down the masked Ghost King. Quest completed. Quest reward. Special item Ghost King Mask. Side quest reward. Ghost King Mask, the barrier between light and darkness. Help the survivors break the night and day rules of the evil ghost world and let the world return to peace. Advanced quest completed. The final copy reward settlement level is upgraded. Ding dong. The current evil ghost world is unlocked 25%. The host's attributes are insufficient. It is recommended to stop exploring. The subsequent dangers are too difficult. After Mubai killed the masked Ghost King, a series of prompts sounded. Hearing the prompt of the eternal system, Mubai chose to leave without hesitation. To Mubai's surprise, he did not enter the real world immediately after leaving the copy world, but entered a wasteland. In this forgotten wasteland, time seemed to have stopped. On the boundless land, wild grass swayed in the wind. They grew tenaciously in the dry soil, but revealed a hint of desolate charm. In the sky, occasionally a few lonely birds flew by, leaving a long string of chirping sounds, as if it was a lament for this wasteland. The sun scorched the earth mercilessly, and the cracked soil seemed like a thirsty mouth, longing for a little rain. In the distance, the abandoned farmhouse looked even more lonely in the afterglow of the setting sun, and the broken walls and ruins revealed the vicissitudes of time. A gust of wind blew, rolling up the dust on the ground, as if to take away the sadness and loneliness of this wasteland. In this wasteland, life exists in the most primitive way, without prosperity and noise. Only endless loneliness and silence. However, in this silence, there seems to be a kind of tenacious power surging, which makes people feel a little awe for this wasteland. This is a dead land. I don't know why this sentence suddenly emerged in Mubai's mind. Money power status 3 options appeared in his field of vision, and Mubai frowned slightly, a little confused. System. What is this place? Ding dong. Weekly copy hidden achievement. Camp mechanism opened. After the camp mechanism is turned on, the host can choose to enter here before entering any dungeon. The host can recruit special staff such as blacksmiths, merchants, pharmacists, etc. to enter the camp to participate in the construction. The special dungeon items obtained can also be temporarily stored here, and can be used when entering other dungeons. In short, the camp is a transit station, a place to provide material supply and equipment, and even an infinite space. Mubai was not surprised by this camp. He was surprised by a sentence when the system explained the camp. That means that even if I enter other dungeons in the real world, I can enter the transit station? The dungeons in the real world are completely different from the weekly dungeons provided by the system. You must know that most dungeons cannot bring in equipment and potions, which is also an important difficulty in high-level dungeon strategies. If the camp mechanism can realize the supply of materials in the real-world dungeon, it can be said that Mubai has a lot of help in the dungeon of the current world in the future. Ding dong. Correct understanding. What are these three options? The three options of money right status were suspended in front of him. Just thinking about the camp, he almost forgot the existence of these three. Ding dong. The strategy copy can provide achievement points. When you have enough achievement points, you can open the options. Select an option, and you will get random camp personnel or camp facilities, or use them for camp upgrades later. Mubai scanned the three options, and casually clicked status ding dong. Get apprentice blacksmith Tug in this desolate and dead land. A blacksmith shop suddenly appeared out of thin air, like a lonely castle standing in the vast wilderness. The blacksmith shop was built of rough stones and dark wood. The thick smoke from the chimney slowly drifted in the air, bringing a hint of vitality to this wasteland. In the blacksmith shop, a wild blacksmith was busy. He was burly and muscular, with oil and welding slag on his skin, looking both rough and powerful. His eyes were firm and sharp, like a sword about to be unsheathed. His hands were busy shuttling between the flames and the hammer. Every knock was accurate and powerful, making a crisp dang-dang sound that echoed in the silent wasteland. Behind the blacksmith, the fire was burning, casting a shadow on the wall. Twisted and huge, the firelight made his face look even wilder and more mysterious. His workbench was filled with various tools and semi-finished products, each of which revealed his exquisite craftsmanship and love for life. After noticing the master's gaze, Tug, who swore allegiance, put down the hammer and knelt on one knee. Great camp master. Blacksmith Tug reports to you. This guy looks wild enough. After sighing inwardly, Mubai didn't look like an apprentice blacksmith. You told me that this guy's physique is an apprentice? Are you an apprentice blacksmith? Yes. I'm only 8 years old. As if feeling ashamed, Tug almost cried. His mountain-like physique gave people a strong sense of oppression. You told me this is 8 years old. Mubai, who was complaining to the system in his heart, felt incredible. Looking at the weathered face, Mubai would believe it if you said he was 40 years old. Ding dong. Tug is a fire-casting giant, currently 8 years and 1 month old. Okay. If you say 8 years old, then so be it. Child. Tug, don't cry. You will definitely become a great blacksmith in the future. Mubai comforted him here, but asked the system in his heart, when can this Tug be promoted to a higher blacksmith level? Ding dong. Apprentice blacksmith needs to reach 1,000 years old to be promoted to blacksmith Tug. In other words, we have to wait for 992 years. By that time, the opportunity will be gone. Mubai sighed and continued to ask, can we only wait? Ding dong. No need to wait. The host will have the probability of obtaining the ability to upgrade camp facilities after the subsequent raid. When the blacksmith shop in the camp is upgraded, Tug's age will automatically increase. This is not bad, but it's a bit hard for Tug, an 8-year-old child. Tug was moved to tears and was very excited, as if he wanted to immediately create the strongest weapon for his master. By the way, master, I am remaking the Ghost King mask that you got as a reward in this dungeon. Previously, it was only worn by obsessive ghosts, so I am going to transform it so that it can be worn by humans. Tuj said with a smile after wiping away his tears. Special powerful equipment does appear in dungeons, but they are often very rare. Moreover, it is reasonable that this powerful mask that can summon monsters has racial restrictions. Not bad. Worthy of praise. But are you really an apprentice blacksmith? Can you transform the Ghost King mask with racial restrictions? Are you an apprentice? Master, this is how the blacksmiths in our race are divided. As the two were talking, a series of noises came from the blacksmith shop. Tug was delighted. He originally thought that the forging speed would slow down in this strange space, but he didn't expect that the speed of forging the props would be increased so much. Master, the Ghost King mask has been forged. Go in and take a look. Mubai, who followed Tug into the blacksmith shop, felt a wave of heat coming at him. The strange thing was that even with his magma fruit ability, he couldn't stand the heat. The unknown flame in the furnace was obviously a high-level mysterious flame that could ignite magma. In the depths of the dark blacksmith shop, a strange mask lay quietly in a carved sandalwood box. This mask was made of an unknown metal. It flickered with a faint blue light under the weak light, as if it was a mysterious item from another world. Mubai held it in his hand, as if he was touching a human face. The touch was amazing. The outline of the mask showed a human face, but the details were full of distortion and weirdness. Its eyes are two hollow holes that emit faint light, as if they can swallow all the light. It is so deep that people dare not look directly at it. Its nose is tall and sharp, giving people a cold and ruthless feeling. The corners of the mask's mouth are slightly raised, as if mocking the ignorance and fragility of the world. The most frightening thing is that this mask seems to have some incredible power. When Mubai put it on, the Ghost King mask quickly merged with his face. Ghost King mask, revised, currently humans are terrified to wear. Item background. This is a mask with an obsession with life. The obsession with life gives it extraordinary abilities. Legend has it that the person at the end of the world liberated everyone, but he could not liberate himself. His heavy obsession is incarnated into several mysterious props scattered in various copy worlds. When you collect them, they will trigger the set ability blessing. Skill 1. Summoning evil ghosts 10 times the consumption of spirit points to summon evil ghosts. The higher the spirit points, the stronger and more evil ghosts summoned. The type, ability, and number of summoned evil ghosts can be automatically adjusted due to the change in the wearer's race restrictions. This skill can only be used in the real world, and only once a day. Skill 2. Dark Knight Assassin. After consuming mental points, wearing the mask in the dark will gain an excess speed bonus, and the reaction ability will be greatly improved. Skill 3. Illusionary Form. Consuming mental power can change the wearer's appearance, voice, and can adjust the fruit ability to make it change into an incredible appearance in the eyes of others. Mubai, who was wearing the mask at this moment, was very satisfied. All 3 skills are very explosive. The first skill, summoning evil spirits, although it consumes mental points, seems to have no upper limit. With Mubai's current number of mental points, he can summon thousands of troops. Right? But this limit is a bit troublesome. In the real world, he may not need to use this summoning skill, but he needs it more in the dungeon. Thinking of this, Mubai immediately activated the summoning skill in the camp. The next moment, a data panel like a game appeared in front of him. Quantity, type, level, several adjustable data. Mubai chose the knife ghost that had appeared before. 10 level 40 knife ghosts. The dark lines on the Ghost King's mask gradually fluctuated, and the next moment 10 knife ghosts suddenly appeared on the wall of the blacksmith shop. And the 10 times the spiritual points consumed quickly took effect. This consumption of spiritual points surprised Mubai a little. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid that his spiritual power would be drained instantly. Only people like him with extremely high spiritual points can control the first skill. These knife ghosts all look like the elite knife ghost that Mubai killed before. Under the heavy and worn armor is a strong and agile body. 2 dark eyes emit wandering dim light. The giant sword in his hand is slightly old and looks like it has experienced many fierce battles. Go sit down. Mubai, who ordered the knife ghosts in his heart, just thought so. And 10 knife ghosts sat obediently on the wooden chairs not far from the stove, obviously obeying the orders of the Ghost King mask, where 100%. Since it is still in the copy, Mubai can also open the reconnaissance eye. At this moment, he is checking the panel data of these knife ghosts. Name None Race Obsessive Ghost, Knife Ghost, Level 40 Attribute Strength 215, Agility 270, Constitution 201, Spirit 70 Talent Lonely Obsession, all attributes increase by 5% when acting alone, skills Lonely Mad Sword, Brutal Onslaught, passive skill Hard Bones, when taking damage. There is a chance to be immune to 10% of the damage, status Obeying Orders. Looking at these knife ghosts, Mubai's expression was a bit complicated. This can no longer be said to be a question of strength or not. This attribute panel can do a lot of things, such as hunting some people, and letting these summon ghosts do it. 10 level 40 knife ghosts. Mubai felt that his mental points could support their actions for about 2 hours. And when his mental points were consumed, these knife ghosts would dissipate. Of course, he could also cancel the existence of these ghosts in the middle to save mental points. According to the current spiritual points, this consumption is too exaggerated. Mubai, who was somewhat confused, felt that the spiritual points consumption of this summoning skill was a bit too outrageous. You know, his current spiritual points are more than 5,000 points. Although he had consumed a lot of the spiritual points limit in order to open the divine gene lock. But 5,000 spiritual points are still extremely terrifying. But this level of spiritual power can only barely support these knife ghosts for 2 hours of activity. Thinking about it, there are some problems. The answer of the eternal system to this point is very simple. Ding dong. The current level is too low, and the spiritual power cannot be fully utilized. Please increase the level as soon as possible. The level is indeed a fatal injury at present. Although his various attribute points have gained multiple capabilities after the divine gene is unlocked. The current level is indeed only level 1. The level must be quickly improved. Otherwise, if the level is not yet level 10 by the time of the college entrance examination, he will not even be qualified for the examination. Then Mubai tried other abilities of the Ghost King Mask. Skill 2, Dark Night, since it is not dark outside the camp. It cannot be tested. But Skill 3, Illusory Form, is quite outstanding. Wearing a mask, he can change his body shape, voice, and even gender at will. Even his breath can be changed. This is extremely deceptive. Even high-level masters may not be able to see through this ever-changing disguise ability. The concealment of the fruit ability is also very brilliant. For example, if Mubai uses the fruit ability while wearing the Ghost King Mask, he will gain the fruit disguise ability. The originally hot magma will become purple venom or green liquid in the eyes of others. And the burning nature of the fruit ability will not change. The more Mubai looks at this Ghost King Mask, the more he feels that it is a good helper for killing and robbing. After saying goodbye to Tug, Mubai exited the camp space. The shrill rain continued to maintain its furious posture in the rumbling thunder. He woke up from the chair and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. The Ghost King mask on his face that was fused with flesh and blood looked a little creepy. After taking off the mask casually, Mubai relaxed like a drowning person who suddenly breathed in fresh air. There are too many secrets in the Ghost World dungeon. If the attributes are improved in the future, I must break through it if I have a chance. Mubai muttered to himself and shifted his sight to the dungeon reward settlement selection below the field of vision. Ding dong. It is detected that the host has exceeded the dungeon world task, and the current settlement reward has obtained a critical hit bonus. Attribute bonus, get some attributes. Experience bonus, get a lot of experience. Weapon embedding position, get the embeddable fruit position. And all weapons can embed a devil fruit. Of the 3 options, Mubai closed his eyes and directly chose the third one. It was not difficult to get the first 2, but the third weapon embedding position was really rare. At least it was the top 3 dungeon rewards when he came to the Shanghai world. Choose the third option and use the critical hit bonus. Although he didn't know what the critical hit bonus was, it didn't prevent him from using it on the weapon fruit position. Even if the critical hit failed, he could consider choosing a devil fruit to embed on the weapon. You know, he has the blacksmith figure and a devil fruit self-selected gift pack. This self-selected gift pack has never been used and is reserved for later use. The option card for the weapon embedding position rotated rapidly. The small hammers hit the cards vividly, which was somewhat similar to the illusion of equipment upgrades in the game. A few seconds later, the originally dull card actually emitted a brilliant colorful light. Ding dong. Get a 50x crit bonus. The weapon inlay position evolves into a fruit inlay position. Fruit inlay position allows the host's body to ignore the rules of the devil fruit and carry a second devil fruit. Mubai was stunned. What kind of luck is this? He stood up suddenly and stared at the fruit inlay position card in front of him with blood boiling. He hadn't been so excited for a long time. Obtaining this fruit position means that he will become a person who can control 2 devil fruits. You must know that this is of great significance in the Shanghai world. Unlike other worlds, the fruit power in the Shanghai world is a self-contained system, which means that the development of fruit abilities is strictly unlimited. Being able to obtain 1 more fruit power means mastering 1 more path. After thinking for a while, he didn't use it immediately. He would finish those trivial matters first, and then study how to use this fruit position. Class 11 of the Holy Hall High School. A group of students are running in a 20-fold gravity room. The 400-meter track is not a problem for these students, and 10 laps is not a problem at all. But this is a gravity room, and the 20-fold gravity burden is evenly pressed on every muscle and organ of their skin. This all-round pressure is often unbearable even if the spirit can withstand it. The leader is the Mad Lion Li Qin, who has run 40 laps. Many students here have been beaten by him for dozens of laps. It can be said that he is a leader, except for Zhuqingya, Gao Han and others behind him. Only Wukai beside him can compete with him. As an ancient mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex fruit ability user, Wukai undoubtedly has an advantage in running under gravity suppression. So normally, he would actually run more easily than Li Qin. But Wukai is also a little exhausted at this moment. He can still run side by side with Wukai in the first dozen laps. But he can't hold on later. In the final analysis, his own foundation is too weak, so that he can't play out the advantage of the fruit for the time being. Wukai, if you can't do it, take a rest. Anyway, you were defeated by me before, and no one will say anything if you fail again. Since realizing that the relationship between Wukai and Mu Bai is not good, Li Qin has excluded this guy everywhere. The main reason is that Wukai is sometimes too pretentious. He likes to show off in front of people, just like Long Aodian in the TV series. And sometimes he talks to himself in the corner like a madman in private. You wait, you bastard. Wukai, who was a little behind, had blue veins on his neck and bloodshot eyes. At the same time, his legs also showed some subtle changes. His gradually animalized thighs became thicker, and his speed increased rapidly as the frequency of his steps increased. In a moment, he actually surpassed Li Qin. Playing tricks? Huh? Who can't be animalized? Li Qin snorted coldly, and turned into a lion with 4 claws on the ground and ran hard. While the two were comparing with each other, they actually found that Mu Bai, who had always been following the team to supervise their running, was about to be lapped. And they were immediately happy. Old man, this Mu Bai seems to have some physical problems. He is so tired that I am about to lap him? Wukai was excited and suddenly felt that Mu Bai seemed not so scary anymore. After all, his physical strength was not as good as his. The old soul was speechless after swimming out of him. He was the only one who could see through what Mu Bai was doing. He no longer wanted to communicate with Wukai. A mentally retarded man. He had completely beaten you before. But you thought you could rise by stepping on him just by running? This is not mental retardation. Squad leader. It's a bit slow. Li Qin, who pretended to be relaxed, rushed out after speaking in Mu Bai's ear. It was undoubtedly a sense of accomplishment to pull the squad leader behind him. The same was true for Wukai on the left. He did not dare to provoke Mu Bai, but he turned around and glanced at him with a smile, and then surpassed Mu Bai little by little. Looking at these two idiots, Mu Bai did not take them seriously. He was thinking about other things at the moment. After running 50 laps vertically with seconds counted, Li Qin, with arms outstretched, won first place. He collapsed to the ground and turned back into a human form. Sweat from his body almost flowed out like a stream, and he couldn't control it at all. Huh? Too tired. With a hint of pride in his eyes, he immediately tightened his breathing as he watched Wukai finish second with great effort. You're already out of breath? You're really embarrassing an animal-type ability user. Wukai, who was originally out of breath, subconsciously wanted to tighten his breath. But when he tightened his breath, his eyes almost blacked out, and he fainted. Haha. Are you pretending to faint? Hearing Li Qin's ridicule, Wukai wanted to tear the other person apart here. Last time, he wrote a love letter to a girl in class 7, and this guy snatched it away and read it in front of the whole class. He wanted to kill the other person a little bit. But unfortunately, he didn't have much chance. He Wukai doesn't like the gentleman's revenge 10 years later. And he must take revenge now, and settle the grudge now. Why bother? Li Qin, you also hate Mu Bai. I know. What's the point of our internal fight? Wukai said with a smile without anger after changing the subject. This made Li Qin admire him sincerely. After all, Mu Bai was standing behind him, and he didn't notice it. It seems that he can see that the other party's expression is not right. And the mood of gloating is obviously. He turned back with some embarrassment. Mu Bai, who looked calm, was adjusting his breathing. It seemed that 50 laps had consumed a lot of his physical strength. Do you two like to ignore the rules? Go back and run another 20 laps. If you don't finish, you will be my sandbag. Mu Bai, who was sitting on the side drinking water, said mercilessly after looking at the two people. Wukai was fine. After all, it was embarrassing to be caught saying bad things behind his back. But this made Li Qin a little uncomfortable. Class monitor, you should also be reasonable. It was Wukai who was gossiping about you behind your back. What does it have to do with me? You don't want to use your power to retaliate against me, do you? The classmates around gathered when they heard the sound. Some who couldn't run also came to watch the show. After all, someone actually started to challenge the class monitor's authority. There was a good show to watch. Mu Bai smiled. Do you two losers need me to abuse my power for personal gain? Forget it. You don't have to run for a while. I will practice with you too in actual combat training. Sparring? Wukai didn't know why his heart was beating. Isn't what I said right? Li Qin seemed to be unable to suppress his anger. His mouth twitched, and his eyes were filled with evil fire. This Mu Bai was obviously exhausted at the moment. Maybe he really had a chance to defeat him by taking advantage of this opportunity. Did I allow you to use the power of the fruit? This sentence made Li Qin stunned. Who has the right to make the rules at present? It is undoubtedly the squad leader Mu Bai. If the other party said so. Li Qin really had nothing to say. When he was about to provoke a few more words, Li Qin regretted the next scene and almost slapped himself in the face. I saw Mu Bai slowly stand up and take off the special gravity double armor that was originally embedded in his body. It is no exaggeration to say that the vibration of the seemingly thin gravity armor hitting the ground almost made Li Qin think it was an earthquake. Wukai walked forward and wanted to pick up the heavy armor. But surprisingly, with his physical strength, he couldn't lift it at all. What a joke. But no matter how hard Wukai tried, the heavy armor could only move a few centimeters. This was simply too exaggerated. Seeing this, Mu Bai smiled without saying anything. These two idiots would not think that he could be surpassed by two people after running 50 laps. 20 times the gravity was as light as a feather for him. If it was not for increasing the difficulty, he would not have lent out this special material training heavy armor. What are you waiting for? Let's practice. Mu Bai stretched his muscles and bones and issued an invitation for punishment. Wukai swallowed his saliva and wanted to eat Li Qin at this moment. Li Qin still tried to lift the heavy armor, but was surprised to find that he could not lift it. This heavy armor was not ordinary heavy. It was no different from a small mountain. 10 minutes later, in the white battle room, Wukai with panda eyes lay on the ground like a dead fish. And Li Qin was a bit miserable. At this moment, he was being hammered on the wall by Mu Bai like a sandbag. The wall wrapped in special materials would slowly shrink back when hit from a distance. Li Qin held his head with trembling arms to protect his vital parts. He was a little disappointed. He had been defeated before, but it was the first time he was crushed like this. What's more important is that Mu Bai has become stronger. He was fighting 1 against 2 without using the power of the fruit. But he beat him. An animal-type strongman. Like a dead dog with his fists and feet. The gap in strength between the two sides was too big. The students of Class 11 who were watching outside the fighting room were numb. Are Li Qin and Wukai weak? On the contrary. They are not weak at all. But they seem a little unbearable in front of Mu Bai. Normal fighting is a one-sided slaughter. This is not a fight. It is a crushing. Mu Bai, whose fists were bombarded like a storm, did not move. But Li Qin, who was beaten to the flesh and in pain, had his teeth broken in his half-beast and half-human form. Mu Bai, who did not sweat at all, looked at the other party with some disappointment. Why are you so weak? The opponent's double-blade style was too weak. With his current reaction speed, the opponent could not touch it at all. And Li Qin could not avoid every punch from him. So this created an extremely strange situation. Facing Li Qin, who was going all out, Mu Bai did not dare to kill him, for fear that he would lose control of his strength and blow the opponent to death. That's right. It's a blast. With his current physical strength, if he punched with all his strength, it would be enough to break the opponent's double swords and smash his head into the wall. The peak destructive power simply exceeded the carrying capacity of his lion body. Li Qin clenched his fists and roared, picking up the double swords that fell not far away. He pulled his body and made a tricky slash like a backstab, folding it in the opposite direction like flowing water. Just when it was about to hit Mu Bai's body, a shadow grabbed Li Qin's chin and threw it down in midair. His speed was fast, but Mu Bai was faster. Li Qin, who was hit on the ground like a toy, coughed up a lot of blood, and Mu Bai looked at him with some disgust. He thought he was going to come up with some creative slashes, but it turned out to be the same old routine. This Li Qin is really a hopeless case. Wukai, who was dozens of meters away, saw Li Qin being completely defeated. Although he didn't want to face Mu Bai, he had to stand up. The most direct way to deal with fear is face it. Animalized mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex. Wukai, who transformed into a giant Tyrannosaurus Rex in the steaming mist, swung his tail and swept across. The powerful force set off waves of air, and the sharp whip-like tail even made a sound like a sonic boom. Wukai's eyes flashed as he spun his legs. He used the huge body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex as a base, the tail as an attack weapon, and the rotation of his leg muscles as a driving force. He had tested the whipping of the tail and found that it could completely break the rockery in the park. Tyrannosaurus whips. Death turns. Mubai did not dodge the swift and violent attack. His center of gravity gradually sank, and his breath gradually converged. His current physique has reached a very strong level. So Mubai wanted to see if he could withstand the opponent's animalized attack. The surface of the battle room of the Holy Hall High School is made of a special memory metal, which is different from what Mubai has come into contact with before. It can withstand more violent weight pressure. Obviously, this kind of memory metal used for construction or special facilities will never be produced by ordinary copies. The elements of the natural system, the power of the animal system, and the various strange abilities of the superhuman system can withstand the influence of these factors without any substantial damage. Which means that to some extent, this thing is a defensive type of sea stone. Sea stone has no concept in the current world where Mubai is located. At most, there are some resources produced by special copies that can be used to deal with devil fruit ability users, such as protective element barrier systems and rubber rebound armor. In addition, the anti-ability user Gundam that can participate in large-scale battles is the ace of the ace. The frequency of anti-ability user Gundam in the Huaxia Federation is very high. This is mainly because the copy resources in many places in the Huaxia Federation are the products of combining technology, while the advanced copy resource products of the other two federations are magic and warrior respectively. All this knowledge was learned by Mubai recently, since he opened the God Gene Lock. His application of spiritual points has also reached a very terrifying level to a certain extent. For example, the speed of reading books alone is extremely amazing. What is more frightening is that although he reads books quickly, his mental strength is enough to support him to think about many problems in a very short time. This is a skill that applies the observation hockey to life to a certain extent. This kind of rapid thinking that is almost like stopping time is everywhere. Just like at this moment, Mubai, with his arms raised, wanted to resist Wukai's Tyrannosaurus Rex's tail swing with his body. In a short period of time, he thought about many things, and he grasped the timing very accurately. At the moment when he finished thinking, the huge dinosaur tail in the turbulence had already penetrated the whole field with a brutal and sadistic breath. Boom! As if hit by a locomotive, Mubai flew dozens of meters away. The special memory metal under his feet even set off waves like waves. This phenomenon is often caused by the inability to withstand huge pressure. After Mubai found that the other party hit him, he felt a slight pain in his arms. But the pain was quickly transferred to his body. And at that moment, the slight pain was also transmitted to his brain, making him more awake. What a lunatic! Li Qin, who was extremely shocked, collapsed not far away. He clearly saw that Mubai did not show any pain after being hit by Wukai's dinosaur tail, which means that with his current physique, he can fully withstand Wukai's attack in animal form. His jaw was still in severe pain, and he could not move his eyes. He gritted his teeth and barely stood up. He found that Mubai, who was originally emitting white smoke in front of him, turned into a black silk thread, like a ghost, and kicked Wukai in the chest in the form of Tyrannosaurus Rex. The heavy force knocked Wukai down like an explosion. Wukai, who had a keen instinct like a wild beast, was also frightened at this moment. With his huge body, he became the passive party. The golden eyes of Mubai, who moved swiftly, always made him feel a certain fear. The old soul hidden deep in his body was also frowning, thinking about something. As a famous existence in the second cosmic island chain, the old soul naturally has different thoughts about Mubai's recent growth and golden eyes. Growing to this point in such a short time shows that Mubai has hidden his strength, which is very scary from this perspective. After all, he knows too much about the mentality of young people. Take Wukai as an example. If this guy has any progress, he will not hide it. Just like when he challenged Gao Han several times in Yuhai High School, he will not hide his growth and progress. Not hiding means that his mentality is just like this, and he is destined to be useless. This young man named Mubai is different. He is an outstanding existence in all aspects. More importantly, he hides too deeply. He suspects that this Mubai may not be an ordinary first island chain boy but a high-level, heart demon. Why are the heart demons in the Huaxia Federation so scary? Because although some of them are crazy and don't mind being exposed, high-level heart demons have extremely deep mansions, and hiding for several years is often a small matter. Inferring from this, the old soul thinks that Mubai was possessed by the heart demon before the fruit copy. The day when he was possessed was the day when the other party's temperament changed drastically. He had a deep impression of Mubai before. After all, it was too eye-catching to see such a monstrous hatred and anger hidden in the eyes of an incompetent and good-looking boy. When thinking about these things, The Soul Old Man was not afraid of being heard by the other party. In fact, he had already discovered why Mu Bai could know him. As long as Wu Kai did not speak, but communicated with him in his heart, he would not know it at all. If Mu Bai knew what the Soul Old Man had inferred in his heart, he would probably applaud. To a certain extent, Mu Bai really entered this world in a similar way to the other party's inference. But it was not a demon in his heart. Wu Kai, do you want to win? The Soul Old Man who communicated with Wu Kai directly in his heart could clearly detect that Wu Kai's breath was not stable. The animal's body shook slightly. Obviously because he was a little frightened by Mu Bai's attack just now. Of course I want to win. Old man, do you have a way? Wu Kai, who was slightly moved in his heart, was a little excited. The old man never communicated with him before, which made him almost think that the other party had given up on him. Can you beat him now? The old soul said with some amusement. Sometimes Wu Kai was quite naive. He didn't even master the skills he taught him, such as the spirit snake body technique. But he wanted to defeat Mu Bai now. It was really a bit wishful thinking. Fighting and killing are all you think about all day long. Haven't you heard of defeating the enemy without fighting? I suspect that Mu Bai's soul is occupied by the inner demon. You can report this to the Administration Bureau in a few days. Compared with Mu Bai's past achievements and now, it will be dealt with soon. Geniuses are always rare. And those who have been humiliated in their youth, but rushed out of the abyss with talents they didn't have before are even rarer. Therefore, the old soul is basically sure that Mu Bai has a major problem. It is natural for the Administration Bureau to investigate such things. Killing people and destroying their hearts. Old man. But now that you say that, I really think it is so. Otherwise, how can this guy become so strong and defeat me? Somewhat excited, Wu Kai immediately found an excuse for his previous defeat, and his mood became much better. The old soul who was watching this scene silently snorted in his heart. A fool is a fool. Fortunately, he had a plan to kill two birds with one stone. Otherwise, Wu Kai would have lost his spirit after being defeated by Mu Bai this time. It was good for the other party to think so now. Wu Kai was attacked and was still happy, which made Mu Bai think that he didn't use enough strength just now. And he attacked again. The flowing fist force that was like a raging sea was almost fully output in an instant. Mu Bai used nearly 70% of his real strength when punching the flesh. The extremely explosive power continued to explode on Wu Kai's body like firecrackers. Under the terrifying output of the flesh, Mu Bai actually easily suppressed the animalized Wu Kai and beat him up. The special memory metal behind him and under his feet was shaken. Wu Kai, who was happy before, was beaten violently and roared angrily. Then he was beaten even worse. Even his dragon teeth were crushed. After a series of punches from Mu Bai, who did not hold back, Wu Kai was almost unconscious. When the opponent's huge body was about to fall to the ground, Mu Bai hugged its ferocious dragon head and threw the giant to the ground behind him with a smooth shoulder throw. Bang! As the violent sound disappeared, the battle was over. Looking at Wu Kai's miserable condition, Li Qin, who had been slowly getting up, slowly laid down again after noticing Mu Bai's gaze. He was really scared at this moment. The whole class was in an uproar. After all, many students knew that Mu Bai was strong, but they had no idea of his strength. And now they had even less idea. Li Qin and Wu Kai, two animal-type strongmen, were beaten like dogs. This was too exaggerated. The final result of this battle was that Li Qin and Wu Kai admitted defeat. Wu Kai could still maintain a certain inexplicable confidence, but Li Qin's state was a little bit wrong. It was obvious that he was psychologically traumatized by the beating. Even later, when Mu Bai passed by the other party's desk, this guy couldn't help shaking. At first, Mu Bai thought that the other party was pretending. But soon he realized that he was not pretending. Because if he was pretending, it would mean that Li Qin's control over himself had reached an extremely terrifying level. Similar to Mu Bai's pretending to be so scared, he must be at the level of an actor. Because he can control the mind and the body to react to any physiological reaction of the body. If this skill is placed in the film and television industry, he can definitely become a good actor. And wanting to control this physiological reaction is definitely not something Li Qin can do. But after thinking for a while, Mu Bai was not surprised by the other party's reaction. As the saying goes, seeing the small can reveal the big. He had analyzed before that Li Qin's double sword style was undoubtedly powerful enough to crush the weak. Even Wu Kai was killed by him with one sword. However, Li Qin was undoubtedly passive when dealing with the strong. His proud double sword style was not suitable for this kind of combat. From this point of view, his personality characteristics can be discovered. Strictly speaking, The opponent's swordsmanship is still very strong. The foundation is there. If it is corrected, he may be able to make a difference in the future. But will Mubai care about him? He is not his friend. So why should he help him? As the class monitor, Mubai naturally conducts training to rectify the internal situation of the class and improve the average score of the whole class. As long as Li Qin does not lower the class average score, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he is a transparent person. Although Mubai has no time to care about him, he must take time to connect with Wang Quandao, the priest of the Eternal Church, because the latter is an important cornerstone for his development of power. Late at night, the lights in the city are unusually bright. This is the characteristic of this world. The technology is advanced, but it does not show the style of cyberpunk. On the contrary, it is closer to the peaceful era defined in people's hearts. Famine, war and killing are far away from the general public, as if they are forgotten as a very distant memory. Humans are undoubtedly complex creatures. Their desires are hard to satisfy, and they often want more. When they are in wartime, they want peace. When they are in peacetime, they want material abundance. After material abundance, they want spiritual abundance. In the current Yunhai area, the only way to make up for this spiritual point is faith, in addition to self-improvement and reading. This is the case for people with abundant material wealth, let alone people with incurable diseases. Su Ming is such a person. She was the only one left lying alone on the bed in the simple rental house. She liked the night, because the dark night was as quiet as the audience in a gorgeous stage play without lights. And no one would look at her. No one paying attention is the best thing for her. She used to be a rich girl, but her family spent all their savings on curing the terminal illness that could take her life at any time. Current medicine could not help her, and she was forced to believe in theology. She successively believed in the Church of Order, the Church of Justice, the Church of Light, etc., but to no avail. She smiled after picking up the thin invitation on the table. The Eternal Church. I wonder if it can save my life. Humping over, she walked down the stairs step by step with a cane. There was a gathering tonight, and she wanted to go and see it. She heard that some big shots would be there to show their miracles. When she got in the taxi driver was a little scared after hearing her voice, and secretly glanced at her extremely old face. The voice of a young girl, but the face of an old man in his 80s or 90s was too strange. We're here. After more than 10 minutes, the driver swallowed and put Su Ming down. Su Ming, with her head down, didn't say anything and walked into the venue in the suburbs alone after paying the taxi fare. The surrounding weeds were overgrown. This was a gymnasium in Yunhai City before, but it was abandoned later. After Wang Qiandao's efforts, it has now been bought and used as one of the venues for church activities. Many people gathered at this moment, and there were thousands of people scattered around. Some were Protestants and some were just watching the fun. After all, the churches about God are basically all lies, and they often explain doctrines or use devil fruits to make some bluffing things. To put it bluntly, there are all kinds of magical things here, but there is nothing related to God. After stumbling into here, Su Ming was a little afraid to look at people. Although some people around were curious about how old people of this age came to watch the fun, most of them were talking to themselves. Just when Su Ming looked around, Wang Quandao had already brought Mubai here, in the black business car. Wang Quandao, wearing a black suit, did not look like a priest, but more like a business tycoon. So you can understand that it is God's gift and God's blessing. Gifts and blessings? At least Mubai has not yet realized that the eternal God has this intention. Mubai feels more curious about the other parties peeping. Sitting next to Wang Quandao, Mubai's face is cold and his temperament has changed a little from that in school. At a certain moment when the light and shadow in the black car are dim, his golden eyes are like torches that cannot be extinguished. The gods are silent, and the eternal God awakens. This can only mean that our era is coming. The identity of the Son of God can help you do a lot of things. It may not be obvious at present, but you will understand this when you enter the second universe island chain world. Looking at the young man's immortal golden eyes, Wang Quandao said softly, "Everything is cause and effect. Everything is arranged. When this boy awakens the divine gene lock, he is destined to enter a higher universe world. This is almost a foregone conclusion. What makes him a little distressed is that although Mubai is valued by the gods, it is extremely strange that he has no faith in the eternal God at all, because he has no fear. It is normal to have no fear of God. In the eyes of atheists, all gods do not exist. But Mubai is different. He has seen God and often looks directly at God. In this case, he has no reverence for the gods. You can imagine how different this son of God is. I will definitely enter the second island chain of the universe. Wang Quandao. I need to remind you that you can put aside the service to God and the scriptures and doctrines. But you must work hard on the expansion of church personnel, because it is related to whether my mission is completed or not. Of course, Mu Bai did not say the words in his heart later. He believed that Father Wang Quandao was a smart man and knew how to choose. The driver who was driving felt his scalp tingling. He dared not think that people in the church dared to talk to the priest like this. At this moment, he was also a little curious about the identity of this young man. Not explaining the scriptures is destined to make the believers not pure. This is inevitable. The driver, with some complex emotions in his heart, whispered, "Is it God's intention?" "It's my intention." Mu Bai's light words knocking on the car window made the driver's pupils shrink rapidly. Wang Quandao beside him frowned and thought for a while before slowly saying, "The Son of God is the spokesperson of God. What you said will not be detrimental to the development of the eternal church. But please forgive me for being abrupt. If I don't explain the scriptures and doctrines, it will lead to serious problems." Mu Bai stretched out his hand to interrupt him. "I know what you mean. If the doctrine is not understood, there will be no fear in faith. Even if it develops in the future, it will be inappropriate, and even these people without faith will backfire. This is what the current eternal church simulation means." I don't know why Mu Bai's voice is very cold. That kind of coldness is like his eyes, which is not cold in the human world. Yes. Wang Quandao saw that Mu Bai understood so deeply, and was a little curious why the other party still did this even though he knew the reason. What if believers are allowed to understand the scriptures themselves? Practice is the only way to test the truth. Once the seeds of faith are planted, they will want to understand even the most obscure scriptures from the bottom of their hearts. This is the selection and cultivation of believers with external and internal drive. External drive and internal drive are often used to distinguish the types of talents. Internal drive often exerts its own energy to realize its own value. They are in a leadership position in society, while external drive is often the led party. They need signals from the outside world to accomplish something. When there is no power, they will continue to sink like a spaceship suspended in space without power. Wang Quandao actually understood the real core meaning of Mu Bai's words, which is to cultivate the first batch of people who can spontaneously understand the scriptures, and let them understand the scriptures with pure faith as the cornerstone, so that multiple schools will be formed. Each school with a unique understanding of the scriptures can absorb more people, and the basic priests cultivated in this way will also become the basic force for the development of the eternal God Church. Only in this case will the number of believers in the churches increase. Crazy. Wang Quandao smiled at Mu Bai's speech without saying a word. The other party's purpose is very clear. But there is a very serious problem. That is how to develop externally driven people without faith into internally driven people. This is extremely important. People who have achieved great things in ancient and modern times must distinguish between theory and practice. Although the proposed theory is beautiful, it is empty talk if it cannot be realized. Wang Quandao, who was waiting for Mu Bai to explain, was about to say something when the car stopped. The destination has arrived. The moment he got off the car, Mu Bai took out a dagger from his arms. "I will show the power of God. The power of faith. This is a prop." As he said this, Mu Bai had already inserted the dagger into the driver's chest with his backhand. In his horrified eyes, Mu Bai calmly pulled out the bloody dagger. Under the shocked eyes of the driver, who was lying on the ground, a weak twisted force with a purple halo appeared on his chest. The wound was healed. Not by the power of the copy, not by the power of science, nor by the power of the devil fruit, but by the power of divinity. Wang Quandao turned his head in disbelief, with his footsteps sinking. Others may not understand what Mu Bai is doing, but he understands. The first sequence of the divinity of the eternal God is always alive. And eternal existence is the basis of doctrine. Believing in the eternal God is to challenge time, pain, lifespan, battle, near death, and other special situations. And healing is the basis of the divine power of the eternal God. How is it possible? Yes. How is it possible? Even if the eternal God awakens, he cannot really give the divine power. If he really has the divine power, it means that the church has developed a huge scale. But now the scale of the eternal God Church is not even small. Looking at Wang Quandao's astonished eyes, Mu Bai wanted to laugh. He guessed that the other party must have thought that it was the power bestowed by the eternal God. But unfortunately he guessed half right. He did use the power of the eternal God, but with the help of the system. Destiny mission, when you peek into eternity, Eternity is also peeking at you. Develop believers in the current world, the number is unknown. Mission reward, the attention of the eternal God. Stage 154 believers. 1 fanatic. Reward, divine ability absolute healing. Absolute healing. Can heal all injuries and all diseases. The restriction is that the target to be cured must be a believer. And it can only be cured once a week. Mubai unlocked this ability when he was in the car. He guessed that perhaps there were more people communicating in the venue. And the believers developed spontaneously. Which made him happen to unlock the mission reward of stage 1. Absolute healing. This divine ability is actually quite interesting. For the believers of the Eternal Church, it is absolute healing. But for non-believers, it is absolutely unhealable. The extreme polarization seems reasonable. After all, the effect of this high-level healing ability is too amazing. This absolute healing can heal all injuries. Even if a person is about to die tragically, this healing ability will save him. It is worth mentioning that this divine skill Mubai can take effect on himself, which is actually somewhat contrary to the principle of this skill. After all, he does not believe in the eternal God. When in the car, Mubai asked the system about the believers. After all, the current Eternal Church is divided into believers and fanatics. The system also gave a brief answer, which can be summarized as the level of faith. Stage 1, Believer Stage 2, Fanatic Stage 3, God Believer Stage 4. God's chosen. One of the 4 stages can be achieved by anyone as long as the faith is sufficient. And in addition to this are other professions, such as the High Priest of Wangquan Dao and Mubai's son. These 2 professions are also part of the Eternal God Church. This is a divine skill, a divine spirit. I saw it. The driver, who was so excited that his eyes were filled with tears, did not blame Mubai for hurting him with a dagger. Instead, he looked at Mubai with an almost fanatical look. What did you see when you were healed? Wang Quandao, who could not help but be curious, asked quickly. Twisted. A big grin. After listening to the other party's intermittent summary, Wang Quandao looked a little weird. In the driver's description, the figure of the eternal God was fleeting in the dazzling golden light, and Mubai was in front of the statue in the magnificent palace and healed him. And in the process, he also gained some insights about the scriptures. Very weird. The hacking divine skill with special effects? Could it be that Mubai is really the final chosen one? Otherwise, the eternal God would not treat him so well. And Wang Quandao even doubted whether Mubai was really the human incarnation of the eternal God. However, with the divine power added to him, Mubai can indeed do a lot of things. Mubai, who is also wearing a black dress, seemed very calm. Seeing the number of fanatics +1 and the number of believers decreasing, Mubai knew that the driver's faith level had risen to a higher level. Let's go. Eternity is infinite. And exchanging infinite faith for eternal existence is the real reward. This sentence is taken from the words in the 5th chapter of the 1st volume of the Interpretation of the Eternal Church. The original text is 2 descendants arguing about how to repay the eternal God for their protection. The first person said that the river should be drained, the mountains should be leveled, food and livestock should be sacrificed, and all great things should be done to show respect for the eternal God. But the wise man shook his head. The wise man said that your suggestion is still too small. Since you want to praise the eternal God with grandeur, why not launch a war of gods to kill all pagans, and then destroy all the worlds in the universe? Isn't this a more respectful act? The first person was speechless. Then the wise man used ancient language to say something similar to what Mubai had just said. In summary, you don't respect the eternal God enough. Since you offer limited mountains, rivers and streams to the gods, why don't you offer unlimited faith to the other party? Mountains and rivers have a fixed number, and the universe has a fixed number. These limited existences cannot be dedicated to the infinite eternal God. So the meaning summarized in this chapter is that infinite faith is the highest respect for the eternal God. Of course, this is the content of the 1st volume. In the 7th volume, the subsequent wise men summarized other ways of respect. That is, the infinity of one's own existence. That is, the continuous survival of believers is also a kind of faith. The content of these scriptures is not simple to understand, but it is not difficult at all. From the perspective of the Eternal God Church, all the scriptures can be perfectly explained. Mubai spent less than a day to sort out these contents and roughly understand them all. So it seems normal to quote the words in the scriptures at this moment. But this also comforts Wang Quandao a lot. At least Mubai, as the Son of God, really understands the basic scriptures. When the 2 walked into the venue, believers who knew Wang Quandao rushed up to express their greetings. And Mubai, who was walking side by side with the high priest, was more confused. Although this young man is very charming, it is disrespectful to walk side by side with the high priest on this occasion. Everyone, this is the Holy Son, Wang Quandao said elegantly. Holy Son. The believers looked at the young man in surprise. The identity of the Holy Son means that the gods are the spokespersons in the world. Its importance is naturally extraordinary. But the Holy Son in front of them is too young. Mu Bai, who was surrounded by the crowd, looked at these uneasy believers and said in a clear and steady voice, I can see who among you is a true believer. The eternal God and I share a pair of eyes, and he can see it too. At this moment, everyone realized that the young man in front of them was different. The golden eyes were obviously not ordinary people. It was said in the scriptures that people chosen by God would show extraordinary insight. And the golden eyes were one of the evidences. Jiao Xinyuan, Hao Xingxi, Yi Yulong, Lin Jin, Xie Shuerong, Xing Xiling. The people whose names were called were men, women, old and young. And everyone seemed a little excited. He can see our devout faith. He can see. A certain feeling of being recognized spread in the heart. The crowd watching the excitement not far away did not react. On the contrary, they felt that the Eternal God Church was a bit low-end. After all, what's the point of playing such a trick? Give the list of believers to the so-called Son of God in advance, and let him memorize it, and then bring golden beautiful eyes to gather people's hearts. This method is too vulgar. Su Ming in the crowd was also a little disappointed. The boy who looked about the same age as her had a unique temperament. But it was probably an actor invited by this church. Just when she wanted to leave, Mu Bai said something shocking that shocked everyone present. Can the person whose name I just called cooperate with me? Use death to prove your faith. Just like the devout believers in the 3 volumes of scriptures to prove the miracle. What kind of experience is it for a young man to let you die calmly? The onlookers thought that the young man was crazy. And even the believers were dumbfounded. To prove the arrival of miracles with death. The person who said this is either stupid or bad. However, Wang Quandao, who usually had a serious and steady expression, was unusually calm, which made these believers a little hesitant. Using death to prove devout faith is the story in the 9th chapter of the 3rd volume of the Interpretation of the Eternal Church. It tells the story of the disappearance of the gods, and the collapse of faith when the 5th generation of the Son of God came to power. At this critical moment, the loyal disciples of the 5th generation of the Son of God declared their faith to the Eternal God in the form of sacrifice. The disciples did not die in the end, but resurrected under the gaze of the Eternal God. Then the Eternal God Church gradually flourished, and those disciples became the chosen ones with the ability to become high priests. The story is beautiful, but it is just a story after all. Even because of the long time and the lack of scriptures, it is impossible to determine the specific year. This kind of game has no meaning. I am a staff member of the Administration Bureau. I hope Mr. Wang Quandao and this Son of God will cooperate to explain your current crazy behavior. The member of the Administration Bureau hidden in the crowd came out to interrupt this embarrassing situation. He took out the certificate and was somewhat firm in his previous thoughts. He originally thought it was an ordinary gathering. But now it seems that there is indeed something wrong with the Eternal God Church. The believers had complicated expressions, especially some of the people whose names were called. They hoped that miracles could be shown in their hearts. But they didn't want to be so dangerous. So they were relieved when the staff of the Administration Bureau showed up. At least someone could find an excuse for their unsteady faith. Even if it was just a little bit. It was enough to make people feel at ease. The truth is always in the hands of a few people. And so is faith. When you don't pay reverence to the Eternal God, any explanation is meaningless. The elegant Wang Quandao slowly took a step forward. The powerful aura of level 50 mixed with the looming domineering pressure on the whole scene, which made the staff of the Administration Bureau change their faces. The other party's momentum was too amazing. Mu Bai looked at Wang Quandao with some curiosity, as if he was a little surprised that people who believed in gods would awaken such a pure domineering. Wang Quandao's pressure was indeed very strong, but it could not effectively solve the current faith problem. At this moment, not only those onlookers were making a fuss, but even the original believers began to show loose faith. Su Shui smiled. For some reason, she had a sense of absurdity. That is, the so-called son of the Eternal Church seemed to have no shame and embarrassment in his eyes when he was exposed. It made her feel as if these onlookers were short-sighted. But how could this be possible? Just as she was thinking about it, the only fanatic whose name was called earlier came to Mu Bai and knelt on one knee. His trembling body seemed to be a physiological reaction stimulated by extreme excitement. At this moment, Yulong was in tears. In Mu Bai's perspective, this ordinary-looking middle-aged man had a firm belief in his eyes. He was also the only fanatic among the believers displayed by the system. Yulong, a native of Yunhai City, did business many years ago, but the good times did not last long. Soon, an accident happened in his family. He joined the Eternal Church in the last 2 years. He had lost all his family members and had great potential in facing the eternal doctrine. So Wang Quandao also took good care of him. At this moment, he looked up at Mu Bai, and the expectation of miracles in his eyes had surpassed his obsession with survival. Sir, I am willing to be that martyr. Even if there is no miracle, I hope to create one. Some people believe because they see. Some people see because they believe. He is undoubtedly the latter. To die for the truth in one's heart is more meaningful than to live in Yulong's eyes. At this moment, he really wants to practice his faith like a madman. Facing this person, Mu Bai undoubtedly values him more. If the other party meets other people like himself, he will become a tragic dead soul. But he is different. This is undoubtedly his luck. Use this dagger to open the ladder to your ultimate faith. There is no impurity in the golden eyes. Mu Bai's figure faintly overlaps with the huge statue of the eternal god behind him, which makes Yulong stunned on the spot. Wait! This can't be done. Seeing that Yulong actually clenched the dagger, the staff of the Administration Bureau wanted to step forward to stop him, but was easily suppressed by Wang Quandao on the spot. Eternal God, I'm here. I want to offer my heart to you. The blade pierced the heart, and Yulong fell into a deep sleep when the hot blood passed through his palm. Dead. The people watching the excitement also felt a little weird and wanted to leave. But Mu Bai didn't pay any attention to them or care about them. Those who died for their faith will also live for their faith. Absolute healing activated. In some simple places, Mu Bai stretched out his palm like a savior. And while driving the divine skills, Mu Bai also exuded an inimitable divine brilliance. Grand, ancient, old, long, unknown. All kinds of adjectives that humans lack seem to be insufficient to describe the current mental state at a certain moment. I just feel that it is a real work of art. A harmonious existence with the natural universe of heaven and earth. And it is a divine brilliance that transcends everything. The purple chaotic light quickly flowed into Yulong's body. The broken heart was quickly repaired. The originally dying Yulong's injuries disappeared. And at this moment, he gradually opened his eyes. I saw it. God is whispering. God is whispering. God is whispering. Yulong, who was kneeling on the ground, was not excited because of his resurrection, but was emotional because he glimpsed a corner of his true face. The members of the Administration Bureau, who were somewhat dazed by the footsteps, only felt that those fanatical faces showed real fear. But in the deep fear was ecstasy. Ecstasy for divine power. Loyal hymns to faith. The originally hesitant believers rushed to vent their humble faith at the cost of their lives, as if they were participating in the most sacred ceremony. Some people were shocked by the scene in front of them. And some people also had a hint of fanaticism on their faces. And Mu Bai continued to release healing power, like a ruthless resurrection machine. How is it possible? The man from the Administration Bureau wanted to open his mouth and shout out these 4 words. But he found that he couldn't do it. The shocking emotion kept telling him a fact. That is, the so-called son of the Eternal Church was really exerting divine power. The Eternal God was watching all this. The miracle that had never been revealed had happened. Mu Bai, who controlled the whole scene, still looked indifferent. At this moment, he needed to use this indifference to establish the majesty of the image of the Son of God. The seeds of trust had been planted. Although the scene was silent, Su Shui felt her heart was about to beat out. That was indeed a miracle. She tried to get closer with her cane, but was pushed aside by others. The crowd rushed over and joined the Eternal Church to change their fate. How could they miss such an unprecedented opportunity? The crowd's fanatical belief. At this moment, Mu Bai really became the spokesperson of the gods in the world. Wang Quandao is well aware of the true meaning of faith. So his attention was actually on Mu Bai. He wanted to see how this young man would use this opportunity to expand the number of believers. Okay, everyone. These 4 simple words calmed down the passionate believers. I noticed that there are several people here who are suffering from incurable diseases. Since some of you have already believed in the eternal God, I will help you heal. After saying that, Mu Bai stretched out his index finger and pointed at Su Shui, who was sat outside the crowd. Su Shui was excited at first, but soon noticed the strange looks of these people. so she stretched out her hand to cover her ugly and old face. Mu Bai walked slowly, parting the crowd, and said calmly, I can sense the girl's pain through her power of faith. Pursuing eternity, and believing in eternity, is your best choice. Facing the inexplicable light, Mu Bai had already walked in front of her. He did not dare to look directly at the other's handsome face. Su Shui, who was extremely inferior, had tears in her eyes, but she did not dare to cry out loud. This person, the Son of God, who was as dazzling as the Sun God, actually, recognized her identity at a glance. Isn't that an old lady? Stupid. Since the Son of God said it was a girl, she must have gotten some rare disease to get old. Right? It is one of the taboo terminal illnesses, the decay disease, which can't be cured by external forces, and can only be cured by divine power. Wang Quandao explained. As the initiator of the church activity, he naturally knew the physical condition of the invitee. As soon as the 4 words taboo terminal illness came out, the few people who were originally close to Su Shui ran to the side, as if they were stared at by the god of death. As if staying by her would be contaminated by unclean things. Just as Su Shui's head was lowered, Mu Bai patted her shoulder gently. Child, everything is over. Absolute healing is activated. The purple light rang violently. After a few moments, Su Shui felt numb all over her body, and then her skin was changing, as if the old skin was disappearing like a snake shedding its original SHL, and the snow-white hair quickly turned into its original black appearance. She was like a mysterious elf walking out of the deep night, with long straight black hair flowing like a waterfall, as if it could absorb all the light around. This unique black color is deep and mysterious, just like the twinkling stars in the night sky, which is both silent and bright. Her face is delicate, and her skin is as white as jade, which forms a sharp contrast with her black hair, just like an ink painting, with both Oriental implicitness and Western three-dimensionality. Her eyes are deep and bright, like a universe with stars, which is both unfathomable and full of charm. Whenever she blinks gently, it seems that there are stars twinkling, which is intoxicating. Her nose is tall and elegant, adding a bit of heroism to her face, and the slightly upturned corners of her lips reveal a subtle playfulness that makes people want to get closer. Su Shui herself is very beautiful, so beautiful that even without makeup, she is enough to amaze everyone present. Her long black hair has a hint of charm, like a succubus. Very strange. Mu Bai's expression is a bit strange, because at the same time as healed Su Shui, the other party's original believer status suddenly jumped to God's chosen one, and his faith rose directly from stage 1 to stage 4? Sir, the Holy Sun, as if some attribute was activated. Su Shui, with a hint of love in her eyes, hugged Mu Bai's body at the first time, which made Mu Bai feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. He didn't know why he always had the illusion that he could sense the same peeping feeling as the eternal God on Su Shui. Did he say that the eternal God was paying attention to this girl? With a complicated look, he tried to pull her away, but strangely found that he couldn't pull her away with his strength. System. What's going on? Ding dong. Insufficient data cannot be displayed. You can display the personal panel of the current God's chosen Su Shui. Cannot be displayed? It must be the work of the eternal God. What kind of operation is it to be able to see the other party's panel? Forget it. Let's open it and take a look. Name Su Shui level 8, 75% experience, attributes strength 55, agility 51, constitution 39, spirit 44. Hidden attributes, such as luck charm, have no specific values. Talent chosen 1, receive the gift of the gods, deformed love, 100% loyalty to Mu Bai and can suppress the attributes of the target of your affection. Peak charm. Charm will be released multiple times after the decay disease is cured. Devil fruit none Mu Bai. What the hell? This Su Shui is so strong. And more importantly, these talents are too amazing. Especially the deformed love, which actually suppressed his own attributes. Mu Bai, who originally wanted to scold the other party, lowered his voice and advised kindly, let me go first. Okay. Su Shui, who was stared at by the crowd, also shrank her neck a little shyly. Although she let go of Mu Bai, her burning eyes never moved and stared at him. Everyone, joining the Eternal God Church from today will be your greatest honor. I will carry out religious activities here in a week, and all your relatives and friends can come to participate. The crowd was surging, and everyone was very excited. Even the members of the General Administration Bureau had a complicated look. If this Son of God was telling the truth, it meant that he could cure any disease. What this meant was self-evident. The Eternal God Church will rise completely. Several actions have increased the number of believers present. And some of the believers have become fanatics. Destiny mission, when you peek into eternity, eternity is also peeking at you. Develop believers in the current world, the number is unknown. Mission reward, attention of the Eternal God. Phase 2, 143 believers. 27 fanatics. 1 chosen one. Reward, divine ability life aura. Life aura, after joining the Eternal God Church and believing in the Eternal God, you will be blessed with the life aura. The current life aura is level 1, which can increase your life by 3 years. Almost at the same time when this reward was distributed, all the believers present felt a kind of power of nothingness being injected into their bodies. Before that mysterious feeling ended, most people felt a feeling of increased vitality. This is a gift I give to all believers before I leave. As long as you believe in the Eternal God, you will gain 3 years of life. Mu Bai's words were loud and clear and unquestionable. Even Wang Quandao was secretly surprised when he heard this. After all, he never thought that Mu Bai would even have this divine ability. It was raining outside the abandoned gymnasium. Recently, there has been a large-scale rainfall near Yunhai City, which is really strange. Many meteorological experts are also puzzled. In the black car speeding in the rainy night, Mu Bai was concentrating on driving, but he didn't know what he was thinking. And on the co-pilot, a pair of beautiful eyes were staring at his profile. Putting aside Mu Bai's identity as the spokesperson of the Eternal God, he is also charming enough. His handsome face and golden pupils have a mysterious temperament under the lights on the road. Under the cold rain, Su Shui always felt that the other party had a faint feeling of loneliness. Sir, can I believe in the Eternal God forever? Yes. The beautiful girl said this in a soft voice. Mu Bai would naturally not refuse. But her subsequent question made Mu Bai speechless. Sir, can I be with you forever? The voice gradually changed, as if a morbid obsession was injected into the body. Su Shui was a little scary at the moment. But Mu Bai, who was driving and did not answer him, could feel that the other party's heartbeat was speeding up. And it was obvious that she was very excited. As time passed, Su Shui seemed to be unable to bear Mu Bai's attitude and began to sob softly. But the strange thing was that Mu Bai could find that the other party's belief in the Eternal God was getting stronger and stronger. This is a lunatic. However, considering the other party's special nature, Mu Bai couldn't help but think of the current team formation. With Su Shui's current terrifying combat power, she can completely enter the strongest team of the Holy Hall High School and become one of the top 3 combat forces in the team. Of course, Mu Bai's voice was very light, but it sounded loud in the silent car. At least Su Shui, who had originally lowered her head, quickly raised her head and her face flushed. At this moment, she was wearing a white dress and looked as perfect as the white moonlight in the heart of any teenager at a close distance. Mu Bai continued to drive expressionlessly when he noticed that the other party's heartbeat was still increasing. Wang Dao was useful, so he would choose to help him. Eternal God Church was useful, so he would come here to perform miracles. Su Shui was useful, so he would agree to the other party's simple request. This is Mu Bai. He is not a person who stands on the pure black and white sides. He is a person in the gray area. Angels and demons are often just a thought away. Really? That's great. Su Shui covered her mouth and smiled foolishly. Her flushed face was not so obvious in the dark night. Mu Bai, who was about to comfort the other party with a few words, looked slightly cold. Someone scanned him with the domineering power of observation. He suddenly looked at the rearview mirror and found a person riding a motorcycle following the car closely. The other party made a gesture and accelerated the speed, obviously preparing to stop him. Hold on tight. After reminding Su Shui, Mu Bai immediately stepped on the accelerator. The headlights that penetrated the heavy rain passed by quickly, and the target it was heading for was the Yunhai Cross Sea Bridge. The cold rain and the rumbling sound give people a doomsday feeling. In this kind of weather, people often seem very lonely. The word loneliness is different from solitude. The former represents a kind of enjoyment. People immersed in loneliness are often unwilling to jump out of it. Just like Wan Jingtian at this moment. He rides a motorcycle just to enjoy this extreme loneliness. Of course, as the most wanted criminal, he sometimes needs to complete some illegal transactions to assassinate some targets to supplement his life. Hey! 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 Mu Bai! You don't have to drive so fast. Right? I heard your speech in the church just now, and it was very good. I will chat with you before I kill you. The motorcycle following the black car was moving at a very steady speed. It was obvious that Wang Jingtian had no intention of taking action immediately. Instead, he was ready to play with this mature guy like a cat playing with a mouse. He was very interested in that divine ability. Even on a rainy night, even at high speed, the other party's words were still heard by Mu Bai in the main car. The same was true for Su Shui. She was originally immersed in happiness, but she suddenly crushed the phone in her hand. Compared to the angry Su Shui, Mu Bai frowned slightly. Just from the concentration of the followers' observation hockey, he could basically determine that the two of them were definitely not his opponents. At least this person was probably close to the level of 30. Obviously, this kind of person can be regarded as a master. And at present, there are only a few forces that can send people to hunt him. The Inner Demon, the Unified Management Bureau, or other churches. It is normal for the Inner Demon forces to want to kill him. After all, it was he who stopped the killing of its members during the Devil Fruit copy. The General Administration Bureau may also take action. And Zhao Yuejian's brother Zhao Quan may also arrange people to deal with him. The possibility of other churches is also very high. After all, as long as the Eternal God Church shows its true divine power, it will be enough to shake the faith of their believers. Shaking the faith in their hearts will cut off their money bags. In this case, it is understandable that they want to hunt down the son of the Holy Sun in advance. You drive. Okay. Su Shui immediately came to the driving position to replace Mu Bai. After giving this order, Mu Bai flipped the roof of the car with force, and the cold raindrops fell on his body, which seemed a little desolate. Mu Bai, who came to the back seat, did not communicate with Wang Jingtian at all. He directly raised his arms to gather the hot magma and okay the close-range version of the meteor volcano bombing. In the rainy night, the dim skies seemed to be suffocated by the thick dark clouds, and the lightning was like the light escaping from the cracks in the sky. Fleeting motorcyclists shuttled through the chaos, their raincoats rustling in the wind. As soon as Mu Bai's magma volcano came out, the ground in front of him cracked, and red magma gushed out, as if an angry fire dragon was raging. Magma rain fell from the sky and intertwined with the cold rain. Steam rose, forming a white mist. Rider Wang Jingtian's heartbeat accelerated instantly, and the veins on the back of his hand holding the handlebars bulged. He was not afraid but excited. The excitement was that this Mu Bai actually wanted to hit him. Isn't this a very ridiculous thing? Thinking of this, he also had the intention of challenging in his heart. Even if he didn't use the power of the fruit, his physical attributes were enough to kill this Mu Bai. The motorcycle swayed on the slippery road, but Wang Jingtian relied on his extraordinary skills and firm will to control it steadily. He flexibly shuttled between the gaps of the magma rain, and every turn seemed thrilling. The rain mixed with the steam from the magma made his vision blurred, but he relied on his intuition and experience to avoid the deadly magma raindrops time and time again. At this critical moment, Wang Jingtian's heart was surprisingly calm. He seemed to be integrated with the motorcycle and became a part of the wind. The surrounding noise gradually faded away, leaving only him and the motorcycle speeding in the rainy night. So you can hide? Then don't play. Mu Bai, who was in the back seat of the car, instantly injected his arms into the road. The surging magma quickly turned into a three-headed magma dragon surrounding the motorcycle. The dripping magma dragon head was like a red tornado that easily chewed up the motorcycle. Wang Jingtian, who was trapped in it, was not angry. Instead, he playfully turned his arms into a dark color and used his body to forcibly penetrate the dragon and continue to follow the car. The motorcycle was just a toy. With his physical strength, it was enough to surpass the speed of the black car. The opponent obviously mastered the observation color domineering and the arm color domineering. Mu Bai was a little serious at this moment. The natural system has such a fruit control method. It's a pity to kill you. Wang Jingtian, who was running at full speed, smiled and took out a short sword from his arms, then jumped up and stabbed at Mu Bai's crotch at an extremely weird and tricky angle. He specializes in the lower three roads and has no psychological burden. Boom! Mu Bai quickly retreated with Su Shui and the explosion on the cross-sea bridge. At the same time, a ferocious mask with the appearance of a fierce ghost gradually gathered on his originally clean face. It was the Ghost King mask he got before. Although the time was short just now, Mu Bai also relied on the night speed bonus of the Ghost King mask to barely dodge the opponent's attack, and also detonated the car. But this kind of damage may not be able to kill the opponent. He didn't have time to care about Su Shui while holding her. He put her aside and concentrated his mental power instantly. The Ghost King mask skill was activated. Skill 1. Summoning evil ghosts 10 times the mental points are consumed to summon evil ghosts. The higher the mental points, the stronger and more evil ghosts are summoned. The type, ability, and number of summoned evil ghosts can be automatically adjusted due to changes to the wearer's racial restrictions. This skill can only be used in the real world, and only once a day. 13 shadows suddenly appeared in front of Mu Bai in the dark rainy night. He activated the summoning skill of the Ghost King Mask with strong spirit points. At this moment, 13 sword ghosts were rubbing the giant sword in the shadow. Su Shui was slightly shocked by the scene in front of her. She thought it was the power of Mu Bai's devil fruit. But what kind of fruit power can summon such a special creature? The armor emitting dim light was covered with scars, as if it symbolized that these summoned sword ghosts had been through the battlefield for a long time. And the somewhat incomplete giant sword revealed bursts of murderous aura. Obviously many souls died under its sword. The 13 level 40 obsession sword ghosts were extremely powerful, and their combined power was enough to shock anyone. But Wan Jingtian, who walked slowly from the explosion, just smiled and extinguished the flames on his body. And his strong body was full of black marks, although the upper body of the arm-colored domineering covered most of the attacks. His legs were burned a bit seriously. However, Wan Jingtian didn't care much at the moment. The only thing that deserved his attention was the mask on Mu Bai's face. He could have killed the opponent with one knife just now. But after the mask appeared, the opponent's speed suddenly increased significantly, and he had the ability to compete with him. This was extremely terrifying. After all, he was level 41, and the attribute difference alone was enough to crush the opponent. Are these monsters your people? They don't look good. The optimistic Wan Jingtian looked a little embarrassed at the moment, but the threat emanating from his high level was more chilling than the current storm. Go! Mu Bai, who didn't waste time talking to him, immediately ordered the 13 knife ghosts to attack immediately. The heavy giant sword kept slashing at Wan Jingtian in the lightning and thunder. Under the heavy rain, he, who had originally not taken it seriously, now realized the strength of these knife ghosts. Each of them was actually around level 40. 4 or 5 knife ghosts attacked from the front, and the rest of the knife ghosts attacked from behind. Wan Jingtian also felt some pressure under the front and back attacks. Haha. This is interesting. Wan Jingtian, with excitement in his eyes, quickly activated the fruit ability. His superhuman evasion fruit has the powerful ability to dodge all attacks, which is also an important reason why he can escape the pursuit of the Bureau of Control or bounty hunters every time. And this ability is even more terrifying in battle, and it is impossible to hit it under the same level. Follow me. Seeing that the battle was getting more and more intense at this moment, Mu Bai did not rashly join it, but instead told Su Shui a word and quickly ran towards the other end of the cross-sea bridge. Su Shui immediately nodded and followed. And before leaving, she did not forget to look back at Wan Jingtian. At this moment, Wan Jingtian, who was deeply trapped in a bitter battle, just found an opportunity to kill 2 knife ghosts. And Su Shui felt a little frightened under the murderous intent. Mu Bai called Wang Quandao while running, but surprisingly, no one answered the call. There is a high probability that they were also attacked, and at the same time they attacked the Eternal Church, which means that the other party's pursuer was indeed a church. After leaving the battlefield, Mu Bai did not continue to run, because he could not run at all. With his and Su Shui's physical strength, they were no match for Wan Jingtian behind them. The physical difference was too great. You know, even if he wore a mask, he could only barely dodge the opponent's casual attack. The difference between the two naturally needs no elaboration. It seems that I have to use it now. Thinking about this, Mu Bai immediately took out 2 props. Fruit position fruit of your choice, use both at the same time. Fruit position once it is turned on. With the operation of mental power, those weak airflows gradually gather into streams and begin to wash the original meridians. Every wash brings a piercing pain, as if countless needles are running around in the body. Mu Bai gritted his teeth and persisted. He knew that this was the only way to open up the second fruit position again. Sir, are you okay? I'm fine. Time passed little by little. His body was soaked in sweat. His face was as pale as paper, but his eyes were shining with a firm light. In his body, those streams have gathered into rivers and began to wash deeper meridians. Every wash takes away a trace of black blood. When the last trace of blood was washed away, he felt a powerful force erupting from deep inside his body, as if a volcano was erupting in his body. This power instantly broke through the shackles of all souls, allowing them to become unobstructed again. Select fruit, choose the superhuman tremor fruit. The fruit power was immediately digested by him. And the two natural disaster powers intertwined at this moment. The strongest natural damage magma fruit. The strongest destructive superhuman tremor fruit. Mubai clenched his hands and gradually opened his golden eyes. Ethan Wan was very tired at the moment. He hated rainy nights. And hated being besieged even more. He was more like an assassin with high attack and high sensitivity. Which was the main reason why he accepted this commission. I'm so tired. In the cold rain, his naked upper body loosened his muscles like a cheetah on the ancient continent. And the bodies of the obsessive sword ghosts were gradually shattered around him. The obsession would dissipate if the core was destroyed. So the sword ghosts could not leave corpses when they died. Ethan Wan, who was covered with sporadic minor injuries, felt uncomfortable in his right arm when he moved his body. Although he evaded almost all attacks with the help of the superhuman evasion fruit, the repeated irregular muscle-twisting movements also made his body a little overwhelmed. The rain flowed down his forehead and dripped on the road, causing ripples. After casually gathering his hair to the top of his head, he looked in the direction where Mu Bai and the other person had fled and quickly disappeared into the darkness. According to his calculations, the speed of the two people could not leave the cross-sea bridge at all, which means that he could completely catch up with the two people with his overwhelming speed and then hunt them one by one. Although he, Wan Jingtian, was famous for killing, he had never killed a natural ability user. So he was still somewhat interested in killing Mu Bai and making him his own collection. He was even faster when he activated the fruit ability in the rainy night. The fruit of avoiding the air resistance could avoid the rain in the sky to a certain extent. So his speed was extremely fast. Even much faster than when fighting. He hated rainy nights. But he didn't hate killing people in rainy nights. On the contrary, he liked to listen to symphonies while killing targets in the rainy night, which would give him an inexplicable pleasure of carrying the destiny to judge the sinners. Wan Jingtian's eyes were slightly gloomy as he moved rapidly. After more than 10 minutes, he had seen the two people in the distance. Feeling the almost explosive increase in combat power in his body and the long-lost and familiar vibration force, Mu Bai always felt like shouting to the sky. The power transmitted in the meridians was extremely adapted to some fluctuations in the current Shanghai world. Mu Bai estimated that it was because of the system that he was able to open up the fruit position so easily. From this point of view, he had to admire the priority of the system again. And its priority undoubtedly surpassed the current Shanghai world he was in. Wait for me. Seeing Mu Bai's unsteady breathing wearing a mask, Wan Jingtian asked curiously. In his impression, the prey should keep running for life, and he only needs to drive the other party away until it is killed. Can the prey still resist? Wan Jingtian, who didn't know where he got an umbrella from, actually threw the umbrella in his hand to Su Shui very gentlemanly. Little beauty, let me play a game with you. Your boyfriend must die today. But you don't. From now on, run to the other side of the bridge. As long as your boyfriend can resist me here for 10 minutes, I will let you go. If he can't, I'm sorry. Wan Jingtian, who spread his hands, talked a lot. He was a rare person who liked to play games. This was actually quite strange. After all, assassins are based on the premise of completing the task quickly. Such unprofessional behavior is more like not taking the task seriously. Some reasons can be analyzed from this. First of all, professional killers would not do such idiotic behavior. So this Wan Jingtian is most likely hired by other churches as an individual, not as an organization. Thinking of this, Mu Bai narrowed down the scope of the other party's origin. If he acted alone, it would be easy to determine his identity after the war. Su Shui, who did not take the umbrella rashly, sneered and said, "Who do you say he is to me? Boyfriend?" Wan Jingtian raised his eyebrows and said uncertainly, "Say it again. Isn't he your boyfriend?" Wan Jingtian, who looked even weirder, noticed that this pure and moving girl actually lowered her head shyly before she finished speaking, and her obsessed eyes stared at Mu Bai's back as if she was excited about something. Damn it! Am I also a part of your flirting? Go to HL. As a single dog, his murderous intent increased greatly, and he came to Mu Bai at a terrifying speed of 41 levels in an instant. The sharp short sword spun around and stabbed Mu Bai's neck accurately. A sword to the throat was the most interesting way to die. At least that's what Ethan Ron thought. Mu Bai, who was wearing the Ghost King mask and had an absolute speed bonus, barely dodged. The collar of his black dress was cut open, and a faint cut mark appeared on his chest, almost tearing his skin apart. Magma Nether Dragon. On the Cross Sea Bridge, Mu Bai turned into a Magma Nether Dragon and wanted to dissolve the opponent. But Ethan Ruan smiled and covered his upper body with arm color without saying a word, and then used brute force to kill through the magma and go straight to Mu Bai's left eye. As the saying goes, it's better to cut off one finger than to hurt 10 fingers. He wanted to see if Mu Bai, whose eyes were cut off, could still fight with him. Magma. Nether Dragon Pendant. The vast amount of magma quickly split into several nether dragons and bit towards Ethan Ruan, like the 9-headed snake in the myth, overwhelming the naked upper body man. Avoid. With the power of the evasion fruit, he forcibly changed his trajectory and almost easily dodged the attack of the magma dragon. With his feet in the air, he turned gorgeously and pierced Mu Bai's chest with his dagger. But the expected touch of piercing flesh and blood did not happen. The observation hockey judged his own trajectory and then elementalized his chest in advance. In an instant, he guessed how Mu Bai did it. Just when he wanted to draw out the dagger and swipe vertically, the high-temperature magma covered his right hand along the dagger. Under the intense high temperature, the right hand, which was already overworked, was even more painful. Armament hockey. Finger gun. The pitch-black finger gun tilted down like raindrops. The strong penetration force even caused bursts of air-breaking sounds. The magma-transformed left hand grabbed the opponent's right arm that wanted to be pulled away, while Mu Bai's right hand compressed a white vibration ball cover and bombarded the opponent's finger gun. The muscles on his arm were tense, and the veins were bulging. At the same time, an unprecedented sense of crisis swept through Ruan Jingtian's body. Use your fist to hit my finger gun? Ruan Jingtian, who was being burned, shouted and increased the force of the finger gun again. With a dull sound, the sharp black finger gun instantly collided with the vibrating ball cover. Can a fist resist my finger gun? The opponent's arm was about to be lost, before the excitement in his eyes faded. Ruan Jingtian heard a sound he had never heard before. Squeak. 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 The sound was similar to the sound of a mirror breaking or ice breaking. It was very crisp at first, but as the sound gradually grew louder, it seemed as if time had stopped at this moment. And in the surrounding space, Ruan Jingtian actually felt an inexplicable pressure. Get down. The golden pupils exuded endless majesty. Mu Bai continued to exert force with his right arm. The surrounding space was actually constantly shattered under the bombardment of his shock ball cover. The whole world seemed to be dislocated at this moment. What? The unimaginable overwhelming destructive force eroded Ruan Jingtian's finger gun through the broken lines, causing unimaginable damage. His arm color domineering, which was not pure in itself, was rapidly consumed. At the same time as the sweat dripped from his forehead, the crisp sound of fractures made him howl in pain for the first time. The finger gun dissipated, and the vibrating iron fist with boundless power also bombarded his right cheek along the trajectory. The teeth shattered in an instant. Ruan Jingtian was blasted into the depths of the bridge deck by the power of the vibration. At this moment, the rain was even heavier. Su Shui, who did not intervene in the battle during the thunder and lightning, saw a scene that she could not foresee in her life. On the cross-sea bridge, the horror at this moment seemed to come from another world. The sky suddenly darkened. The sea breeze roared, and the furious waves seemed to swallow everything. Suddenly, the bridge shook violently, as if an invisible giant hand was shaking it madly. The steel plates and concrete on the bridge made a heart-pounding creaking sound in the violent vibration, as if groaning in pain. As the vibration intensified, cracks began to appear in some parts of the bridge. They spread rapidly like the claws of a devil. Then, something even more unimaginable happened. A huge force suddenly fell from the sky and hit the bridge hard. The entire bridge seemed to lose its support at this moment. The middle part collapsed instantly, and the sound of the fracture resounded through the sky. The cross-sea bridge, reinforced with special materials in the copy world, was actually broken alive by the boy's punch. At the fracture, the sea water instantly surged up, forming a huge water column. The vehicles and people on the bridge were in panic at this moment, with screams and cries coming one after another. Some people were lucky enough to escape to a safe place, while others were unfortunately trapped on the broken bridge. The broken bridge was shaky in the wind and could collapse completely at any time. The trapped people tightly grasped everything they could hold on to, and their faces were full of fear and despair. Fortunately, there were not many vehicles on the bridge at this time, and Su Shui, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, quickly began to rescue. How heavy is a punch with the magnitude of an earthquake? Ruan Jingtian, who was blasted into the sea along the broken bridge deck, had a deep feeling. Half of his face bones were shattered. For the first time, He hated why he was so weak. Otherwise, he would not have been punched into the sea. The moment he lost balance, time seemed to be stretched. Watching himself fall into the bottomless sea, everything around him became blurred and distorted. The sea water quickly submerged his figure. It was cold and salty, and it poured into his mouth and nose mercilessly. Juan Jingtian couldn't breathe. He struggled, and his brain felt turbid. He tried to grasp a glimmer of life, but the sea water bound his movements like a sticky liquid, making him unable to move. The injury to his head had seriously affected his movements. At this moment, he barely used the fruit of avoidance to avoid most of the pain, which made him calm down a little. He had just swam out of the water, and had not seen anything clearly when he was hit in the face by a brand new vibration ball cover. The vibration force exploded on the sea surface. In an instant, it caused the surrounding sea area to vibrate. It turned out that it was Mu Bai who followed him into the sea. Juan Jingtian, who was shaking all over and hit on the head again, roared and punched Mu Bai under the water. His whole body began to twitch irregularly. After being hit on the head twice in a row, his consciousness was confused. At this moment, the firepower of the evasion fruit was fully open to evade the sea water. He didn't want to wait for death here. At this moment, Juan Jingtian avoided the resistance of the sea water and accelerated his speed while quickly disappearing in the dark sea. Mu Bai, who didn't chase rashly, rushed out of the water with a pale face and returned to the broken bridge. Ahem. He was holding his right arm and panting heavily. He had already consumed a lot of his strength just after fusing the Xinjiang fruit. Just now, he tried his best to use the full power of the fruit twice in a row, which also caused his body to be unable to withstand the excessive recoil and caused some damage to his internal organs. This is the disadvantage of low physique. Excessive use of the power of the Xinjiang fruit will cause this phenomenon. Juan Jingtian actually had a chance to kill Mu Bai just now. As long as he kept his sanity, he could kill him after Mu Bai finished the second shock ball cover. Unfortunately, under the threat of death, he finally gave up the idea of hunting the target. Mu Bai. Holy Sun. Are you okay? Su Shui helped the pale Mu Bai up with some worry. The other person was very cold and felt like ice. Go back to the city. Take my phone and contact Wang Quandao to meet up at my house immediately. Now we are not sure if that person has accomplices. Leave here immediately. After saying the last few words, Mu Bai's head was a little dizzy. His spirit was also a little exhausted due to the large amount of consumption. Showing divinity. Opening up the fruit position. Fusing the shock fruit. And then attacking Juan Jingtian. These things have exhausted him. So when Su Shui nervously snatched a car to take Mu Bai to the eastern part of the city, Mu Bai in the back seat had already fallen asleep. On the other side, Wang Quandao had already dealt with the invading enemy. At the edge of the battlefield, the smoke had not yet completely dissipated, but the battle was over. The cold Wang Quandao stood there, his gaze deep and distant, as if he had traveled through time and space. His figure appeared particularly tall in the rainy night, as insurmountable as a god of war. He slowly took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. His movements were calm and unhurried, revealing a unique elegance. He gently took out a cigarette and put it between his lips and lit it. The flame flickered in the darkness, illuminating his cold face. He took a deep puff of the cigarette and then slowly exhaled. The smoke lingered in the air, forming a sharp contrast with the mess of the battlefield behind him. His eyes revealed a deep thought, as if he was recalling the battle just now. Someone has crossed the line. The enemies around him have all fallen, and their bodies are scattered all over the battlefield. And he is like a lonely mountain, standing in the center of the battlefield, and no one can shake him. He took the last puff of the cigarette and flicked the cigarette butt away gently. After receiving Su Shui's message that Mu Bai was attacked, he knew one thing, that he had to take action to clean up the power ranking of Yuhai City with blood. The warm summer morning breeze blew on his face and woke the boy up. Lying on the hospital bed, Mu Bai roughly analyzed his condition by looking at his nose. His muscles were sore, but it was easy to recover. The main reason was that his current physique could not effectively adapt to the use of the tremor fruit. If he wanted to fully master the ability to use two fruits at the same time, he had to improve his physique first. Open the personal panel. Name Mu Bai level 1, 80% experience, upgraded to level 3, 45% experience, attribute strength 22, agility 21.5, constitution 22.5, spirit 5001. Hidden attributes, such as lucky charm, have no specific values. Currently upgraded to obtain 10 free attribute points. Talent Leader Charm, upgraded version of Super Charm. God Gene Lock opened, unlock the ability of God, Heroic Observation Hockey, primary, skills in the process of formation, produced by God Gene Lock, Devil Fruit Magma Fruit, Fruit Awakening Degree 5%, Tremor Fruit, Fruit Awakening Degree 1%. The rewards obtained from the Ghost Dungeon plus defeating the assassin Wan Jingtian. The two combined also pushed Mu Bai to level 3. And also obtained 10 free points, which is the benefit of upgrading. But in the current world, the attribute points obtained by others after upgrading may not catch up with half of what he obtained. This is also the hidden benefit obtained after the God Gene Lock is opened. Although the level was reset before, and the requirements and difficulty of experience acquisition were also increased. It is a profitable business in the medium and long term, as long as the timeline is long enough. Mu Bai's combat power will continue to surpass others. You're awake. Su Shui, who was dozing in the ward, forced herself to wake up when she saw Mu Bai wake up. I don't know why she couldn't help but have an inexplicable liking for him, since she was healed by his divine power. Mu Bai, whose hair was a little messy, nodded when he saw that Wang Quan'ao was gone. His eyes were slightly cold. As a priest, the other party had an absolute obligation to protect him. The Son of God. After all, without the Son of God, the Eternal God would not pay attention to Wang Quan'ao, and Wang Quan'ao would naturally have no hope of regaining his status as the High Priest. The absolute common interests in this world are undoubtedly very solid. But Mu Bai doesn't like to let the dangerous factors, who don't obey his instructions, be around him. Where is Father Wang Quan'ao? Mu Bai's head was slightly painful after his mental power was exhausted. It was mainly because he consumed too much energy when opening up the second fruit position. Otherwise, he would have enough energy to use the third punch of the Tremor Fruit. At that time, even if he couldn't keep the assassin, he could still cripple him. I called him in the middle of the night. He sent his subordinates, and I went to deal with the attacker. Su Shui stared at Mu Bai and said in a steady tone. Hearing this, Mu Bai was thoughtful. It seemed that Wang Quan'ao knew who attacked him. According to the other party's previous personality, it was not difficult to guess that this time he might have made a real move. How strong is Wang Quan'ao? On the surface, he was originally a second-level Cosmic Island Chain strongman above level 100. But after coming to this planet, his level of combat power was completely suppressed. Even so, he was still at level 50. Based on his real combat ability, Mu Bai estimated that those below level 80 could not kill Wang Quan'ao. Of course, it would be hard to say if he was fighting against a 100-level strongman. He added all 10 points of his own attributes to his physique while thinking. As his physique improved, his body recovered rapidly. He left the bed, put on his coat, and came to the outside of the ward. The 4 tall and strong elite members of the Eternal God cult in suits all nodded and greeted the Son of God. Thank you for your hard work. After that, Mu Bai casually used absolute healing to wipe out the fatigue of several people. Almost all of the 4 people were trembling with excitement, especially the bald man standing on the outside. His previous leg injury was also solved by the Son of God. This scene of facing the divine power directly is undoubtedly what believers like them want to see the most. Subordinates will go through fire and water without hesitation, the 4 people said in unison. Although the voice was not loud, it attracted the attention of the nearby nurses. Everyone. Keep your voice down. There are patients here who need to rest. Handsome guy. Are you awake? When the nurse looked up and spoke politely, she caught a glimpse of Mu Bai's face, and her speech became a little unstable. She was the one who gave him an 4 drip before, and she didn't pay attention to his appearance at that time. Now, if you look closely, he is really better than those so-called male stars. Well, you do your thing. Mu Bai, with a gentle tone, didn't have much desire to communicate with the other party. Okay. The nurse, who didn't know what to say, covered her mouth and looked back every few steps and disappeared at the corner of the corridor. Slut. Su Shui cursed in a low voice, and the corner of her mouth twitched. For some reason, when the other party looked at Mu Bai, she felt a little murderous in her heart. Wang Quan'ao obviously didn't reveal the fact that he was attacked. Otherwise, Wei Yao would have come to visit him long ago. After putting on his clothes, Mu Bai strode out of the hospital. When he separated from the 4 believers, he realized that this place was not far from the school. So he walked to the side and waited for the bus. As for why he took the bus, there was a reason. Mu Bai quietly discovered that at least 2 people were following him nearby. From their walking tracks, It was obvious that they had received military physical training. They were most likely from the Bureau of Control. It was not surprising that they were following and monitoring him. Whether it was for protection or other reasons, the Bureau of Control would take action. Mu Bai, who had a transcendent temperament, stood in the bus stop as if there was a barrier between him and other people. The female high school students around him were curious and whispered about him. Some girls even wanted to ask for his contact information. Su Shui, who was standing behind him, turned her head expressionlessly. She looked very creepy at this moment with her beautiful appearance. Her cold expression and her eyes, with a hint of murderous intent, were undoubtedly very visually impactful. The girls who originally wanted to chat up Mu Bai were all scared away. Mu Bai, why don't we take a taxi? Su Shui's gentle tone seemed as sweet as if she was talking to her lover. Mu Bai shook his head after hearing this. At 12 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and 7 o'clock, at least 3 people from the Administration Bureau are monitoring and tracking us. It's always good to walk slowly before we figure out the situation. Mu Bai, with a calm look, actually had a vague guess as to why the people from the Administration Bureau were staring at him. Perhaps Wang Quandao had already shown his extraordinary combat power by killing the enemy. Otherwise these people from the Administration Bureau would not be so nervous to observe his movements. Enemy? Su Shui, with her pupils slightly contracted, was like facing a great enemy. The previous attack was still vivid in her mind. Don't worry about them. The bus arrived not far away. Originally, he planned to go to school. But after thinking about it, Mu Bai changed his route. Mu Bai did not answer Wang Quandao's call on the bus rashly. He made up a reason to ask the driver to stop the car. And then he got off the bus and answered the phone. After he and Su Shui got off the bus, the 2 people in the car changed their expression slightly. But they did not get off rashly. I found the organization that ordered the killer to attack you. It was the people of Yuegu Church. But I didn't find the Ruan Jingtian you mentioned. Mu Bai, I'm asking you a question now. What do you want me to do? Looking at the figure of the bus going away, Mu Bai smiled. Wang Quandao undoubtedly asked him to make a choice on the phone. Whether to let Wang Quandao kill all the people of Yuegu Church or kill the main high-level people. He could do both options. You made a big move. And the Administration Bureau has already targeted me. Even if the matter of killing a chicken to scare the monkey is understood, the Administration Bureau can rest assured that our Yongning Church can continue to develop steadily. Mu Bai's light words surprised Wang Quandao. Originally, it was thought that at his age, he would be so angry that he would kill all the enemy organizations after being frightened like this. But Wang Quandao did not expect Mu Bai to be so calm. He was very rational, and the guide was also relieved. At this moment, he was in a blue building somewhere, and in front of him were 5 middle-aged men tied together. Among them, the leader of the Yuegu sect with a round belly wanted to make a sound, but had no strength, because Wang Quandao had beaten him all over his body. He couldn't speak normally because of his injured throat. I know. Wang Quandao hung up the phone and walked to the side and lit 2 cigarettes. One inserted into the ground, and the other put into his mouth and started smoking. He liked the so-called cigarettes in this world very much. Although he would not be addicted to it with his physique, he liked the feeling of nicotine melting in his lungs. It's enough for the Holy Sun to let me kill a few of you high-ranking officials. Now I'm too lazy to do it. Let's do this. Whoever survives the fight will leave the building safely. The fighting time is mainly based on the cigarettes on the ground. If the cigarettes are burned out and there is still no winner, then all of you should stay. The ignited light is constantly emitting white smoke. The few people in the building have no ability to attack Wang Quandao at this moment. Naturally, these evil wolves will bite the more vulnerable evil wolves in exchange for a chance to survive. Wang Quandao, who has the power of the fruit of tampering with memory, naturally likes to add bricks and tiles here. He uses the power of the fruit to quietly rewrite the memories of some of them, so that they can fight their companions, like fighting their enemies. It's naturally quite easy. Blood splattered in the crazy killing. They had long forgotten the previous caution. At this moment, they all cursed their original companions from the bottom of their hearts, and died on the spot. The blood even extinguished the lit cigarettes. Seeing this, Wang Quandao just smiled indifferently, and didn't bother to see who won and who lost. Is that meaningful? Even his main purpose of coming here to avenge Mu Bai was not to do so. The real goal was to establish his authority, and to prove one thing with the death of the Yuegu cult's high-ranking officials, that the eternal cult would rise unstoppably, and all those who stood in its way would die with pain and regret. The sound of fighting gradually subsided, and when laughter came from the scene, Wang Quandao did not look at the survivor, but pointed at the gate and said, "You won. Let's go." The victorious deputy leader's right arm was broken. But at this moment, he was happy to have survived the catastrophe. Compared with others, at least he was alive, which was lucky enough. "Will you really let me go?" The somewhat uncertain deputy leader seemed to want to seek some kind of guarantee. But Wang Quandao turned around and left without paying any attention to him. After realizing that the other party had really left, the deputy leader immediately gritted his teeth and returned to the building to find the broken arm and wanted to go to the hospital to connect it. But before he walked out of the core area of Yuegu sect, he realized that the original followers actually picked up weapons and stared at him in anger and fear. He is Wang Quandao. Wang Quandao of the Eternal Sect. That's him. Kill him. The tide-like voice made the deputy leader a little dazed. What was going on? Obviously, he didn't know Wang Quandao's ability. Before he left, he modified the memories of everyone present and added a little psychological hint to make everyone think that the deputy leader was an invader. Wang Quandao was very good at handling such things. How could the powerless deputy leader resist these people? After more than 10 minutes, even though he was brave, he was still pierced by dozens of spears like a sieve. It was not until this moment that everyone present realized why the deputy leader died here. Mu Bai was strolling on the commercial street, and Su Shui, who was following behind him, whispered sharply, "It seems that many people from the administration bureau have withdrawn, and there are fewer people following. It's the priest. It seems that he has left the enemy camp." Mu Bai, who was knocking on the railing, waved to the retreating tracker below. The man immediately lowered his peaked cap with a strange look and mixed into the crowd without saying a word. In this process, Mu Bai was actually quite surprised, because several auras were exposed at this moment. Obviously, the tracker he did not notice had the ability or props to reduce his presence. The administration bureau is really full of talents. "Are you sure you want to continue following me?" Mu Bai asked casually on the overpass. Su Shui nodded repeatedly with some excitement. "I will definitely follow you. Holy Sun. I also want to be your classmate. I just don't know if my ability is enough." Su Shui rubbed her hands and whispered with a red face, obviously not confident in her own ability. Mu Bai looked at her with a strange look. Is this pretending, or does he really think so? After all, Su Shui's attributes can be said to crush Song Shiru in the school. Even if her combat ability is poor, she is enough to enter the top 10 of the Holy Hall High School. Don't be overly modest. I will find someone to help you apply for admission. With your ability, I believe the principal will not refuse. If the genius of the right age would refuse, the Holy Hall would not have developed to the point where it is now. Su Shui is a believer of the eternal God at the level of the chosen one of God. It can be said that Mu Bai can absolutely trust the existence. It is inevitable that such a person will join his team. Song Shiru, Su Shui and himself are the three top combat forces. This combination is enough to break out of the provincial competition and go further. After Mu Bai negotiated with the principal, Su Shui's admission to the Holy Hall High School was set in stone. However, Mu Bai got a crucial piece of information from the old principal Yin Feng. "You mean Zhong Tianxi protected me, so I was not arrested by the administration bureau?" Sitting on the sofa, he recalled the man riding the evil ghost monster. When he killed the demon monster in front of the devil fruit copy, he was actually more in the mindset of testing the ability of the magma fruit. He didn't care so much about the life and death of others. Principal Yin Feng opened the teacup and poured a drink and laughed. "You showed divinity, and it also indicates that you are an uncontrollable variable. So the top management of the administration bureau actually don't think highly of you. But it's not surprising that Zhong Tianxi can say that he will protect you. This is mainly related to the Zhong family. Zhong Tianxi is indeed quite powerful in the administration bureau. But after all, it is limited to the vicinity of Yunhai City. It is mainly because of the aura of the Zhong family that makes his words of weight, which is even enough to overwhelm the opinions of many opponents." Smart Mu Bai could naturally understand what the principal meant. He even suspected that Principal Yin Feng was also a member of the Zhong family's external forces. After all, the word Zhong is everywhere in Yunhai City. "Principal, how do you know this? Don't look at me like that. How can an old man like me know this? It was just told to me by the instructor who came to the military training a week later. The Zhong family has great power in the military of Yunhai City. I believe someone will contact you soon." Yin Feng waved his hand and drank a drink similar to Waha in the teacup, which seemed to be very enjoyable. Military training? Mu Bai had too many doubts. His golden eyes had already shown some signs of dimming, but they had not yet returned to their original black color. He estimated that the signs of golden pupils would completely disappear after the skills of the godly Jean Locke were derived. He said tentatively, Zhong Jiabao wants to recruit me. But with my current ability, I can't help them at all. In other words, they are interested in my divine power. He believes that he is a genius. At least he is very strong among his peers in terms of combat power. But even so, he is not qualified to make the Zhong family go to war with other forces. The only reason is probably the divine power in his hands. This legendary ability to exert divine power is something that others cannot copy. Smart. After listening to Mu Bai's analysis, Yan Feng smiled. But I just remind you one sentence. Go back to class. By the way, how is the formation of your team? It must be completed before the military training. The school has to report to the provincial level to obtain the qualification to participate in the competition. Yan Feng looked a little relaxed when talking about the team. Obviously, he was less concerned about the formation of the team than the previous topic. After all, Song Shiru is fine. Plus there are two powerful teammates, Mu Bai and Su Shui. This iron triangle alone is likely to help Xingtang High School break out of the city-level competition and enter the provincial league. Seeing that the principal was unwilling to talk more about the Zhong family, Mu Bai did not continue to ask, but continued to ask other things along the other party's topic. If we form the team, we can finish it today. The list of team members has been roughly determined. By the way, what is the military training you mentioned? Principal? I remember that whether it is junior high school or university, military training is held at the beginning of the first year of school. This world also has military training, which is similar to that on Blue Star. So Mu Bai was a little surprised that it was already the second semester of the second year of high school. Why would military training appear at this time? You are a transfer student, so it is normal that you don't understand the specific situation. Let me put it this way. This military training is actually a mobilization of all students, especially the members of your team, to test your strength. This is an order issued by the provincial department. To put it bluntly, the superior unit should have a general grasp of the competition situation before the league and give more specific data. Then I understand. Let's go, Principal. After nodding, Mu Bai walked out of the principal's office casually. Seeing the other party's figure getting farther and farther away, Yan Feng seemed to think of other things and felt a little annoyed. The school's assessment will come down next year. If Mu Bai and others' team cannot perform well this time, the status of Shentang High School in Yanhai City and surrounding cities will also plummet. There is nothing we can do about it. In the battle room. At present, the list has been basically determined after the review of the battle of all students in the school by Mu Bai and Song Shiru. The 7 candidates are: the first captain Mu Bai, who has the magma fruit; the second vice captain Song Shiru, who has the ability of the seal fruit; the third is Gao Han, who has the slice fruit; the fourth is Wiqing Ya, who has the ice phoenix fruit of the fantasy beast; and the fifth and sixth are the twin sisters Wei Ji and Wei Yi. The former has the ability of the bubble fruit, and the latter has the ability of the explosion fruit. Except for Mu Bai and Song Shiru, all of these people broke out of the siege one by one in the battle. The first 6 candidates have been determined. Normally, with the current situation of the Holy Hall High School, the 7th person should actually be a battle between Zhao Teng and Zhao Yujian. Zhao Teng has the baboon fruit and is good at using the long halberd, and Zhao Yujian has the sword fruit and is also powerful. But at this moment, the 2 people in the battle room are not in a battle state. On the contrary, the 2 panting 2-on-1 were abused to the point of doubting their lives. And standing opposite them was Su Shui, brought by Mu Bai. What shocked the 2 the most was that Su Shui, who had no fruit power, actually suppressed them in terms of power and speed. Her movements and skills were as undetectable as a wild antelope hanging on a horn. Often, Zhao Tang and Zhao Yujian were forced into a desperate situation before they even started. This is an unequal battle. Song Shiru, whose hormones were soaring, looked at Su Shui on the battlefield with some appreciation. At first, he had some opinions about this outsider, but now, after witnessing her extraordinary combat power, he also admired Mu Bai. He could pull a student of this level into the Holy Hall High School without making a sound. Mu Bai, who walked with his hands in his pockets, was called aside by Wiqing Ya. Mu Bai, that girl. What's the matter with Su Shui? She said she lives with you? The other party was beautiful, and Wiqing Ya felt that Mu Bai had selfish motives. She is the chosen one. This sentence made Wiqing Ya stunned. As a non-staff member of the Eternal God Church, she naturally knew how exaggerated this level of faith was. She was previously suffering from a terminal illness, but was cured by me. Her parents can no longer afford to rent a house, and are currently living in the dormitory of the Eternal Church. She has nowhere to go, and she has to participate in the competition. So she is staying with me for the time being. After a few simple explanations, Zhui Qingya no longer had any doubts. Chosen by God. This identity was enough for Mu Bai to give absolute attention. Here we are. Have you decided on the team name? Song Shira waved to Mu Bai and said in a deep voice. He was not good at naming, so he thought it would be better to let Mu Bai handle this matter. Being in the dusk and thinking of the sunrise. Just like the current Holy Hall High School is about to go through the most difficult time. Let's name it Twilight Team. As Mu Bai's words fell, Song Shira clearly saw the afterglow before sunset filling the corridor, and the rustling sound of leaves swaying echoed far away, as if it was really confirming Mu Bai's words. That Zhao Yujian is too weak. Classmate Mu Bai. You can probably beat 1,000,000 of him. Su Shue's thoughtful words almost made Mu Bai, who was driving, step on the brakes. Strictly speaking, he was confident that he could kill 100 Zhao Yujians alone. But if there were more than 200, even Mu Bai would be exhausted to death. I watched your fight. Zhao Yujian and Zhao Teng's cooperation was not good. Otherwise they could at least hurt you. Zhao Yujian's sword fruit can be used as a long-range unit for output, while Zhao Teng, who has transformed into a baboon, can act as a meat shield and melee unit. Although the two cannot defeat Su Shui with such cooperation, they can hinder her actions. Objectively speaking, it is not that the two are too weak, but that Su Shui is too strong. The massive gifts from the gods obtained by the faith of the Chosen One even made her attribute points faintly surpass Mu Bai, which is enough to prove the importance of the identity of the Chosen One. Her strength made Mu Bai think seriously about one thing. That is, how strong is the current Wangquan Dao? You have to know that although the other party is a priest in name, he is a special high priest in terms of faith, which means that the eternal God must have given him a gift. Once the gift reaches a level similar to Su Shui, Mu Bai estimates that this increase will make Wang Qiandao's comprehensive combat power exceed the level of 80. Sir, you are too modest. You are right. Those two are fools. If they were 1% smarter than Mu Bai, they would not be defeated so easily by me. Mu Bai, who turned the steering wheel smoothly, was already immune to some of Su Shui's words. The more fanatical the other party was about to be to the eternal God, the closer he was to him. Zhui Qingya, who was sitting in the passenger seat under the setting sun, was almost hearing calluses from Su Shui's compliments to Mu Bai. Are all fanatical believers like the Chosen One like this? She secretly looked at Su Shui through the rearview mirror, and found that she was also secretly looking at her. Qingya is here. Okay. Before getting off the car, Zhui Qingya looked at Su Shui meaningfully, and turned away. According to the doctrine, the Chosen One is a strong person sent by the gods to protect the Son of God. So it is reasonable for the two to live together even if they follow the doctrine. Mu Bai, who sent Zhui Qingya by the way, did not return to the villa but drove to the black market to purchase. On the way, Su Shui was very quiet, which was completely different from the situation when Zhui Qingya was in the car before. As if she was a completely different person. Mu Bai did not feel anything about this. He knew very well that Su Shui liked him. And he also knew that Zhui Qingya had a good impression of him. But so what? Love is the same as hate to some extent. Both are emotions born out of the short life of humans or creatures that need to reproduce. Love is not higher than hate. Love and hate are just the obsessions of short-lived creatures. This emotion may be beautiful in a short life, but it is destined to not withstand the erosion of time. How much of this emotion called love will be left after 100 years? 1,000 years? 10,000 years? 100 million years? Or 10 billion years? Perhaps there will be no more than hate. It is useless to do anything from the perspective of time. Some people become beggars. Some people hold the power of the times. But in the final analysis, time is nothing more than a puppet of fate. To break all this, one needs to transcend life and death. Transcend time, until he is close to eternity. Getting stronger and getting stronger is what Mu Bai will do in the future. Be familiar with the rules. Master the rules. Break the rules. And re-establish the rules. Otherwise any existence in the infinite time frame is just an individual waiting to die. Su Shui, have you read the second section of the third volume of Eternal Lecture Notes? Hearing the question of the Son of God, Su Shui immediately sat up and said, I have read it. The wise man proved the infinite existence of the eternal God to the greedy demander, but was ridiculed by the greedy man. Because since the eternal God exists infinitely, why did he disappear from the vision of the public and believers? Does this mean that the eternal God is not an eternal existence? Strictly speaking, the content of this chapter goes beyond the scope of ordinary beliefs, but is more about questioning the concept of eternity. People have no original sin, but believing in eternity is a kind of original sin. The beggar covets the power and wealth of the king, and the king covets the power of the gods. The short-lived species covets the lifespan of the long-lived species, and the long-lived species covets the infinite lifespan of the eternal species. This desire is a normal biological behavior, and is within the scope of the rules and order. But when a person pursues eternity, these orders will break down. I don't know whether the eternal God is eternal or not, but I know that one day I will be eternal. Mu Bai's understated words implied a huge amount of information. Even Su Shui was dumbfounded. The Holy Son of the Eternal God Church questioned the existence of the eternal God, but he was able to use the divine power of the eternal God. This unnatural thing made Su Shui a little silent. It was not until Mu Bai got off the car that she realized the other meaning of the other party's words. That is, rejecting love. Wait for me 10 minutes. I will be back soon. After entering the black market, Mu Bai immediately began to purchase a lot of medicinal materials. All the medicinal materials he purchased were used to repair injuries, muscle tears, or bone cracks, before military training and participating in the league. Mu Bai wanted to make a final sprint to master the use of the current world's Jinjin fruit as much as possible. It doesn't matter if the power of the double fruit is exposed or not. But even if this variable that is not expected by other teams is exposed, Mu Bai hopes to catch the opponent off guard in a decisive battle. According to his judgment, there is no need to expose the Trimmer fruit in the city competition. In their Twilight team, Mu Bai alone is enough to sweep any team. The funds consumed in purchasing medicinal materials this time are very exaggerated. He, who originally had some family background, has become poor. Mu Bai, who didn't care about this, drove to a special training ground for the devil training of the OK Trimmer fruit. After Mu Bai's guidance, Su Shui became a bit like a normal person, but she seemed a little confused about her faith. Mu Bai just smiled and said nothing about this. What he wanted was for the other party to have this kind of tearing feeling. He wanted to test whether the faith of fanatical believers, like the chosen ones of God, was shaken. Would it affect the system's judgment of their faith level? If it was affected, it would prove that the system's authority was below the eternal God. If it was not affected, it would prove that the system's authority was higher than that so-called eternal God. The result is obvious. The faith has not changed, and the system's authority is suspected to be higher. In the special training room, the boy in combat uniform kept snapping his fingers. There were some subtle fluctuations in the space when the fingers snapped. Mu Bai, who was warming up, picked up a herb and put it into his mouth and ate it raw. If others saw the scene, they would probably be scared to death. As the saying goes, medicine is 3-point poisonous. Even if the best herb is eaten raw, it will cause trouble. But Mu Bai didn't care. With his control over his body, the excessive medicinal properties can be exhaled out of the body with carbon dioxide. The medicinal properties of the herb are constantly left to nourish the muscles and bones. The giant race called Ghost Sword in the special battle room was projected into the venue. Although it was a virtual image, it can give people the most intuitive sense of oppression with the cooperation of high-tech facilities here. A 3-meter-tall body is considered a dwarf among the giants. But standing in front of Mu Bai, he looks as huge as a small mountain. His arms are not hands, but 2 sharp black giant swords. Similarly, his body is covered with steel-like black armor and skin like a mechanical creature. And the only thing that glows red is the pair of dark eyes. Illusionary projection. Ghost Sword. Level 15. The prompt sound in the battle room sounded. And then the Ghost Sword raised its head and immediately entered the battle state. Ghost Sword. Rotating Storm. Since Mu Bai chose the death battle mode, the Ghost Sword came up and opened the big one, without any reservation at all. And the sharp sword blade was extremely oppressive. The intensive slashing in the sharp edge has filled the entire room. Mu Bai was calm and dodging constantly. With the help of the observation hockey, he could accurately dodge even the virtual Ghost Sword. After eating the half of the medicinal material in his hand, Mu Bai, who had warmed up, turned into a red wave and condensed a pale white and slightly transparent vibration ball cover to push across. Squeak! Squeak! The space showed irregular cracking textures, and a strong tearing force came from the cracks. The horror of the Trimmer fruit lies in the fact that the damage it can cause is constantly increasing. The resonance force generated by the vibration is enough to tear the enemy's internal organs. and even the opponent's defense will be highly damaged. The strong vibration instantly flattened those sword waves. The terrifying vibration force blocked a large area of space while causing damage, which made it impossible for the ghost sword to dodge. Seizing this opportunity, Mu Bai's ankle condensed a slight vibration. The next moment, his already swift figure became even faster. He pierced the sword ghost's shoulder with a volley vibration kick. The heavy force exploded, and the strong vibration tearing immediately devoured the sword ghost. Mu Bai's series of movements were very natural. He was naturally very familiar with the tremor fruit. And he was also very good at using the vibration point to move at high speed. The only thing he had to be familiar with was the feedback when the vibration rebounded the body, and the vibration point of the current world. Vibration represents range damage, and mastering the vibration point can block the violent vibration force in a small space as much as possible, so that it can cause more powerful damage and avoid physical consumption. This is crucial when dealing with top opponents. When facing an opponent whose all-round attributes surpass yours, the range attack of the tremor fruit is not so important. If the opponent is willing to get injured and pass through the vibration barrier to kill you, you will have no way to resist. At this time, you need to master the condensation and compression range of vibration. The faster the vibration condenses, the less lethality, and the slower the condensation, the stronger the lethality. The same is true for the compression range. The smaller the range of the compressed vibration ball cover, the more difficult it is to control. But the same lethality and chain destructiveness are also stronger. Mu Bai must master all the tricks of this. What's more, he still needs to take into account the use of the power of the double fruit at the same time. In one piece, Blackbeard obtained Whitebeard's tremor fruit and became a dual fruit ability user. He took the result of the battle and exerted the power of the tremor fruit. That part seemed extremely nonsense to Mu Bai. Even if he copied Whitebeard's tremor fruit control ability 100%, it would be impossible for a person to switch to the use of the double fruit in a short time. On the contrary, if the power system of the double fruit is improperly operated or unfamiliar, it is not as good as the power of a single fruit. The strength of the double fruit is always the combination of the two and the user's mastery of any point of the fruit power. The difficulty of this is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Mu Bai's silky vibration combo has already put the sword ghost into a state of severe damage. He was too lazy to continue whipping the corpse, so he also exited the sword ghost simulation test and turned to the operation table to test multiple sword ghosts. Number of tests, 10. Test difficulty, the highest. Test level, 20. Mu Bai, who adjusted all the values to the highest, picked up the medicinal material and shot it in the head. This medicinal material sauce, which was similar to ginseng fruit, was rich and had a refreshing feeling of eating a fruit version of happy fat water. Just as Mu Bai was enjoying the delicious food, 10 projections appeared nearby in the venue. Compared with the previous sword ghosts, the level 20 sword ghosts were more sturdy and huge, and gave people a stronger sense of oppression. The sword ghosts standing around Mu Bai seemed to be continuous like mountains. The moment these sword ghosts appeared, 10 rotating storms broke out immediately. The sword ghosts who did not talk about martial arts, even the projections, imitated the fighting habits of the living sword ghosts. That is, no matter what enemies they met, they would open their big faces without any unnecessary offensive actions. The hundreds of sharp slashes caused by the 10 sword ghosts hit Mu Bai, who was chewing the herbs, and his arm suddenly hit the space on both sides. Squeak! 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 The cracks continued to spread in the brutal shattering sound. These spreading cracks played an important role in blocking the sharpness of the sword ghost slashes. Mu Bai, who had previously gained a huge improvement in physical points, no longer used the usual vibration moves, but used both arms to operate the vibration power at the same time to wrap the entire space within the attack range. This move was obviously too overbearing. So much so that the 10 sword ghosts stopped their big moves at the same time and dodged those vibration cracks. But Mu Bai was not willing to let them go. Vibration fruit, overturning the world. The white ball cover on both hands suddenly swung towards the ground. The tearing sound of friction and cutting space also turned sharply and descended from the air. The vibration power with terrifying pressure descended on the sword ghosts with an absolutely overbearing attitude, pressing the sword ghosts in front to kneel on one knee and barely support themselves. Just when Mu Bai wanted to further increase the vibration level, the internal organs in his body made some unbearable sounds. Mu Bai frowned and immediately cancelled the current move and swallowed another mouthful of medicinal herbs. After the medicinal herbs entered his throat, The medicinal properties accurately flowed into the internal organs under Mu Bai's control, nourishing them while also slightly strengthening them. Swallowing herbs. Physical fitness +1 Mu Bai expected that his physical fitness would increase a little bit, but it would be much more difficult to continue to improve like this in the future. After all, if you swallow too many herbs, you will develop drug resistance. The purer the herbs, the earlier the drug resistance will appear. This is also in his consideration. The sword ghosts who were freed from their restraints immediately slashed. The giant swords of his arms swept across a wide range of arcs, almost sweeping across half of the distance of the battle room. The opponent was extremely fast, and his agility points of more than 20 levels had surpassed Mu Bai. So Mu Bai's observation haki was already activated to the maximum extent while dodging. And when he encountered attacks that could not be dodged, he would use the vibration to briefly accelerate his body to achieve the purpose of dodging. Magma Fruit. Tremor Fruit. Observation haki. His own combat skills. His own attribute points. These are his own characteristics. And he must combine these characteristics as much as possible. In the morning, he worked with the team members and led his classmates to exercise. In the afternoon, Mu Bai was alone in the wild or in the special fighting room in the city to continuously improve his combat skills and adapt to the use of the Tremor Fruit. He has maintained this rhythm for a week. The daily consumption of medicinal materials is very huge. It is a huge harvest to increase the attribute points every day until the 7th day. But the drug resistance in the body has also accumulated very deeply. These drug resistances not only enhance their own stability, but also increase the difficulty of obtaining attribute points. It can only be said that blessings and disasters are interdependent. During this period of running in, Mu Bai also roughly understood the characteristics of the team members, and divided their respective positions according to the different positioning of each person. Needless to say, he is an all-round existence. In addition to the Tremor Fruit, the Magma Fruit alone makes him competent for the word all-round. No one can stop the melee magma, and the long-range magma meteorite bombardment is even more explosive. Zhuqingya, who possesses the Ice Phoenix Fruit of the Fantasy Beast, is a weakened version of herself. The opponent's freezing ability can launch freezing piercing shots at a distance, while those who fight her at close range will have their movement or attack speed reduced by the freezing slowing ability of the Ice Phoenix Fruit. Those with weaker constitutions can even be frozen. Gao Han, who possesses the Superman Cutting Fruit, is positioned as a melee agile warrior. The power of the Cutting Fruit can guarantee his absolute advantage in melee combat, especially when facing enemies who are good at using weapons. The power of the Cutting Fruit is enough to cut off most of the enemy's weapons. So once the enemy fights him head-on, he will risk his weapon breaking. Vice Captain Song Shiru is very strong. His combat ability is more suitable for melee combat, and has auxiliary abilities. The imprint ability of the Superman Imprinting Fruit is very critical whether it is used to enhance his own explosive power or group healing. This high school league has a team group selection, which is the so-called group combat. In group combat, auxiliary ability is extremely critical, similar to the power amplification imprint, agility amplification imprint, and healing imprint mastered by Song Shiru. They can all play a big role in group battles. Wei Ji and Wei Yi are quite special. Wei Ji's Bubble Fruit ability has an extremely wide range of uses. It can be said to be an extremely rare all-round auxiliary ability. The bubble ability generated by the Bubble Fruit has the ability to purify the negative effects on teammates. For example, if a team member is attacked by an enemy element, she can use the fruit ability to put the team member into a bubble to purify the residual element. In addition, the bubble can also enhance the defense of teammates and bubble block the enemy. There are so many uses to an exaggerated degree. And Wei Yi's Explosion Fruit can also produce a linkage effect with the Bubble Fruit ability. The combination of the two is a bubble bomb. This seemingly cute move is so lethal that it is terrifying. Even Mu Bai's Meteor Volcano is not as good as it. The harmless bubbles that covered the sky suddenly burst into a continuous top-level explosion effect when they burst at a certain moment. The scene is absolutely shocking. Wei Ji and Wei Yi have a wide range of uses. In addition to this, Wei Yi's Explosion Fruit can also amplify the explosion effect on teammates. For example, Song Shiru can use the mark to attack remotely, and after being granted with explosion, Song Shiru's mark will have the ability to explode when it is destroyed within a short period of time. Wei Yi's Explosion Endowment combined with Mu Bai's Meteor Volcano move is also a natural disaster. The two sisters are both strong, and the auxiliary ability of the two can be said to make the Twilight team even more powerful. Compared with others, Su Shue's positioning is much simpler. That is, in the team battle. Besides Mu Bai and Song Shiru, she is used as the main melee force, while also protecting auxiliary teammates. The high attribute panel gives her extremely strong combat ability, and it is naturally very easy to deal with the enemy. Strictly speaking, the entire team is currently running in with each other, coordinating the fighting style and method of each team member to make the best team cooperation to deal with the enemy. Among the three major thresholds of city, province, and country, the city-level team competition does not matter, but the provincial-level team competition is crucial, which determines whether they can be shortlisted. If they are eliminated in the team competition in the audition stage, it is really over. Captain, it may be quite difficult for our team to enter the provincial competition. After the team training, Song Shiru, with a towel hanging around his neck, sat next to the chair and said to Mu Bai very seriously, "What do you mean?" Mu Bai calmly asked after taking a sip of water. The high school halls are suppressed in the key high schools. They are at the bottom in terms of resources and rankings. Even if they enter the provincial team competition, they will be suppressed. Others are picking on the weak. If your high school is at the bottom, most of the other teams at the bottom will join forces to eliminate you first. This is a tacit unspoken rule, and it is also a tactic for the bottom teams to get high rankings. Before, the hall did not have the ability to enter the provincial competition. Now with Mu Bai's joining, it is difficult to enter the provincial league. We'll talk about this later. There is still some time before the provincial team competition. At present, Mu Bai's focus is still on winning the first place in the competition in the nearby city. You must know that the previous team did not even get the top spot in the city competition, and was finally eliminated in 3 minutes in the team battle in the provincial competition. Whether it is from the perspective of washing away the shame or regaining face, from any perspective, it is necessary to win the first place in the city league with absolute strength. In the early morning, the military training for the second year of high school in the province's key high schools is about to begin. In the Dragon Valley of Yun Province, buses gradually stopped at the intersection of the valley. Song Shiru and others from the Holy Hall High School observed the surroundings and found many well-known talents in the province. If nothing unexpected happened, these people present were their enemies when they set foot in the provincial league. Among the many figures, several figures stood out with amazing momentum and strong fighting spirit. These people are not simple. Gao Han, with his hands in his pockets, rarely spoke with emotion. There were many people with the same level of aura as him among the geniuses present. The strongest people nearby were the students, who got off the bus standing on the left side of the Holy Hall High School. Everyone had strong blood and chi, especially the leader, who was particularly creepy. His gray eyes were a little different. The people he stared at were no different from being targeted by wild beasts. The first impression was that he was an animal-type strongman. "That's a student from Purple Thorn High School. Song Shiru, dressed in white," said softly. He knew that person. Xiang Ding. "It's a little surprising that you would actually participate in this event." Song Shiru turned around to greet him, and a dark head appeared on his head. He saw that Xiang Ding, with gray eyes, had already walked over. His overly tall body blocked the warm sunlight, which made people feel cold in their hearts. "Song Shiru, I remember you." Xiang Ding, with an indifferent expression, vaguely remembered the other party's name. Although Xingtang High School was not in the mainstream among the key schools in the province, the strength of a strong man like Song Shiru was also acceptable. So he did not forget the other party. "Are you leading the team this time?" "Yeah." Xiang Ding nodded and looked at the number on Song Shiru's chest with some curiosity. "Xingtang High School number 02, which means the position of deputy captain of the team. A man like you is not the captain of Xingtang High School?" Xiang Ding shook his head slightly with a hint of contempt in his eyes, as if thinking that Xingtang High School, although not a big place, still likes to do this kind of bureaucratic formalism. It is estimated that a relative pushed Song Shiru down. "I lost, so I'm not the captain." "Have you ever heard of the name Mu Bai? Mu Bai from Yuhai High School? Isn't he a loser? How could he possibly defeat you?" Xiang Ding blurted out with narrowed eyes. "Who are you talking about, loser?" Su Shui snorted coldly when she noticed the disdain in the other party's eyes, and attacked instantly. Her white wrist swung out like a whip. The strong power plus the swift speed made Xiang Ding unaware for a moment, and was hit in the face. Xiang Ding, who took 3 steps back, became interested. The forehead with white smoke gradually recovered from the injury, and it looked unharmed. Xiang Ding, grinning, dodged again, and the violent Su Shui jumped into the air and kicked him in the forehead again. after his left hand turned into an animal claw covered with scales. Xiang Ding's body moved slightly, and then the claw with scarlet pattern split the air and swept toward Su Shue's waist. Su Shue, with her hair flying, softened her waist and dodged the opponent's claws and immediately distanced herself from him. Strange woman, why are you so excited about Mu Bai? After twisting his neck, Xiang Ding was in a good mood and didn't get angry. Instead, he said in a questioning tone, "Hack, the boss got beaten. I'm so happy." Seeing Xiang Ding being beaten by a girl, his teammates laughed so hard that they almost got a stitch in the side. Song Shiru also spread his hands to show that he couldn't control this woman. Without Mu Bai present, no one could control Su Shue. I've heard of Mu Bai from Yuhai High School. I heard about him from the girls in my class. But he doesn't seem to be very strong. Am I wrong? Su Shue gritted her teeth and wanted to attack, but was stopped by Zui Qingya. Wait until Mu Bai comes back. If you do it again, you will go against his previous instructions. Zui Qingya's voice was very gentle, which made Su Shue, who was in a rage, regain some rationality. Any words involving Mu Bai could stir her emotions. Indeed, before the military training, Mu Bai told Su Shue to be more obedient and calm. That's right. Mu Bai is very strong. Stronger than you. Song Shiru felt relieved when he said this. After all, as long as you have seen Mu Bai's skills with your own eyes, you will understand how the other party is like a monster. Although he can't defeat him, how many people present can be his opponent? After the monster's claws turned back into human hands, Xiang Ding was thoughtful. Song Shiru should not be aimless, which means that this Mu Bai does have some skills. Thinking of this, his expression was a little strange. He looked in the distance and found that Zhong Ju from Luoyang High School was not there. Where are the two team leaders? In the instructor's car. At this moment, Mu Bai sat on the left calmly, while Zhong Ju on the right was looking out the window. Zhong Ju, the legitimate son of the Zhong family, although not the eldest son, the power behind him is far beyond that of other children of aristocratic families. He has deep roots in the entire Yin province, and his position in the Zhong family is also unique. The three instructors sitting opposite seemed to have not heard the previous conversation between the two. Mu Bai, how are you thinking about it? Zhong Ju is not a dandy, and speaks very methodically, just like his slightly ordinary but very clean appearance. Although he does not show his true colors, he is extremely decisive in important matters. Mu Bai was thinking, tapping the handrail. The other party took him away before the military training and wanted to discuss cooperation. He agreed. After all, the Zhong family had helped him before. The other party wanted him to join the Zhong family and merge the Eternal Divine Church into the Zhong family. This ambition was already very exaggerated. The basis of the existence of local clan forces is a means for the federal high level to stabilize the internal situation. Similarly, the clan forces that have gained great power are also suppressed in all directions. And Zhong Ju wanted the Eternal Divine Church to join the Zhong family to some extent in an attempt to break this tacit understanding. The Divine Church with divinity will make it very convenient for the Zhong family to gather various forces. Although Mu Bai didn't know what happened, he always felt that a storm was coming. Although the Zhong family did this, it was definitely ill-intentioned. Mu Bai didn't really care about this. After all, both the Eternal Divine Church and himself were too weak at the moment. When they were weak, they had to strive for time to become stronger. No matter what the Zhong family wanted to do, it could eventually become a barrier to protect themselves. Mu Bai actually considered the current situation, but he didn't expect the Zhong family to want so much. I can agree to join the Zhong family, but the divine religion must remain in my hands. No one except me can communicate with the eternal God, and no one can use the power of divinity. Zhong Ju smiled. Since Mu Bai said so, it means that he does not want to become the dog of the Zhong family completely. Although he is a little greedy, he thinks it is acceptable under the current mutual benefit. Okay. After all, no one except you can use that mysterious healing power. The development of the Eternal Church will be in full swing in the future, and no one will stop you. But I hope you will not refuse when I need your help. I can accept it if it does not harm my interests. Mu Bai's eyes are as calm as water. At present, he must fight for time. As long as he is given a few years, he will not be afraid of any threat from the First Universe Island chain. He can still accept some sacrifices. Brother Mu Bai, you think too much. I won't do that. Zhong Ju turned around and stretched out his right hand. If that kind of trusting look was placed in the eyes of others, they would definitely think that Zhong Ju was a humble young man. But Mubai did not have that kind of awareness. After all, the other party's words can also be understood as you won't do it. But that doesn't mean that the Zhong family won't do it. The son of a noble family is very cunning. How could he be a simple and passionate young man? Mubai and Zhongju came back at the same time. They were talking and laughing as if they had known each other for a long time. The three instructors behind them completely ignored the two people and came to the front of many teams. This military training naturally had tasks and purposes, in addition to roughly collecting information and data from each team. The most important thing was to temper the tacit understanding of each team in the province. After all, these students or teams represent Yin Province. If they make a fool of themselves later, it will also mean losing face for Yin Province. Especially for the key teams among the key teams. The students in them are arrogant. If they still like to fight alone, the instructors will have to torture them. Everyone seems very happy. The one-eyed instructor in the lead said with a smile. And his tone was very gentle. But everyone didn't know why they felt a little cold in their hearts. Yes, very happy. There were whispers coming from below. But the one-eyed instructor was not angry. Instead, he pointed to the dragon hunting copy behind him and said, "It's okay to be happy now. But whoever enters the dragon hunting copy and still laughs like this will not be able to participate in the subsequent citywide league." When this was said, many thorny students were slightly stunned. After all, it was too exaggerated to directly ban students from participating in the competition. Who gave the other party the power? Seeing that the expressions on everyone's faces gradually became solemn, the one-eyed instructor gradually became serious. It's right to have a positive attitude. In that way, when you face a desperate situation, you can at least find a way to solve it instead of waiting to die. I hope that some people's sacrifice is not in vain. Many people died in the dragon hunting copy behind me. They paid the price of their lives to open the copy. Among them, there are soldiers, doctors, and strong men from the administration bureau. At least on their corpses. I don't want you to slack off on this military training assessment. When the one-eyed instructor said this, he was rarely sad. Mubai, who returned to the team, was also slightly absent-minded. What the other party said was indeed correct. The dungeon world is ever-changing and full of crises. If you want to get through it, you must sacrifice many people. Only by stepping on the shoulders of the ancestors can you grasp the full situation in the dungeon as much as possible. Why let the weak die? It is better to gather some strong people to get through the dungeon. In Su Shua's eyes, gathering elite strong people can completely get through the dungeon at the lowest cost. Wouldn't that avoid unnecessary sacrifices? Su Shua, who was muttering in a low voice, looked at Mubai with some confusion. As soon as the other party came back, she had a backbone, and she found that the golden eyes in the other party's eyes had dimmed a lot at this moment. But the sharpness was even better than before. Because of the price. Sacrifice also has a price. This world is very cruel. Although the weak and the strong have only one life, strictly speaking, the value of the two is not equal. Let the weak go in first to die so that the strong who enter later can get more information and get through as soon as possible. Mubai's voice was very calm, as if he had no touch of such things. From the overall perspective, this is the right thing to do. If I were the one in power at the time, I would have done the same thing. Gathering intelligence in the early stages can prevent unnecessary fighting and casualties. And the cost is just the pawns, who are almost ordinary people. Song Shiru, who was a few meters away, gave a bitter smile. Captain, keep your voice down. That one-eyed man is looking over here. The one-eyed instructor did look over here. He glanced at Mubai's fearless face, and then at Zhongju before continuing his speech. Although there were many strong and good students among the province's elite students, the only ones who caught his eye were Zhongju, the eldest son of the Zhong family, and Mubai, who was still relatively unknown at the moment. After all, the news that Mubai defeated a high-level assassin on the Cross-Sea Bridge some time ago spread throughout the high-level officials of Yuhai City, and several of their instructors had also heard about it. Okay, I won't say much else. From now on, everyone will enter the dragon hunting dungeon in the form of a team. Each team will be randomly marked with a number. The more dragons you kill after entering the dungeon, the higher the number points and ranking will be. The rules are very simple. Does anyone not understand? As soon as the one-eyed instructor finished speaking, a young man weakly raised his hand and said, "Instructor, are team members allowed to fight with others in it? If each team is allowed to fight, it would be equivalent to conducting a team melee exercise in the province in advance. The team leaders of these key high schools are also very excited. Not allowed. Any dragon in it is your enemy. And the members of other teams are your teammates. Whoever attacks the members of other teams first will be directly disqualified from the subsequent competition. The young man who asked the question sank in his heart and reluctantly returned to the team. Okay. Don't ask such stupid questions. The dragon hunting dungeon is very large, and you may not meet each other. After laughing and scolding everyone, the one-eyed instructor waved his hand and signaled everyone present to enter the dungeon. At the end of the dragon hunting canyon is the strictly protected entrance to the dungeon passage. The pure white special metal fortress is surrounded by detectors and many strongmen guarding nearby. With such security, even a large-scale attack like the Hard Demon would be difficult to capture here. Several members of the Twilight team were also entering the dungeon for the first time. So Mubai whispered to them and walked in front of the team. At this moment, he was actually looking forward to entering the dungeon in the real world. He just didn't know if he could enter the camp first before entering the dungeon in the real world.